Rome dismisses Baratieri. In mid-February, an exasperated Crispi government decided to sack Baratieri. They offered the command to Antonio Baldissera, who had served as Governor-General of Eritrea in the 1880s. Baldissera refused, pointing out the risks of removing a commander at such a critical moment. Such a move would make Italy seem desperate and might undermine diplomatic efforts to bring the conflict to a close without a fight. The government was adamant, and eventually Baldissera relented. The decision to demote Baratieri came on February 21. General Baldissera would be named Commander-in-Chief of Troops in Africa, though the decision was to be kept quiet. 2 days later, Antonio Baldissera, dressed in civilian clothes, boarded a British vessel at Brindisi and began the journey to Africa. 4 days later, Crispi wrote a sharply worded telegram to Baratieri. His irritation was evident as he characterized the campaign Baratieri had led. "This is military wastage, not a war," he wrote. "Small skirmishes in which we always find ourselves inferior in numbers to the enemy, heroic gestures squandered without success. I don't have any advice to offer because I'm not on the scene. I simply note that your campaign has been conducted without any pre-established plan, and I would like you to make one. We are ready for any sacrifice to save the honor of the army and the prestige of the monarchy." 32. It is unclear why Crispi sent this telegram, as Baratieri's fate was already sealed and his successor was on his way. Crispi's outburst served no political or military purpose. It served merely as a final slap at Baratieri, a measure of Crispi's frustration and his capacity for insult. Given what happened a few days later, Baratieri's ill-fated decision to march toward Adwa, some have argued that it was Crispi's telegram that drove Baratieri to act. In fact, in the days leading up to the 1st of March, the option Baratieri championed in discussions with his staff was a strategic retreat to the north, back toward Eritrea, an obvious defensive move for a commander whose lines of communication were already dangerously overstretched. Baratieri recognized that Menelik's northward march had changed the stakes dramatically. What had started as an Ethiopian challenge to the Italian occupation of the province of Tigray now threatened Eritrea itself. To withdraw from Tigray into Eritrea might change the dynamics of the campaign by bringing Baratieri and his men closer to their supply lines, closer to the thousands of fresh troops arriving at Misawa every week. If Menelik could be induced to continue his campaign into Eritrea, it could shift the strategic balance in Italy's favor. But circumstances were conspiring against such a course of action. Nearly every day new troops were arriving at Misawa, charged with the task of avenging their fellow soldiers after Ambaelage and Mikili. Then there were insubordinate officers. Aramondi's remark about military onanism showed that he held Baratieri in a contempt that he no longer bothered to conceal. Dabramida, who as a combat novice should have known better, gave in to the most optimistic scenarios of Italian victory. He imagined Menelik's army as numbering 80,000, a lowball estimate encouraged by Menelik's agents posing as informants. Menelik's army, Dabramida believed, was saddled with the burden of women and children in all, some 150,000 mouths to feed. And he gave in to the fantasy that the Ethiopians would scatter if attacked. "I believe a surprise attack would prompt them to flee," he wrote. Dabramida surely was not alone in favoring the most optimistic intelligence disinformation supplied by Ethiopian agents to the EFFECT that Menelik's men were hungry, discouraged, and homesick. 33 Many believed that Menelik's soldiers were fearful and effeminate. 34 Such reckless talk did not bode well. Dabramida and Albertone were eager for a showdown that would pit the full strength of the Italian forces against Menelik's army. After all, the main bodies of the two armies had yet to come face to face. Ambition also had its place. Gerardo Pantano would complain that some of Baratieri's generals wanted their own Austerlitz, a reference to a military victory that cemented the reputation of Napoleon Bonaparte. 35 But there were no Napoleons in the Italian camp. For most of February, Menelik's forces remained encamped in the valley of Gundapta. Then, On February 22, Menelik withdrew. He moved his forces westward, away from Baratieri's forces, into the valley near Adwa. What did it mean? On the face of it, the shift signaled weakness and army retreats to avoid conflow ICT. More realistically, however, Menelik's move, which opened new grounds for foraging, revealed a steely resolve to endure. More ominously, it raised the possibility of an invasion of Eritrea by a more westerly route. The road leading northward out of Adwa by way of Adi Abuna led directly to Eritrea. An invasion by that route would leave Baratieri in frantic pursuit as Menelik's men spread chaos and destruction. The meeting of the generals. Menelik's move could be interpreted as a search for food, as prelude to an invasion of Eritrea, or even as a sign of weakness. The ambiguity was no doubt deliberate. 36 The next day, February 23, Baratieri ordered preparations for a retreat northward to Debre Damo, a move that mirrored Menelik's by bringing the Italians closer to Eritrea on a parallel route. Yesterday, the enemy moved to Adwa, breaking contact with our troops. In following this move, I have decided to post our core of operation to Debre Damo. Baratieri correctly understood the risks posed by Menelik's latest gambit, which was not a sign of weakness but a new threat. His officers saw it differently. Lieutenant Cesare Pini oozed disdain for Baratieri, whom he mocked as a commander intimidated by an enemy who flees. 37 General D'Abermida heaped scorn on Baratieri's announcement, "The enemy retreats and we do the same." 38 The military crisis, along with the carping and criticism, compounded a deep personal crisis for Baratieri. Captain Mario Bassi painted a grave and vivid picture in his journal. Baratieri had stopped eating. He had a constant fever. In addition to being physically finished, Baratieri was a wreck, the victim of great nervous exhaustion. Baratieri's crisis transcended the person. It was a crisis for colonialism itself. Baratieri's dream, his embrace of Ethiopia, had become a deadly embrace for him and for Italy. Baratieri's symptoms, Bassi noted presciently, announced the beginning of the end of the colonial farce. 39 Baratieri recognized retreat as his only option, Bassi noted, and in this he echoed the views of Major Tommaso Salsa, the man some regarded as Baratieri's puppet master. Bassi fervently wished their cautious view would hold. The alternative to retreat, he predicted, would be a great and truly grave catastrophe. Of all the views recorded prior to Adwa, Bassi most clearly articulated the choice between retreat and disaster. Sometimes there is no comfort in being right, Bassi would die at Adwa. Rattled by criticism from his officers, Baratieri called off the retreat to Debre Damo a few days after announcing it. On February 28, Baratieri summoned his generals to his tent for a candid airing of military options. Baratieri and the four generals Albertone, Aramondi, D'Abermida, Elena took their places around a small table. The only other person present was Baratieri's chief of staff, Colonel Gioacchino Valanzano. The small tent was claustrophobic in the stifling heat. Baratieri invited a frank discussion. "I haven't asked you to a war council, because the responsibility for any decision rests with me. I've asked you to open up your hearts as I would in an ordinary situation of troop movements or maneuvers. I ask you to give me, as is customary, information on the condition of the troops." 40. Colonel Valanzano began with a report on the state of supplies. The news was not good. Since the defection of Hagos Tafari and Ras Sabat and the opening of guerrilla warfare, supplies had become scarce. 41 ration reserves for European soldiers were nearly depleted, and the remaining provisions were adequate for only 3 days. The Askari, who were given money with which to buy food from the local population, might get by for a week. 42 additional supplies were on the way, but it was unclear that they would arrive in time. In a few days, the army might have to retreat simply to procure food. The discussion then turned to the army's course of action. Retreat, attack, or advance, these were the options. Each of the generals spoke in turn. As they did, it was clear that retreat was not the preferred option. 43 General Dabarmida spoke first. Never retreat, he began. The soldiers would never understand such a move. Troop morale is very high, a retreat would bring it down. No one, he argued, would be able to explain why the army had chosen to retreat after 3 months in the face of the enemy. Dabarmida even put a price on honor. Italy would prefer a loss of 2,000 to 3,000 men to a dishonorable retreat. 44 A retreat would also be dangerous, Dabarmida argued, and possibly more costly than defeat in open battle. The Ethiopians knew the roads and byways, and they would harass the retreat every step of the way. 45 General Albertone supported Dabarmida and laid out an argument in favor of an attack. He believed that he had solid information about the status of enemy forces, thanks to the scouting work of his speedy Askari units. Menelik's army had been depleted. Part of it was away on requisitioning raids, another part had already begun a southward retreat. What remained was divided into 2 forces, the smaller of which, perhaps a mere 14 or 15,000 men, was closer to the Italians. Far from being a daunting, overwhelming force, Menelik's army was beginning to sound like an attractive target. 46 And that was not all. According to Albertone's information, dissension among the Ethiopian chiefs was beginning to take its toll on the combat readiness of Menelik's forces. Albertone, who had been in favor of a retreat after the defection of Ras Sebat and Hagos Taferi, now believed that retreat was the greater danger because it would actually provoke an enemy advance. 47 In effect, the Italians had exaggerated the cohesiveness and effectiveness of Menelik's forces. They faced a shriveled and dispirited enemy. The time had come to move against it. General Raymond, the sulky Achilles of the Italian camp, was the most fanatically aggressive. For Raymond, there could be no talk of retreat. It was bad enough that the Italians had let pass 2 or 3 good occasions to attack. Conditions were ripe for battle, he argued, and he enumerated all the reasons to be optimistic about victory. Better arms, more ammunition, better marksmanship, better leadership, superior valor, more disciplined firepower, all of these would more than compensate for smaller numbers. And the time to act was now. To await reinforcements would mean the loss of precious time, it would let an opportunity slip away. He concluded his argument with the statement that the only way out of the present difficulties was to advance on Adwa and give battle to the enemy. 48 Giuseppe Elena was the last to speak. Given that he had been with the forces less than 2 weeks, he freely admitted that he was in no position to offer an independent opinion. He deferred to the judgment of his colleagues Dabarmida, Albertone, Raymond, who advocated an attack. 49 Baratieri closed the meeting with words that ought to have brought the generals back down to earth: "The enemy is valiant and despises death." Then, upon being reassured that the morale of the Italian soldiers was excellent, he closed the meeting with the promise that he was awaiting further intelligence from informants, after which he would make a decision. Baratieri had hoped the meeting would diffuse tense relations with his generals. They would air their differences, then arrive at consensus. Instead, the meeting had made things worse, revealing his utter isolation. Baratieri reflected a while, then called in his chief of staff, Valenzano, and asked his opinion. Until then, Valenzano had been an advocate of prudence, but he had been impressed both by the arguments and by the general's unanimity. He decided that he agreed with them and said so to Baratieri. When he recalled these fateful moments at Baratieri's court-martial, Valenzano emphasized the political arguments the generals had used. Italy wanted revenge, they agreed. Retreat would be worse than a disaster, it would be a betrayal of the country. 50 The following evening, February 29, General Baratieri called the generals back to inform them of his decision. The army would advance toward Adwa. They would take up positions very close to Menelik's camp, an aggressive move that would invite Ethiopian attack. He handed out a map of the terrain they would occupy, and he explained the order and path of advance. When the generals were dismissed, Baratieri sought to impress upon them the seriousness of what lay ahead. It would be, he told them, a matter of victory or death. 51. Amuk of Ethiopia exists above 65,100 feet, a fact that goes a long way toward explaining Ethiopia's ability to resist incursions from the outside, whether they be zealous followers of the Prophet Muhammad in the 16th century or Europeans in search of empire in the 19th century. The high elevation and rugged terrain inspired some visitors to dub Ethiopia Africa's Switzerland. The analogy was useful in countering the common European misconception of sub-Saharan Africa as a vast, damp, leafy jungle, the Congo writ large, but it brought confusions of its own. Ethiopia largely lacks evergreens, and it certainly lacks chalets and lederhosen. In late February, before the rains resume, the high valleys and prairies of Tigray share a palette of tan, gray, brown, and black. When the dry season ends, heavy rains work the land, cutting breaks, ruts, and ravines. When the Italians marched west from their camp toward Adwa, they traversed a landscape that was a broad plain in essence, yet intricate in detail. Only two real paths crossed west from Soria, leading respectively to two passes across the mountains separating the Gundapta plains from the town of Adwa. As they headed westward, a range of peaks loomed in the distance. The rugged, snowless profile of three of them, Ishasho, Reo, and Simaita, served as markers for the soldiers' destination. Chapter 12. Armies meet. Baratieri's plan was simple. The army would advance in 3 columns, followed by Baratieri and his staff and a 4th reserve column, led by General Elena. The 3 columns were to take up positions holding the 2 passes over the mountains. General Dabormada's column, the army's right flank, would move to occupy the northern pass between the peaks of Ishasho and Reo. General Albertone's column, the army's left flank, would move to occupy the southern pass between the peaks of Reo and Simaita. General Aramondi's brigade, the army's center column, would occupy the ground in between, the western flanks of Reo. The advance would take place at night, to minimize the risk of detection and ambush. Militarily, the march would accomplish a number of things. First, it would reduce the distance between the 2 forces. When the Ethiopians awoke on the morning of March 1, they would find the Italians dug in at a very strong position at the passes, a mere 5 miles to their east. Such Baratieri's plan. An aggressive move, although falling short of an actual attack, would make it difficult for the Ethiopians to refuse to give battle without losing face. Second, it would put the Italian forces in the dominant position, on high ground. The ground leading up to the 2 passes the terrain Ethiopian forces would have to cover if they moved against the Italians narrowed as one approached. This meant that the Ethiopians would have to approach the Italians on a funnel-like climb. As they neared the passes, fatigued and slowing from their climb, they would present compact targets for Italian riflemen and artillery. The plan had its limitations, however. The passes are narrow and it wasn't obvious that the Italian forces would be able fully to deploy themselves there. Aramondi's column, in particular, would have to take up positions between the passes on the saddle of the western edge of Mount Reo. Could the Italian forces array themselves successfully in such uneven and confined space? Much would depend on execution. And then there was the problem of communication. The brigades were ordered to remain in contact with one another and with Baratieri throughout the march, but the fact that 3 brigades would advance on 2 separate paths meant that one of them would have to trail the others. As it turned out, the Aramondi brigade had to wait while the Albertone brigade advanced, putting them hours behind. There also seems to have been some confusion among Baratieri's generals about the objective of this movement. Baratieri's plan called for an aggressive movement, a provocative advance, not an attack. The hope was that it would induce the Ethiopians to attack the Italians at last in a position that played to Italian strength. And even if the Ethiopians didn't attack, such an aggressive move would end the stalemate, salvage Italian honor, and prepare the moral ground for subsequent retreat. 2. It might even precipitate Menelik's retreat back to Shoa. Giuseppe Minorini, a captain of a bersaglieri unit serving under General d'Abermida, remembered meeting with the general on the eve of the army's advance. D'Abermida entered looking rather preoccupied. He barely responded to his officer's salutes, which was unlike him, and his somber expression made Minorini wonder whether a passing illness had returned. D'Abermida removed his cap and sat down, putting his elbows on the table. He wiped his face with his hands before turning to Colonel. 176 The Battelle. Cesare Araghi. Araghi, we're not retreating anymore, we are advancing. Our movement begins this evening at 9 o'clock. 3. Was d'Abermida having second thoughts? Advance by moonlight. Orders to move out were not communicated to rank and file soldiers until the last possible moment, to minimize the risk of tipping off the Ethiopians. By the time the officers spread the word to prepare to move out, some of the soldiers had already turned in for the night. Others were just sitting down to a late dinner. Ecobedo Cordella was an artillery officer. He was ordered to Eritrea in December 1895 after the disaster of Amba Illich. When he arrived at Saria on February 27, the ascent from Misawa had taken 12 days. He and his men were assigned to the 3rd Mountain Battery, commanded by Captain Edoardo Bianchini. A feast to celebrate their arrival was planned for the night of February 29. Umberto Mesato, the brigade cook and emeritus chef in difficult circumstances, had put together a pasta dish that was judged altogether ingestible. The call to move out interrupted them just as they were about to enjoy their evening meal. They gobbled down what they could, mounted their artillery pieces on the backs of their mules, and began to move out. For Francesco Frisina had shipped out from Naples on Christmas Eve aboard the Marco Minghedi under circumstances more solemn than most. Like Cordella, his unit was dispatched to Africa in the aftermath of Amba Illich. The Minghedi arrived at Misawa on January 30, and his group reached the encampment at Saria in mid-February. On the evening of the 29th, having just barely settled into the camp routine, he was enjoying coffee and cake when the call to arms was trumpeted at 8:30. Like the others, he and his men were told they wouldn't be gone long. They left their camp intact. 5. Carlo Diotti, a corporal in d'Abermida's brigade, had already turned in for the night when he was called out for a brief speech by Major Secondo Solaro, commander of the 14th Infantry Battalion. Boys, the time for chatter is over. Tomorrow morning it's combat. 6. Another soldier who lived to tell the story of the battle believed that the plan called for a sneak attack on the Ethiopians. 7. Such confusion about what was happening did not bode well. At the rank of major, Solaro was just a step or two away from d'Abermida himself. Corporal Diotti had the conviction that he and his comrades were about to attack the Ethiopians. As Diotti and his comrades saw it, General d'Abermida was itching for a fight, but Major Solaro confided to Diotti that he didn't share d'Abermida's rosy outlook. Diotti himself felt confused. For days, he and other officers had promoted an optimistic view of the balance of forces. In order to boost morale, distress reigned in the Ethiopian camp, there was a shortage of food and internal divisions. Italian training would overcome Ethiopian numbers. Diotti hadn't known what to think, but in a personal sense it hadn't mattered, as he'd been assigned to the food detail and wouldn't be shooting anybody. Then, toward the end of February, he was reassigned from the kitchens to combat duty. Suddenly the prospect of battle was real. 8. The Italian camps were on high ground. When the soldiers were ready, they descended to pass in review before General Baratieri and his staff. The Ascari units, as scouts, took the lead. Diotti and his comrades watched in admiration as the Ascari in the d'Abermida Brigade, officially known as the Native Company of Asmara, moved out smartly in their white pants and matching smocks with red embroidery on the shoulder. A woolen belt circled the waist, and a fez topped by a tassel completed the look. 9. The Ascari were in high spirits, laughing and chattering. Tassels bobbed as the Ascari set out, barefoot, on the road to Adwa. 10 as the other units fell into line, including Diodes 14th Infantry Battalion, the order went round that they were to march in silence without smoking, without FL aim so as to pass undetected. 11 General Albertone, encamped at a more westerly position, moved out a bit later. First, the 6th, 7th, and 8th Native Battalions took the lead, followed by Cordella's 3rd Mountain Battery along with 3 other artillery units. Each mountain battery group consisted of 4 artillery pieces, dismantled for transport and packed on mules. These were followed by ammunition caissons, in fact not wagons but crates strapped on mules. There were 36 animals in all for each battery, carrying weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Nearly 70 soldiers, including 8 OFFICers, rounded out each battery. 12 by 9:45 EE that night, with the exception of support units, the entire Italian force was on the move. The night was enchanted. The sky was clear, the stars and a full moon cast a silvery glow upon everything. For Giovanni Tedone, a soldier in a Bersaglieri unit in Aramondi's brigade, the moon was an immense streetlight. 13 Giovanni Gamera, commanding a battalion of Ascari, recalled the cloudless, moonlit night as the most beautiful he'd ever seen, and he welcomed it as an auspicious sign. 14 In spite of the good omens, the soldiers took every precaution. They marched without bayonets XED for fear that the gleaming moonlight would reflect off the metal and give them away. 15 Major Ludovico De Vito's Ascari battalion was out in front, serving as the eyes for the Davermita brigade. They stopped at 3 in the morning. Finally at rest after 6 hours of marching, some battalions received orders to break out their reserve rations. The men had only a rough idea where they were. In the heavens above, the Southern Cross sparkled. 16 Glancing around, a few veterans recognized the area near Yeha and its high peak, a local landmark. The rocky profile at Yeha, when marked by afternoon shadows, forms a lion's head, the proud outline of the Lion of Judah. There is no conclusive evidence to suggest that the Ethiopians had news of the Italian advance. However, there was some sympathy for what the Italian soldiers endured. Sometime after the events of March 1, Gabrielius compared the dogged determination of the Italians to a kind of pilgrimage. They were loaded down for the entire night with a heavy pack on the back, a rifle on the shoulder, on the left hip an ammunition belt, on the right a water canteen. Moving with difficulty in a strange land, like pilgrims to Lalibela. 17. Albertone overshoots. The rugged mountains separating the town of Adwa from the Gundapta plains are barren in February, the end of the dry season in Ethiopia. 3 peaks from north to south, Ishasho, Reo, and Simaita, loom over the surrounding terrain. None is easy to overlook. Simaita is a classic, symmetrical volcanic cone. Both Ishasho and Simaita are 9,000 feet tall. At 8,000 feet, Reo is not nearly as high, but it is unmistakable. Its gnarly, bulbous profile bears a passing resemblance to. This content downloaded from 77.111.247.97 on Sunday, March 29, 2020, 13:53 and 18 seconds UTC. All use subject to https://about.jstore.org/terms. A walrus snout. Taken together, the 3 peaks defy any the surrounding geography. They serve as points of triangulation by means of which one can estimate distance and relative position for miles around. They are simply impossible to miss. The map Baratieri distributed to his generals was the creation of Major Tommaso Salsa. It was amateurishly drawn and a little short on verisimilitude. It bore only an approximate resemblance to the geography of the area. Even so, it got the main landmarks right. The 3 peaks of Ishasho, Reo, and Simaita were clearly drawn, the artist even inserted brackets to mark the passes between them. Baratieri's tactical concept was there on the page, and the objective was clear: march to the passes and occupy them. 18 The left and right columns would take up their positions at the passes at about the same time, with the third column, commanded by General Raymond, occupying the ground between, on the western phalanx of Rayo. A. The rendezvous, looking south from Ixocho to Rayo and, beyond, Cimaeda. From Eduardo Ximenes, Sul Campo de Adwa, Marzo Giugno 1896. Milan, Fratelli Treves Editori, 1897. Fourth, reserve column would be stationed to the rear. As with any disposition of military forces, the alignment of units depended upon the lay of the land. 19. Timing would be important. Should one of the columns arrive well in advance of the rest of the army and should its presence be detected, fighting could break out before the Italian forces could take their positions. Security for the entire army depended upon establishing positions at the passes before the Ethiopians could react. Matteo Albertone, commander of Baratieri's left column, had a reputation for restlessness. 20. It was a quality the frustrations of the preceding weeks had only made worse. Since September of the previous year, Albertone and the rest of the army had prepared for a decisive encounter with Ethiopian forces that never seemed to arrive. The setbacks of Amba Alaj and Mikili had gone unanswered. Much of February had been lost to a war of positions. Albertone, like the other generals, was critical of Baratieri's extreme caution in the face of the enemy. Like the others, he began to believe that Baratieri feared a decisive encounter. Although the men under his command had doubts about this too impulsive general, Albertone had been given some of the best soldiers in the Italian army. 21. These were the 4 Alascari battalions, veterans of the victorious campaign against the Mahdi the year before. They were known for their energy and boldness. The speed of the Ascari posed a challenge to the coordinated movements of the army. Baratieri was aware of the problem and ordered his generals to remain in communication. Baratieri was particularly concerned about General Albertone's Ascari battalions. Baratieri took Albertone aside, warning him to proceed with caution and above all not to push too far ahead. 22. On the night of the move into the passes, Albertone's advance guard, the 1st Native Battalion, commanded by Major Domenico Turiddu, covered 10 difficult miles in under 3 hours, arriving at Gundapta at midnight. The pace was breathtaking. They were already halfway to their destination with 5 hours to go. They waited at Gundapta for an hour until the rest of Albertone's column could catch up. Turiddu had a slightly Nauvoo personality. His narrow-set eyes darted fretfully, glancing from his men toward the pass and back toward the approaching Albertone. Baratieri's plan called for him to wait at Gundapta until 2:30 in the morning before pushing on, but Turiddu was anxious to get going and insisted on leaving at 2 in order to be in position 3 hours later. By 3:30 Turiddu was already at the pass between Rayo and Cimaeda, the assigned rendezvous point for Albertone's column. Turiddu's Ascari advance guard had needed only an hour and a half to cover the remaining distance to the pass. He waited. Half an hour later, the remainder of the column arrived. General Albertone approached Major Turiddu and asked the major why he had stopped. "This is Kidane Murat," Turiddu answered, using the local name for the pass. Albertone argued with Turiddu. He told Turiddu that he was wrong and that the real Kidane Murat was farther forward. Certainly the speed with which they reached their objective might have made them wonder if they had gone far enough. "Go ahead, I don't want any hesitation," Albertone barked. He fixed Turiddu with a glare, then asked, "You're not afraid, are you?" 23. Albertone's bullying remark was all that was needed to end the discussion. Turiddu rounded up his men and headed down the slope toward the valley below. There were many errors contributing to the Italian disaster at Adwa, but Albertone's goading sealed the fate of the Italian advance and, indeed, the Italian army. It would later be remarked, in Albertone's defense, that the place name confusion was real. Yet it was Baratieri's explicit intent that his generals coordinate the occupation of the passes. The success of the operation depended on it. Although there was plenty of time, General Albertone did not seek clarification from General Baratieri, or even bother to communicate with him, although such routine, and required, communication would have forestalled disaster. 24 But Albertone didn't foresee disaster. Albertone, Turrito, and the 4,000 men under their command pushed through the pass and plunged onward toward Adwa. The descent from the passes is fairly steep, falling 300 feet in the first mile. Today, the northern pass is a dirt and gravel road wide enough for a lane, unmarked, in each direction. On March 1, 1896, it was barely half as wide, while the southern pass, the one Turrito and Albertone took, was a footpath. With the slope now in their favor, it took only 30 minutes for the 950 men under Turrito's command to descend from the pass and reach the point where the landscape begins to open out on the approach to the town of Adwa. Although there are still plenty of minor hills and peaks, some of them 600 feet or more above the valley floor, the confined spaces of the pass give way to rolling hills and broad valleys. By 5:30 in the morning, Turrito and his men were abreast of the location Albertone had pushed them to occupy. All night they had marched by moonlight, but sunrise was 3/4 of an hour away and the sky was showing the first signs of dawn. They were a mile and a half or so ahead of the rest of Albertone's column. Proper military procedure would dictate that they await the arrival of Albertone and the 3 other battalions, to re-establish contact with the rest of the brigade. Instead, perhaps still driven by Albertone's stinging rebuke, they pushed on. They descended another 400 feet. In full daylight and with the aid of a pair of binoculars, they could have discerned the collection of huts and churches that made up the town of Adwa, due west. They would have been able to make out the thousands of Ethiopian tents in the Adwa plain and on the phalanx of the mountain north of the town. 25 Instead, in the damp, yellow-blue light of dawn they nearly walked into the middle of an Ethiopian camp. Startled Ethiopian sentries fired warning shots and took cover. It was a little after 6 in the morning. The Battle of Adwa had begun. Menelik and Tato girded for battle. It is unclear whether the Ethiopians were waiting for the Italians, though the preponderance of evidence suggests they were not. By the time Rodolfo Mazzucani wrote his account of the battle in the 1930s, he could claim with confidence that Menelik was with Tato in church when he received word of the Italian advance. According to an unnamed Ethiopian eyewitness, a messenger found the royal couple already deep in prayer at 4 in the morning. The messenger approached Menelik, who listened as the messenger whispered dramatic news: the Italian forces were on their way. Then, in a stunning gesture of piety, the emperor turned his attention back to the service. 26 Only when the service had concluded did Menelik allow himself to prepare for battle. Horns sounded and calm. Manders were alerted, and by 5:30 the entire Ethiopian army was ready for battle. The story works well for both sides. Menelik and Tato come off as suitably pious in church before dawn, while the Italian defeat becomes a bit easier to understand. They weren't done in by jealousy and ambition but were betrayed by spies. They were defeated because the Ethiopians had had hours to prepare. However, there are good reasons to doubt this anonymous account, the best of them being that the official Ethiopian chronicle of the reign of Menelik, which misses no opportunity to cast the monarchs in a favorable light, makes no mention of it. 27 Nor does Joseph Negusi mention it in his detailed account set down shortly after the battle in a letter to Alfred Ilg. Negusi marks the beginning of the battle as gunfire exchanged with Turrito's men, at which point Menelik the Lion, girded with an iron belt, arrayed his whole army and came out. 28 The Ethiopian Chronicle does point out that the clergy of Aksum were at Adwa with the royal couple on March 1. They had arrived the day before, most likely to protest the repeated demands for grain that Menelik's army had made upon them and their city, in violation of a long-standing municipal privilege exempting the holy city of Aksum from such exactions. 29 They were still at Adwa when the battle began, a providential sign, and they carried the altar tablets, Tabat, of Mary, Mother of Jesus, into battle in support of the army and the royal couple. It was said that Menelik never went on campaign without the Tabat of St. George, whose feast day happens to be March 1. The chance presence of the clergy of Aksum and of the Tabat of both Mary and St. George would later be used to support the claim that God intervened on the side of Ethiopia. 32 Rito needed no sacred signs to know that he was in serious trouble. He was on high ground, but he was at least a mile and a half ahead of Albertone and any supporting forces. As gunfire ricocheted among the hills, the entire Ethiopian army awoke to the sounds of combat. Rito had stumbled upon Ras Mangus's forces, but Empress Tato had 5,000 men, commanded by Balcha, in the immediate vicinity, and they were quickly engaged. 31 Tekel Hymenot, king of Gajajam, had 4 to 5,000 men a short jog away. Ras Will, Tato's brother, had another 10,000 nearby. Menelik's 35,000 were encamped. In the broad, sweeping valley that extended from the town of Adwa out to Abagurama and north onto the slopes of Shell Loda. 32 When a mouse wants to die, it goes and smells a cat's tail. It was thus that Ghebreyesus, the Ethiopian diplomat, described the utter disproportion of forces engaged. 33 Nearly 10,000 Ethiopian fighters immediately converged on the 950 men in Rito's 1st Native Battalion. 34 Within minutes Rito's battalion was pinned down and facing encirclement. When an advance guard is actively seeking an enemy in order to engage it in battle, its role is clear: it pins the enemy in place, hunkers down, and waits to be reinforced by the army's main body. Alternatively, an advance guard serves to protect the main force from surprise. If it engages the enemy, it withdraws to the main force. Neither scenario, however, fit Rito's situation. Goaded by Albertone's mockery or by his own high spirits, Rito had allowed his men to get far ahead of the rest of Albertone's column and had lost communication with it. All the same, Rito's situation was soon clear enough to Albertone. Albertone and his men heard lively gunfire shortly after 6 and could tell that Rito's forces were seriously engaged. However, Albertone could not move forward to join Rito without putting his soldiers seriously at risk. The distance was just too great. Nor could Rito and his men easily scamper back to Albertone. Albertone's forces were not yet in position, and to withdraw would risk drawing the Ethiopian forces upon Albertone's column before it could deploy. An army on the move is vulnerable, especially when it depends on its artillery and the artillery pieces are disassembled for the march. Normal field cannon in this period might be unlimbered and ready for action in little more than a minute. Mountain batteries were different. The cannon had to be taken down from the mules and assembled before they could be deployed. Until Albertone's artillery and infantry were arrayed and able to offer a covering fire, Rito was on his own. 35 While Rito's forces were scrambling to hold on, the main portion of Albertone's column was arriving on a hillside called Adi Vechi, more than a mile behind. This high ground offered a number of advantages. It was about 300 feet wide, leaving plenty of room for Albertone's battalions to take up their positions. In front of them was a valley, nearly a mile wide and long, across which attacking Ethiopian forces would have to travel in order to close with the Italians. Ethiopians moving against Albertone would be exposed to rifle and artillery fire with little cover. Albertone had chosen well, as the Ethiopians were soon to discover. However, the position was framed by 2 mountains. If those were taken, the Italian position would become untenable, forcing a withdrawal. Albertone was convinced of the security of his position, believing the mountains on his right and left to be too high and steep for the Ethiopians to occupy. In this judgment he would be proven wrong. 36 Albertone set to work positioning his forces, including his 3 remaining Ascari battalions. He ordered Major Rodolfo Valli's 7th Native Battalion, with more than 900 infantrymen, to the left, sidling up to the steep hillside. Beyond them, a group of Eritrean irregulars covered their flank. Major Salvatore Cassu's 6th Native Battalion, with 850 rifle ES, took up position on the right, holding the southern flank of Mount Gassosa. Major Giovanni Gamera's 8th Native would hold the center. 37 Menelik ordered soldiers into position opposite Albertone. The Ethiopians occupied a saddle between two large hills. 38 The hills protected their Florida anks, and the saddle itself provided a natural platform for the Ethiopian artillery. Morning had broken, and Menelik could clearly see Albertone's forces arrayed in front of him. This was the fight that Menelik had wanted, army against army in the open field. If Italian training, discipline, and technology could overwhelm Ethiopian numbers, then so be it. Although no one knew it at the time, this was a battle for more than Ethiopia. It was a fight for the future of Africa. There was a profound visual irony in the makeup of the forces, for the soldiers on both sides were African. Apart from a few dozen European and as many artillerymen, maybe 100 in all, almost to a man, Albertone's brigade was composed of Askari recruits, that is, Africans. His main force consisted of 4 native battalions of just under 1,000 African soldiers each, add to these nearly 400 Eritrean irregulars. Thus, of the 4,076 soldiers squaring off against Menelik, perhaps 100 were white. The opening shots in the battle for Africa would be fired by Africans on both sides. The difference, of course, was that on Menelik's side, the soldiers were led by men who looked like themselves, Africans leading Africans. In Albertone's brigade one could glimpse a different future, Africans under the command of Europeans. Albertone's mountain batteries trailed his infantry battalions. At 6:30 they were ordered to take up positions at the center of the Italian line. Artillerymen hauled the guns off the backs of their mules. While some men began to assemble the guns, others drove the mules up the slope behind them, and still others cleared away brush that would encumber the field of fiery. 39 Ethiopian forces were already making their way across the valley. Italian rifle fiery held them at bay. As the shattered remnants of Turiddo's battalion attempted to scamper back, Captain Henry's 1st Mountain Battery was the first to open fire. It was 7:15. At first, the Ethiopian forces attacked the Italian center. Ethiopian riflemen, including Menelik's Imperial Guard, descended into the valley. With the glare of the morning sun in their eyes, they started first in smaller numbers and then in concentrated masses, making easy targets for Italian rifle fire and shell. 40 Eventually all 14 guns in the 4 Italian artillery batteries were ready. They opened fire at a range of 5,000 feet. The first Ethiopian attacks were repulsed, but each time the Ethiopian infantry faltered, another charge would follow. Empress Tato shouted praise and encouragement. In an unusual gesture, she approached her soldiers on foot and pulled aside her veil to speak. As an Ethiopian chronicler put it, she abandoned her womanly nature and acted like a warrior, seasoned by combat. An unveiled empress going about on foot shocked and motivated the soldiers as much as her words. What is going on? Courage. Victory is ours. Other women joined Tato. With their manly virtue at stake, the soldiers dared not show fear or hesitation. From the Italian side, the artillery continued their slow, assured rate of fire. The fire was effective, but the repeated infantry assaults forced them to reduce their range as the Ethiopian forces pushed closer, finding cover from which to harass the Italian positions. 41 In 3 successive advances, the Ethiopians were relentless. As costly as these advances were to the Ethiopians, the arithmetic was unassailable. As long as the Ethiopians could continue to feed men into the attack, they would eventually close with the Italian forces. Meanwhile, other components of the Ethiopian attack were coming together. The Ethiopian rapid-fire Hotchkiss artillery battery, which had already proven its effectiveness in the siege at Mekele, was firing on Albertone's forces from the saddle between the mountains. 42 The emperor himself appeared to inspire and encourage the artillerymen. 43 Tato presided over the operation of 5 artillery pieces. 44 Then, as Ethiopian artillery found its range as methodically as it had at Mekele. Ras Makonnen and Ras Michael prepared to order 15,000 soldiers against Albertone's right. 45 At roughly the same time, Tekel Hymenot, Wagsham Gangal, the ruler of Lasta province, and Empress Tato directed forces in a sweeping arc against the Italian left. 46 The classic Ethiopian strategy of envelopment was taking shape. It forced the Italians to scatter their fire across a wider arc, reducing its effect and providing some relief for Ethiopian forces advancing against the center. Improvisation. Back at the passes, Dabormita's brigade had reached its rendezvous point, the pass between Ishasho and Rayo, at 5:15 in the morning. Soon they heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire down in the lowlands 5 miles to the west, as two Ritos stumbled into the Ethiopian camp. Alberto Wacht, an infantry captain in General Dabormita's brigade, recalled that he and his soldiers reacted to the first sounds of combat with a mixture of disbelief and dread. Some of us received the first sounds of gunfire that morning with incredulous chuckles, others with a moral effect that was clearly visible. 47 Despite talk of an attack as the troops left Soria, many in Dabormita's brigade had not expected their night-long march to end with a fight. Around 6:30, Orest Baratieri arrived at the northern pass. What he heard and saw would have made his heart sink. Logistics are the heart and soul of a fighting force. An army that articulates clumsily is an army at risk. But instead of seeing his forces quietly consolidating their positions at the pass, as his plan intended, Baratieri was confronted with a situation that threatened his entire army. For 30 minutes already, the crackle of gunfire had ricocheted up from the valley below, with building intensity. Baratieri and his staff moved up the flank of Ishasho, accompanied by General Dabormita, for a better view of the combat below. The sun was up by then and at his back, but the peaks at the pass were still casting deep shadows into the valleys. From Ishasho they could barely make out Albertone's position, partly obscured by the sloping terrain, but they could clearly see the developing Ethiopian attack on the facing high ground. Albertone was nearly 4 miles ahead of the rest of the army, well to the west of the passes. His forces were sharply engaged. He would need help to extricate himself. Baratieri commanded Dabormita to descend from the pass and take up a position slightly behind Albertone and to his right, forward from the pass, on the road to Mariam Shavatug. 48 Such a position would provide support for Albertone's brigade and off-ER cover for a retreat. At the same time, Baratieri sent orders to General Raymond, moving up from Gundapta, to occupy the passes. 49. What happened next is one of the great mysteries of the Battle of Adwa. What Baratieri intended seemed clear enough. Dabormita should link up with Albertone and provide meaningful support by establishing a position to the right of and behind Albertone. Such a position, in echelon relative to Albertone, would both support Albertone's right and cover his retreat. 50 When Dabormita set out, his route took him west on the main road toward Adwa. If nothing else, the sound of rifle and artillery fire ought to have oriented him. However, a few miles west of the pass, the road splits, and instead of going left toward Albertone's forces, Dabormita turned to the right. 51 Vittorio Emanuele Dabormita was a scholar of military science. He was also, like most high-ranking officers in the Italian army, a member of the Italian gentry. His lofty, distant air made him unapproachable, the antithesis of the soldier's soldier. His role was to lead, theirs was to follow. He expected to be obeyed. As Dabormita led his soldiers away from Albertone's brigade, they had no idea where they were going, and they dared not ask. Mariam Shavatug is the name Baratieri attached to the route he wanted Dabormita to take. It is the name of a long, narrow valley significantly to the north, more than 1.5 miles of the position occupied by Albertone. In obvious neglect of Baratieri's tactical intent, though perhaps in dogged obedience to Baratieri's toponymy, Dabormita took himself and his men to a position not merely on the road to Mariam Shavatug but actually into the valley of Mariam Shavatug. It was a position where Darbomeda and his men could be of little use to Albertone, except perhaps as a diversion, drawing Menelik's forces away from Albertone. 52. Reinforcements would be welcome. Baratieri had ordered his generals to remain in contact with one another and with him after leaving Soria. Albertone ignored the order. Finally, at 9 in the morning on 1 March, a full 12 hours after leaving Soria, Baratieri received his THIRD message from Albertone. At Kidane Murid Pass, the 1st Battalion remains seriously engaged. I have all remaining troops in position behind them. I seek to disengage the 1st Battalion. Large enemy force before me. Reinforcements would be welcome. 1, 3, 96, 815 Major General Albertone 53. The message is stunning for what it doesn't say. In reading it, one could be forgiven for thinking that only Turiddo's 1st Native Battalion was involved in the FIGHT when, in fact, by 8:15 Turiddo's battalion had been destroyed and Turiddo along with it. A few minutes later, Baratieri received another bulletin from Albertone, in fact sent earlier than the THIRD, at 7:30. It suggested a somewhat more urgent situation. It opened with a bold lie. Kidane Murid Pass was occupied without the enemy's knowledge at 6 a.m. The enemy is all around Adwa and behind Mariam Shavatu. The 1st Battalion pushed beyond the pass and is energetically engaged. The 6th Battalion occupies a strong high ground on the right, the other 2 battalions are grouped with the artillery. I can foresee a serious engagement. Move up the Raymond Brigade in reinforcement. It would be quite opportune to move up the Darbomeda Brigade, which would draw to itself a part of the enemy's forces. 54. This bulletin probably best describes how General Albertone hoped the events of March 1 would unfold. Albertone would engage the Ethiopian forces and draw the reluctant Baratieri into a decisive confrontation with Menelik. With Albertone pinned, Baratieri would have no choice but to move the rest of his forces forward. The decisive battle with Menelik would ensue. The very tone of the message suggests that Albertone had assumed command and issued orders to Baratieri, move up the Raymond Brigade, wresting control of the battle from his superior. This was Albertone's showdown scenario. The problem was that Albertone's very advanced position made it almost impossible to bring about. Albertone's position was now analogous to that of his own advance guard, Turiddo's 1st Battalion. Just as Albertone could not risk moving his forces forward to support Turiddo directly, Baratieri could not chance sending his men forward in support of Albertone. 55 And since Albertone could not disengage and rejoin the main Italian body, the stage was set for the piecemeal destruction of the Italian army. Menelik shoots the gap. Albertone had only the vaguest idea of what was going on with the rest of the Italian forces behind him. He had been so reckless in his advance and so dilatory in his communications, he could only hope the battle was about to be transformed by the imminent arrival of reinforcements. In fact, his fate, and that of his brigade, depended entirely upon a retreat the Darbomeda Brigade would cover, and there the outlook was not good. Whatever the source of his error, confusion or willfulness, Darbomeda led his brigade away on a path that slowed his movement significantly. 56 The path they followed over a pass and then down into a valley was so narrow in parts that Darbomeda's men could march only in single file. Crates became wedged against trailside boulders and dense brush snagged packs, stopping mules in their tracks. Mules had to be unloaded to clear obstacles, then reloaded beyond. 57 Delays affected morale, too. The painfully slow movement of Darbomeda's forces clashed with a deep sense of urgency that came from knowing that Albertone's brigade of 4,000 was bearing the full fury of the Ethiopian army. Men were showing signs of fatigue and extreme thirst. Before Menelik's soldiers abandoned their advance positions for Adwa, they had fouled the water around their camps at Yeha and Gundapta by leaving animal carcasses in streams and ponds. Italian officers had forbidden soldiers to take water without permission, but Darbomeda's soldiers, thirsty and unsure when they would find water again, filled their canteens from sources that were almost certainly polluted. 58 Finally, by a circuitous, slow, and difficult route, Daburmida arrived in position a full hour and a quarter after receiving his orders. He then dispatched a bulletin to Baratieri. Hour 9:15. Extensive Ethiopian encampment observed to the north of Adwa. A strong column heads from this encampment toward Albertone's position. I am reaching out to Albertone, and am also holding a strong nucleus of troops amassed near the road that leads from the pass to Adwa, and am also keeping watch on the heights to my right. 59. Translation. First, Daburmida had completed his movement and now had his men in position. Second, he was seeking contact with Albertone while facing a major Ethiopian force directly in front of him. He does not report that he had actually communicated with Albertone. Since his orders were to support Albertone's right and, if necessary, provide cover for Albertone's retreat, his mission already was compromised. Menelik wasted no time exploiting the Italian mistake. The sheer sluggishness of Daburmida's advance stole any possibility of surprise, not that it mattered. The Ethiopians watched Daburmida's column take up positions in the Mariam Shavatu Valley without linking to Albertone's forces. Seeing the strategic opening, Menelik ignored Daburmida's challenge and directed a column of 15,000 Ethiopian infantrymen into the gap between Albertone and Daburmida. This was the strong column Daburmida mentioned in his report to Baratieri at 9:15. The column consisted of troops under the command of Makanan and Mangasha. 60 by 9:30, part of this column was engaging Albertone's right flank while another part began to push beyond, effectively dividing the Italian army into three now hopelessly isolated pieces: Albertone facing off against Menelik and Tato, Daburmida at Mariam Shavatu, and the remainder of the Italian army at the passes. Although combat would continue into the afternoon, and sporadic fighting would go on until well after dark, by 9:30 in the morning the Battle of Adwa was effectively over. When Menelik's troops ran the gap between the Albertone and Daburmida brigades, they won victory for Ethiopia at Adwa. Immediately Ras Alula saw an opportunity that was not to be lost: the utter annihilation of the Italian army. He dispatched a courier to Menelik with a message to send the Oromo cavalry to block the passes from the east, trapping the Italians by closing their line of retreat. For whatever reason, prudence or unwillingness to repeat Dogali on a massive scale, Menelik demurred. It was a decision that saved thousands of lives and a few shreds of dignity for a defeated army. Although the battle was effectively over, the fighting was not. Baratieri was improvising, desperately looking for a way to save his army. Baratieri's assessment of the situation told him that sending the army forward would put it at risk of destruction. Instead, Baratieri had ordered Daburmida's brigade into a position where he thought he could provide cover for Albertone in retreat. Then he arrayed his remaining forces at the two passes. If Albertone could successfully disengage his forces, they could seek safety in the secure defensive positions Baratieri had established. Such a plan meant effectively occupying the passes and the flanks of Mount Rayo. This Baratieri did by ordering Aramondi's brigade into position at around 8:15. Aramondi's deployment at the passes was a Chapter 1:3. The center crumbles. Scaled down version of what Baratieri had intended for the entire army. 2. Now, with the Albertone and Daburmida brigades positioned well ahead, control of the passes would be the responsibility of Aramondi's men and Elena's reserve. As Aramondi's troops took up their positions, the weakness of Baratieri's original plan became evident. The ridge that extended from Rayo was quite narrow and steep on either side, making it very difficult for the troops to deploy effectively. 3. Some units took up positions that put them at an oblique angle to the line of attack. 4. The slope was so awkwardly steep that artillery had trouble finding a stable platform. 5. Moreover, the rise approaching the Italian positions was uneven and covered with shrubs, providing cover for advancing troops. Baratieri himself took a position high on the flanks of Rayo, giving him a commanding view of his own troops and one of the ascending valleys up which the Ethiopians would advance. General Elena's reserve brigade, which was still arriving from Gundapta, was ordered to occupy a position toward the rear, to be moved forward as the fighting developed. Aramondi's soldiers were light-hearted as they took up their positions. "They won't get away today," shouted one. 6 Francesco Frisina, recently arrived from Italy, was typical of the youthfully exuberant soldiers gleeful at the prospect of proving themselves in battle against an enemy they woefully underestimated. Frisina's joyful attitude evaporated when he turned to look behind him. There he recognized General Aramondi sitting on the ground, elbows on knees, face in hands. Although Frisina would later see Aramondi confidently giving commands, the general had already telegraphed his misgivings. 7. Stragglers and pursuers. Just as Aramondi's men were settling in, their battle abruptly began. 8 at 9 o'clock, African soldiers began running toward the Italian positions. They were not Ethiopian soldiers. They were Askari in full retreat. Their flight marked the beginning of the collapse of Albertone's brigade. 2 Rito's advance guard, the 1st Native Battalion, had come under withering fire after it walked into the Ethiopian encampment. When facing Askari units, Ethiopian riflemen targeted their EUROPEN OFFICERs, take away the head and the creature dies. The OFFICERs, recognizable as much by their complexion as by their uniforms, were among the first to fall. Soon 7 were on the ground, dying. Under intense fire, its OFFICERs depleted, the 1st Native Battalion began to break up sometime after 7 o'clock, retreating in disorder back toward Albertone's position. Albertone's OFFICERs sought to rally them and succeeded with a few. Others paused but eventually pushed through, racing east toward the pass, past Aramondi's forces on Rayo and on toward the camp at Soria. By 9:30, Albertone and his men knew that there would be no reinforcements. They were likely still unaware of Dabormada's movement to cover their right and their retreat. They were in the final 90 minutes of their share of the Battle of Adwa. By fanning out and attacking the phalanx, Ethiopian infantry had turned the GHT against Albertone's brigade in their favor. The Ethiopian phalanxing movements were creating nearly a half-circle of convergent fire, while the Italians were forced to spread their fire across a widening perimeter. 9 Ethiopian infantrymen took advantage of terrain, vegetation, dead angles, and speed to move up on the Italian right. They occupied the phalanx of Adi Vecchi and Monacato, conical peaks a mere 2,000 feet from the Italian artillery batteries. From there, they opened fire on the artillerymen. A few well-aimed artillery shots chased them from their positions, but the distraction opened defensive holes at the center, where Ethiopian troops scurried closer to the Italian front lines. 10 by 10 o'clock, the situation on Albertone's left was becoming tenuous. For a moment some of the Italian soldiers thought the battle was about to enter a lull, but suddenly masses of fresh troops joined the assault on the Italian left. Ecobedo Cortella, artillery lieutenant, spotted 100 multicolored FLAGs, accompanied by beating drums and the hearty cries of soldiers puffed up for battle. 11 For the Ethiopians, it was sheer joy to be engaged in a battle where numbers could finally make a difference. For the Italians, the EFFECT was deeply demoralizing, for although they could force the Ethiopians to take heavy casualties, the supply of Ethiopian troops seemed limitless. Dozens would fall, but dozens more would take their places. And that is how the end came for Albertone's brigade. As the Ethiopians attacked the phalanx with renewed vigor, they created new opportunities for the Ethiopian center to advance. There was no shortage of targets for the Italians, but the sheer number of targets diluted their fire. Ethiopian soldiers were not famous for their marksmanship, but as Ethiopian infantrymen moved closer to the Italian positions, they fired with greater EFFECT, picking off the men who operated the artillery and the infantry who defended them. Attrition began to set in on the Italian side, of personnel, as artillery OFFICERs were forced to work the guns themselves as their soldiers fell, and of ammunition, for there were plenty of targets but not enough shells. Lieutenant Ecobedo Cortella took his place alongside Mohammed Aga Adam and Sultan Aga aimed, loading and aiming the guns as they fired their last rounds. 12 From his perspective among the artillery pieces, Lieutenant Cordella watched the decay and collapse of the 8th Native Battalion, which was protecting his position on the right. The Ethiopian envelopment was nearly complete. They were firing on the Italians from the front, from the sides, and even from high ground to the rear. By 10:15, they were picking off the remnants of the 8th Battalion. When the order to retreat was given is unclear. Gerardo Pantano, a lieutenant fighting on Albertone's left flank in Major Valley's 7th Native Battalion, claimed to have received an order to retreat around 9:30 from Captain Pinelli. Pinelli had ordered a retreat by echelons not because the battle was lost but merely in order to disengage in favor of a position to the rear. 13-1 wonders whether the time is correct, since the concerted assault on the Italian left didn't begin until 10 o'clock. Other evidence and the FLO of the battle itself suggest that the call to fall back came later, closer to 10:30. By then, a combination of casualties and departures had reduced the 8th Native Battalion to mere remnants. 14 Sometime around 10:30, with both flanks verging on collapse, General Albertone gave orders for the 3rd and 4th Mountain Batteries to hold their positions until their ammunition was exhausted. The remaining ammunition from the other batteries was put at their disposal. In EFFECT, they were being asked to sacrifice themselves to cover the retreat. With the 3rd and 4th Mountain Batteries holding, what remained of the 8th Native Battalion was ordered to retreat, followed by the 7th and then the 6th. By 11 o'clock, the artillery pieces were firing their final rounds. Cordella was taken prisoner, along with gunners Mohammed Aga Adam, Sultan Aga Aimed, and Idris Tutai. 15 General Albertone, wounded, was surrounded and gave himself up. His capture was one of the great prizes of the day. Of those whose retreat they had bravely covered, many were cut down. Ethiopian marksmen consistently targeted Italian officers, so by the time the retreat began, rank and file soldiers had little guidance. By all accounts, the retreat was disorderly. 16 The men were exhausted, in shock, and hotly pursued as they raced back toward the passes. They blew past Aramondi's brigade, deaf to the bugle call to halt, indifferent to officers waving revolvers threateningly. Most followed paths back to the camp at Saria and from there north toward Eritrea. More than 200 would die along the way, victims of their pursuers and an insurgent population. 17 Among the survivors, many were beginning a long journey that would end days later after many close calls. Sergeants Della Torre and Pepe endured a retreat that lasted more than 2 weeks. Their retreat began on March 1 and ended on the 16th when they stumbled into Asmara shoeless indeed, naked from head to toe. 18 The triumph over Albertone's brigade boosted Ethiopian confidence, but it came at a cost. Italian fire had devastating effects on the Ethiopians. The number of bodies writhing in pain or falling silent in the broad plain that had once divided Albertone's forces from Menelik's provided ample evidence of the bitter contest and the body-shattering effects of Italian artillery. We will never know how many Ethiopians died. The bodies were not counted. Albertone's men had suffered, too. Eduardo Ximenes was part of a mission to the battle site a few weeks after the event. He found more than 80 dead where two Rito's men had fought their desperate and solitary fight, 110 where Albertone's men had stood their ground, another 200 on the path of retreat in all, more than 400 dead out of a brigade of 4,000. 19 While the Italian forces were quite literally decimated, the Ethiopians suffered higher casualties. Defense and collapse at the passes. In retreat, Albertone's brigade followed the road that led to the northern pass, pursued hotly by Ethiopian infantry. Aramondi's men watched. Helplessly, they dared not fire on the Ethiopians for fear of hitting the askari, indistinguishable from their Ethiopian pursuers. The close chase meant that hundreds of Ethiopians would arrive within close range of the Italian center without facing hostile fire. 20 The fleeing soldiers were unstoppable in their panic, insensible to commands or threats. In pursuing Albertone's fleeing ranks, the Ethiopians threatened to push beyond the passes and close off the path of retreat. At the same time, the strong column of Ethiopian forces that pushed between Dabermeta and Albertone began to occupy a high hill Zibandaro opposite the Italian forces on Rio. How the importance of this high ground had been overlooked is unclear. It may be that the Italians simply discounted the possibility that it could be scaled until they saw the Ethiopians begin to scale it. Colonel Francesco Steveni ordered the 2nd Bersaglieri Battalion to contest the high ground threatened by the Ethiopians, to no avail. They faced a murderous fire as they clambered up. A mere 40 Bersaglieri reached the summit, and the first was gored by a bullet to the face. 21 he fell backward, coming to rest with his face to the sky. The remaining soldiers returned fiery before being picked off, leaving the Ethiopians in control of the hill. Arimondi's left flank, where the 3rd Native Battalion of Colonel Galliano stood, was also challenged with a fire assault and withering fire. Within 20 minutes, by 10:30, they had lost half of their officers to Ethiopian marksmen. Leaderless and presented with the example of headlong retreat by Albertone's askari, the 3rd Native Battalion collapsed in uncontrolled flight. 22 As the 3rd Native began their retreat, the 8th Mountain Battery somehow managed to set up their guns and begin to fire, covered by a company and a half of Bersaglieri. 23 While this move momentarily shored up the Italian left and center, the Italian right at the northern pass, far more vulnerable, was coming under intense pressure. Relentless fire from Zibandaro in front and enfilading fire from the flanks of Ishasho were having devastating effects. Ethiopian soldiers found good positions behind rocks and bushes on the high ground some 300 feet above the Italian lines. Italian infantrymen returned fire from a kneeling position. Giovanni Tedone, sergeant in the Bersaglieri, couldn't help noting how the Italian officers, who commanded standing beside their soldiers, made ripe targets. Their bright sashes of red or blue screamed officer to Ethiopian marksmen, who obliged by cutting them down. 24 of 610 officers at Adwa, only 258 returned. Italian fire was very effective, but sheer numbers were having their effect. As Ethiopians fell, others took their places with a courage that forced the Italians to remark, echoing Baratieri, that they despised death. Ethiopians fired rounds with smokeless gunpowder from hidden positions. There was a hail of bullets, recalled one soldier. Bullets ricocheted from every direction, whistling, screaming, howling in our ears, such that we couldn't tell from where they came. 25 The Italian position was rapidly becoming untenable. Colonel Steveni, in an admission that did nothing for morale, declared, "Today is a second Dogali." 26 As the Bersaglieri abandoned their position, they attempted an alternating covered retreat, whereby each company took turns covering the retreat of the others, but because they were deprived of many of their officers, coordination became difficult. Order soon broke down, and the retreat became a rout. As Tedone would later describe it, it was no longer a fight, but a slaughterhouse. It was not yet a slaughterhouse at the center, where by 10:45 Baratieri was making his final demands on the reserve brigade commanded by General Elena. With his right collapsing, Baratieri knew that the outcome of the battle depended upon Elena and his reserves. If they couldn't halt the Ethiopian advance toward the pass, we are all lost. 27 But much of Elena's reserve had already been deployed, and a mere 2 regiments remained. They might slow the advance but would never halt it. 28 By 11 o'clock, Ethiopian troops had pursued their envelopment to the point that they occupied positions beyond the Italian phalanx. Ethiopian troops pushed through the southern pass at Kidane Murat, driving east, then sweeping north toward the plains, threatening encirclement just as new Ethiopian contingents were taking up positions on the phalanx of Ishasho, seeking to control the northern pass. It was 11:30. Seeing the danger and seeing his officers fall wounded and dead around him, Baratieri ordered a flag unfurled as a rallying point. He raised his officer's saber, crying, "Viva l'Italia!" The signal for retreat was sounded, though heard by few over the din. Baratieri began making his way down the slope of Rayo, his retreat covered by the 9th Battalion, the 1st and 2nd Bersaglieri, and an artillery battery, which held out until noon. His retreat through the northern pass was covered for a time, and the movement of Italian troops retained some semblance of order for around 2 miles before breaking down under relentless pursuit from the Ethiopians. 29 Many of the Italians had not eaten in hours, nor had anything to drink. Thanks to their nighttime march, they had had little or no sleep. With their officers cut down, many units were leaderless. The retreat rapidly came apart, with clumps of soldiers doing whatever they could to escape the pitiless Ethiopian onslaught. Some headed east, back toward the camp at Soria. Others went directly north to Eritrea. Even Baratieri's flight had all the marks of haste and panic. Pieces of his official correspondence uttered over the plain at Gundapta mute orders abandoned to chance. Round 3, Dabormita's battle. With Albertone's brigade broken and the army at the passes in retreat, the fate of General Dabormita's brigade was yet to be decided. From the moment around 9:15 that morning when Dabormita observed the strong column of Ethiopian soldiers shoot the gap between his position and Albertone's, he was cut off from the rest of the army. His day unfolded almost as an independent combat. General Dabormita was an officer and a nobleman. Anything but the soldier's soldier, Dabormita thought it unnecessary to tell anyone the position General Baratieri had ordered him to occupy. His men might well have questioned him, had he ever given the slightest hint that he would allow it. The mysteries of that morning start with the fact that although Dabormita knew that Albertone's forces were engaged, an errant round landed near Dabormita's men as a timely reminder the movement of Dabormita's brigade was painfully slow. 30 Why Dabormita chose the route he did indeed. Nearly everything about his behavior that morning is information that he carried to his grave. 31 By 9:30, Dabormita's men had taken up their positions in the Mariam Shavatu Valley. 2 artillery batteries stood at the center, protected by an infantry battalion on either side, the 14th and 5th battalions, respectively. A little forward and to the left, the 6th and 10th infantry battalions, under Colonel Ottavio Ragna, defended adjacent high ground. The 13th Infantry Battalion and part of the 3rd were held toward the rear in reserve. 32 Although Baratieri's intent for Dabormita's brigade was clear, link up with Albertone in order to support him and cover his retreat, Dabormita's isolated position offered neither possibility. The valley of Mariam Shavatu is hemmed in on 3 sides. On the left and on the right are ridges that rise high above the valley. Behind them are the steep western extensions of Mount Ishasho. General Dabormita had marched his men into the tactical equivalent of the bottom of a tin can. The tin can tips to the west, facing Makonan's camp and the tens of thousands of Ethiopians eagerly preparing for battle there. The rise in elevation southward from of the valley combined with the significant distance rendered any link up with Albertone's forces to the south difficult. 33. This simple fact was confirmed when Dabormita ordered a militia battalion, commanded by Major De Vito, to reach out to General Albertone and his forces on the left. The native troops under De Vito's command, impressed by their isolation and shaken by the size of the Ethiopian forces in front of them, could only ask, "Are the white troops coming?" 34 The question captured the situation perfectly. The only way Dabormita's position made sense given their isolation and the disproportion of forces was if the rest of the army moved up to fill the gap between Albertone and Dabormita. The Ethiopians attacked De Vito's battalion, seeking to decapitate it by concentrating their fire on the officers. De Vito himself was among the first to fall, and the battalion soon found itself overwhelmed. After Vittorio Dabormita. From L'Illustrazione Italiana, March 22, 1896. This content downloaded from 77.111.247.97 on Sunday, March 29, 2020, 13:53 and 19 seconds UTC. All use subject to https://about.jstor.org/terms. 204 The BAT-TLE. A fiery GHT of no more than 20 minutes, De Vito's battalion was obliged to fall back hastily toward the core of Dabormita's forces. They left behind 12 officers wounded or dead. 35 The speed and force with which the Ethiopians pushed back De Vito's battalion ought to have told Dabormita that he would be of no use to Albertone in his current position. Emilio Bellavita, who fought under Dabormita's command at the Battle of Adwa and lived to tell the tale, pointed out that the lack of contact with Albertone's forces, even visual, ought to have clued in Dabormita about his mistake. A more agile mind, as he put it, might have recognized the error and corrected it. But Dabormita, Bellavita implied, was too stubborn to admit his error. 36 But was it a mistake? It would be easy to dismiss Dabormita's behavior as incompetence, but it is not the only explanation, nor even the most plausible. Sometimes the best explanation is the simplest, that Dabormita was exactly where he wanted to be. That is, an impatient and frustrated Dabormita, like Albertone, and perhaps in collusion with him, sought a decisive encounter with the Ethiopian army. He interpreted Baratiri's orders loosely by pushing on into the valley of Mariam Shavatu. The brigade-sized gap left between Dabormita and Albertone would serve as an invitation to Baratiri to fill it by sending Aramondi's brigade forward. Indeed, Albertone's bulletin of 7:30 that morning, "Move up the Aramondi brigade in reinforcement." It would be quite opportune to move up the Dabormita brigade, which would draw to itself a part of the enemy's forces, had urged just such a course of action. Such a scenario would suggest collusion between Albertone and Dabormita to hijack control of the battle from Baratiri. Alternatively, and less convincingly, it was surmised that Dabormita intended a diversion. Giuseppe Minorini, a captain who, like Bellavita, fought beside Dabormita at Adwa, suggested that Dabormita foresaw that a bold Garibaldi-style attack at Mariam Shavatu would draw Ethiopian forces away from the attack on Albertone's position. 37 Thanks to Dabormita's selfless diversion, the Ethiopians would have to divide their forces between the Albertone and Dabormita brigades, thus diluting their impact. As it turned out, there were plenty of Ethiopian soldiers to go around. This rendered moot any notion of a selfless diversion. At the same time that Makanan and Mangasha directed their strong column toward Albertone's right and beyond, they prepared to attack Dabormita's center. 38 Ethiopian infantry, covered by Oromo cavalry, charged Dabormita's artillery. This simple move pinned Dabormita in place like an entomology specimen, giving him no opportunity to reconsider his folly. With Dabormita immobilized, the Ethiopian army moved to defeat First Albertone and then Aramondi. Later they would turn their full force against Dabormita. For the remainder of the morning, Dabormita's forces would acquit themselves reasonably well, in part because Ethiopian attention was focused elsewhere. While Ethiopian forces consolidated their positions in front of Dabormita and the high ground to his left and right, and Ethiopians and Italians continued to exchange rifle and artillery fire, Dabormita could reassure himself that he was in control of the sector of the battle. At 12:30 p.m. he wrote a bulletin to General Baratiri informing him that his forces had turned back to frontal attacks. Dabormita had no way of knowing it, but by that time Baratiri was on his way back to Eritrea. Dabormita and his men were orphans. Toward 1 o'clock that afternoon, there was a noticeable lull in the fighting. Some of Dabormita's soldiers allowed themselves to believe that the battle was over. They ran about, firing their rifles and shouting, "Victory! Long live the king! Viva l'Italia!" But as their cries echoed across Mariam Shavatu, they were reminded that they were still isolated and without reinforcements. They wondered about the rest of the army, from which they had had not a word. Then, famished and thirsty, they drank from their canteens and cracked open meat tins. 39 A few hundred yards away, the Ethiopians prepared their final attack of the day. They passed out ammunition and gathered all available forces. Ethiopian soldiers scurried forward, seeking cover behind bushes, deep ruts, and breaks. Then the fighting resumed. Italian soldiers, shooting from kneeling or prone positions, complained that they couldn't even see their adversaries. The skin of the Ethiopians blended with the dry brown earth. When the Ethiopians opened fire, smokeless gunpowder made it hard to determine who was firing or from where. And the fact that the Ethiopians fired at will, rather than in volleys, meant that there were no auditory clues as to their whereabouts. 40. The popping of rifles like the bullets themselves seemed to be coming from everywhere. Ethiopian riflemen concentrated their aim on Italian officers, who commanded while standing, off-airing fine targets of themselves with their uniforms, plumed helmets, and colored sashes. Italians would later claim that the Ethiopians were poor shots, but it hardly mattered. Even when they missed, stray bullets hit the soldiers standing near them. 41. And so the fighting of the early afternoon went. The Ethiopians were in no hurry. Having dispatched the main Italian force, the outcome of the day was ensured. The Ethiopians would seek to position themselves close to the Italian lines, using their advanced positions to pick off officers and other targets, while the Italians, whose fire was effective at greater range, sought to prevent the Ethiopians who crawled or scampered forward from getting close. As a practical matter, this meant that the Italians were obliged to undertake bayonet charges from time to time in order to clear the ground in front of them. The 6th and 10th Battalions carried out successive bayonet attacks against forces threatening Dabormada's left flank. At the center, Colonel Aragi led successive attacks, urging his men forward aggressively to clear the field of sharpshooters. 42. For well-rested men, charging over such uneven ground would have been exhausting. For men who had been marched all night, it pushed them to their limits. By mid-afternoon, the fight had shifted decisively in Ethiopia's favor. Meanwhile, it was dawning on Dabormada that something was terribly wrong. He murmured to himself, "This is serious, serious, and not a bulletin, not an order, no reinforcements, nothing." 43. For the rest time, Captain Minarini noted, Dabormada seemed nervous. The sound of rifle fire to the left and slightly to the rear drew Dabormada's attention. Askari pointed toward the high pass Dabormada's brigade had used to enter the valley that morning. Oromo cavalry, having completed their pursuit of Aramondi's central column, were returning to the fight. Behind them one could see clutches of infantrymen, dozens, then hundreds descending on a path that would soon bring them into the battle. 44. Dabormada turned to Colonel Aragi. "I want to attempt another charge. Who knows? Maybe reinforcements will arrive in the meantime." Aragi couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was sometime around 3:30, more than 6 hours since the last contact with Baratieri, and Dabormada was holding out hope that reinforcements were on the way. Aragi's look of disbelief prompted Dabormada to add, "And if reinforcements don't arrive, the assault will permit us to begin a retreat." 45. Aragi passed the order on to his remaining officers. He knew that what his men were being asked to do was nearly beyond them. Horns sounded the assault. Aragi raised his helmet and cried, "Savoy! Long live Italy!" To their own surprise and the surprise of the Ethiopians facing them, the men found the strength for a final charge. Given that the outcome of the combat was in no way at stake, the Ethiopians gave way, then opened fire at close range. 46. Italian casualties were horrific. The long retreat began with cries from the wounded, begging not to be left behind. 47. Ras Alula, Ras Mangasha, Ras Michael, and the Oromo cavalry were now threatening from the high ground on either side of Dabormada's brigade. The charge had put Dabormada's forces deeper into an Ethiopian pocket. It only increased the exposure of the Italian phalanx, which now collapsed. Dabormada himself was soon surrounded in a whirl of hand-to-hand fighting. Basha Gabber was in a group of soldiers who closed in on the old man. He watched as Dabarmita used his Officier's revolver to shoot 3 of Basha Gabber's comrades. Dabarmita then turned to fire at Gabber, but he took cover behind a tree. When Dabarmita swiveled to face other attackers, Gabber stepped from behind the tree and delivered the fatal shot. The bullet entered Dabarmita's chest from the side, below the right shoulder, and tore his Officier's sash as it exited the left. 48 Dabarmita, who had expressed the desire to die rather than return to Italy after such a humiliating campaign, had gotten his wish. 49 Dabarmita's body was stripped. His white-handled Officier's saber was one of the great trophies of the battle. Gabber would later present it as a gift to Menelik. 50. Part 3. Aftermaths. Early in March 1896, a group of peasants from the village of Chacombe made a journey to the monastery at Debre Damo. They returned with a strange and rich harvest, a ladle, a pair of gloves, a tiny portrait frame, matches, a bouquet of dry carnations, a frying pan, a can of shoe polish, several cans of tomatoes, a man's garter, and a book of recipes entitled The King of Cooks. Back in their village, they spread their unexpected bounty in front of a group of Italian prisoners. The apparently random and innocuous objects, in fact the debris field of an army that had come apart in Flight, brought on an unbearable sadness among the prisoners. One melancholy was not the only emotional state induced by the bric-a-brac of a shattered army. As Baratieri's army came apart on the 1st of March, it brought elation to Menelik's soldiers, but it also whetted the appetite for gain. Menelik's Ethiopia, secured by victory at Adwa, did not have a conscription law, and Ethiopian soldiers were not drafted. But neither were Ethiopian soldiers professionals. They were not paid. The army that Menelik led against Italy had been created through his proclamation, which called upon men to take up arms and assemble at designated places. In practical terms, it was the equivalent of what the French call the levée en masse, a taking up of arms by motivated citizen soldiers. Chapter 14. Despair, Panic, Pursuit. Soldiers do not fight for nothing. In Menelik's Ethiopia, while soldiers were under arms, they expected to be provided for by those who commanded them and ultimately by the head of state himself. And their relationship to war was entrepreneurial. As victors in battle, they expected to find their reward among the defeated. As the Battle of Adwa turned from combat to rout, the soldiers' energies didn't dissolve into a celebration of victory. Instead, the soldiers redoubled their energy, seeing in the fleeing Italian soldiers a modest compensation for weeks of deprivation. The effect on the Italian soldiers was all the greater given that they knew what was about to befall them. Wounded or dead, they would be stripped and trophies would be taken. This knowledge had a devastating and demoralizing effect when the battle began to turn against the Italians. Breakdown and retreat. The breakdown of order occurred almost immediately with the collapse of Albertone's brigade, which had a cascading effect on the troops behind them at the passes. Albertone himself was captured, along with a number of his officers and soldiers, but many of his men were able to begin their retreat in semi-orderly fashion. Albertone's final commands called for some units to remain and cover the retreat, allowing other units to disengage. The problem for Albertone's men was that their pursuers were by no means limited to the forces in front of them. When the strong column of Ethiopian troops pushed into the gap separating Albertone from Dabarmita, they were on the same path to the pass as Albertone's retreating soldiers. Pursuers and pursued became enmeshed, and given that most of the retreating soldiers were Askari, that is, African, confusion reigned. Raymond and his men were still settling into their positions when Albertone's forces began their retreat. But even if the phalanx of Rayo had offered a more generous platform for deployment, they still would have been unprepared for what they now witnessed. A steady flow of men, some panicked, others with steely resolve, moved toward them. The scarlet flash of an Askari fez, or a glimpse of a white European officer confirmed that they were witnessing a retreat and not an attack. but as the racing sea of men made their way toward Aramondi's positions, it became clear that the situation was more complicated. Ethiopian soldiers used sword and lance to claim victims among the fleeing soldiers. Others immersed themselves in the FLO of running men in order to advance unimpeded to the pass and take aim at the officers at close range. 2. The collapse occurred almost instantly. Giuseppe Baudouin's Bersaglieri battalion found that the time required to reload was sufficient for the Ethiopians to close with them. They were surrounded and disarmed. 3. Luigi Gage witnessed an attempt by General Baratieri to rally the troops, including a handful of wounded Bersaglieri and Alpini. Baratieri deployed his FLAG as a rallying point and repeatedly cried out, "Savoy, the seat of the Italian ruling dynasty." Baratieri wanted to guide the retreat back toward the camp at Soria and the fort at Adigrat, a path that would lead to strength. But the soldiers would have none of it. They ignored the pleas of their officers and, once clear of the passes, headed due north, back to Eritrea and safety. For a short while later, Baratieri was seen spurring his mule northward, until he reached the head of the retreating Italian column. 5. At some point Baratieri lost his eyewear, which meant that, as a final humiliation, he had to take voice commands from Lieutenant Giuseppe Marizzi, who became his eyes, telling him to duck or to steer his mount around hazards left and right. 6. Fear began to weigh in the decisions of Italian soldiers. The appearance of Oromo cavalrymen, known at the time as Galla, had a notably dispiriting effect. The Oromo were mounted infantrymen. They rode into position, dismounted, and fired. Oromo cavalry had achieved quasi-mythical status in the weeks leading up to the war thanks in part to a tendency on the part of the Europe and press to sensationalize stories out of Ethiopia. 7 Stories on Oromo cavalry and illustrations with captions reading "Mow them down," fed the imaginations not only of civilians but also of soldiers shipping out. There were skeptics. Giovanni Tedone criticized such depictions of the Oromo as dangerous exaggeration. The Oromo, he explained, were simply a motley collection of predators, naked, poorly armed, poorly mounted. 8 But since the Italians had no cavalry and, in retreat, were sometimes without weapons, the Oromo held a distinct advantage. Their lion's mane headdresses, which amplified their reputation for ferocity in combat, made them fearsome. The Oromo functioned with such grim efficiency that they hastened the demoralization of the crumbling Italian army. Baratieri would later claim that fear of the Oromo and the belief that the Oromo castrated only soldiers caught with weapons prompted dozens of retreating soldiers to cast down their weapons compassi like madmen. 9 One Italian soldier survived the combat but lost his mind. He had managed to retreat as far as Soria, where he was seen wandering around the camp with a strange smile on his lips and murmuring, "Galla cavalry! Galla cavalry! Horror! Horror!" 10. Giovanni Tedone, a sergeant in the Bersaglieri fighting under General Aramondi's command, gave a vivid account of the role of the Oromo in the breakdown of Italian forces. Colonels Ugo Brusati and Francesco Steveni were part of a group of officers who tried to organize an orderly retreat. Just as his men rallied to slow the assault from in front, Tedone glanced to his left to see a large group of Ethiopian soldiers approach their position. It was as if the high Black Sea had flowed into the immense valley. He and his men were nearly surrounded. Eugenio Dalciati, like Tedone a member of a Bersaglieri unit assigned to Aramondi, watched officer after officer fall. Lieutenant Agostino Chigi, Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo Compiano, Lieutenant Giglio, and finally General Aramondi himself. 11 Despair set in. For the Italians, the retreat was now deadlier than the battle, especially as they lost the discipline needed to halt the Ethiopian pursuit. Some chose individual strategies. Tedone watched Lieutenant Pastor put a revolver to his head and pull the trigger. 12 Francesco Frisino witnessed a man wounded, disarmed, and unable to continue the retreat toss himself from a high rock, a final cigarette still in his mouth. 13 As Tedone and his men moved away from the passes, they found themselves surrounded by Oromo cavalry. Tidone's men were badly outnumbered in the ensuing fiery fight. They held the Oromo at bay as their ammunition and numbers dwindled. Tidone watched as his immediate superior, Lieutenant Garibaldi Penazzi, chose death. Sensing the end of combat, Penazzi turned his pistol on himself, firing a round into his chest. The wound wasn't fatal, so Penazzi sat up and fired again, crumpling at Tidone's feet. Following Penazzi's lead, Second Lieutenant Mazzoleni raised his revolver to his right temple and pulled the trigger, spraying Tidone with blood and gray matter. As the Oromo closed in on Tidone, he fell, wounded by saber and lance blows. 14 His battle was over. The fate of the Dabormida Brigade. The fate of Dabormida's brigade followed the pattern of the others, though delayed by several hours. Dabormida's forces held out until sometime after 3 in the afternoon, when a bugle call sounded the retreat. Captain Martino's 4 artillery pieces covered the retreat, while units of the 10th Infantry Battalion protected their flanks. 15 Martino and most of his men would die among their guns. As the Ethiopian forces were closing in from the Italian left as well as front, there was never any question of evacuating toward the passes. Dabormida and his men hadn't the slightest idea of the fate of Baratieri, Aramondi, and the others, but given that they had had no contact for more than 6 hours, they might have guessed. They at least knew that they could expect no help. Dabormida's forces withdrew toward the northeast, essentially the direction of Eritrea, but this route funneled them onto a narrow trail toward high ground. Men jostled one another and competed with panicked artillery mules for space along the path, all the while dodging fiery. Men and animals clambered over one another, frantic to break free of the pursuing Ethiopians. Even vegetation conspired against them, as clothing snagged on thorny brush and acacia. 16 The admirable discipline that had characterized Dabormida's forces throughout the day broke down. Dabormida's men abandoned their wounded as Ethiopian soldiers fell upon them, finishing them off with lances and sabers. Men who still possessed some strength after the march and the day's fighting pushed past the exhausted and the fallen. Colonel Aragi called upon men to save the artillery pieces, to keep them from falling into enemy hands. His voice was lost in the surrounding cries and yells. Captain Palumbo, a portly man, gave in to exhaustion. He simply sat down, pointed his revolver at the pursuing Ethiopians, and waited to die. Lieutenant Campara took his own life, and Colonel Aragi, now wounded, dragged himself in the general direction of retreat. 17 It was not a single retreat, but as many retreats as there were men, each man seeing to his own survival. Alberto Wacht remembered some acts of heroism, though he recognized that they were few, for the circumstances favored self-preservation above all. Where the path of retreat narrowed to single or double file, the body of soldiers formed a serpent-like shape. Those making up the tail end of the retreat fell victim, they were like bones tossed to the pursuers, unwitting heroes slowing the Ethiopian pursuit. If some escaped that day, it was because others fell in unwilling sacrifice. Officers pulled revolvers on men deaf to command and discipline, but to no avail. 18 No more orders, no more officers, was how one survivor put it. 19. The path of retreat crossed a waterway that had carved a narrow but deep break in the earth. A few could jump in a single leap, most descended to cross and clamber up the other side. Still others, parched with thirst, stopped at the bottom and risked death to drink as bullets whizzed past. Both pursuers and pursued fell in the fight and the confusion. Alberto Wacht recalled seeing both black and white soldiers face down in the mud, fraternizing in death. 20 Eventually the Ethiopians broke off their pursuit, choosing to focus instead on the rich spoils behind them. A light rain began to fall around 6:30, teasing the retreating Italians as it vanished in the dry earth. As the rain continued, some soldiers stopped to raise rocks to their lips, drinking the drops that puddled in depressions on the stones. 21 others stripped off their rain-soaked clothing, then raised it over their heads to wring drops of water into their parched mouths. 22. Panic at Soria. Some of the survivors made their way back to the base camp at Soria. There they hoped to find food, water, and protection. Instead, they found a devastated camp. What transpired at Soria during the day of the battle can be pieced together from fragmentary accounts. Support personnel at Soria rose at dawn on March 1. Their main task for the day was to deliver supplies. By now, they imagined, the columns had reached their rendezvous points and were consolidating their position at the passes. They would be ready for new provisions. It took an hour and a half to prepare the convoy. Around 8 that morning, a large caravan bearing food and ammunition set out across the Gundapta plain toward Zala. At the western edge, the terrain rises and narrows to the Zala Pass, then widens again as it continues westward. Members of the supply caravan expected to be en route most of the day, catching up with Baratiri's forces in the late afternoon. Then, at 10 in the morning, a rider was seen crossing the plain at top speed via a southerly route parallel to the supply caravan. As he came into camp, the rider, an officer, halted long enough to deliver the news that a battle was underway. Then he spurred his horse again and continued on his way. A bit later, as if to provide proof, an askari walked into camp, his leggings soaked in blood. The timing of his arrival suggested either an early departure from battle or an astonishingly rapid retreat, likely both. He bore indisputable evidence of a GHT blood oozed from a wound to the thigh. He smiled as he off-aired the thought that he had done his part and was going home. Then he left. 23 in Flash, the FIRST Ethiopian pursuers appeared, coming from the south. They were mounted infantry, Oromo horsemen. Repulsed with rifle fire, they remained at bay until early afternoon. 24 Pietro Felter, an old hand in Ethiopian affairs, knew trouble when he saw it. He had his assistant saddle up his mule so that he would be ready to move out at a moment's notice. Then he took his place in the shade of some tall shrubs, sitting and looking intently across the valley to the west. Just before 11 o'clock, he noticed movement out of the Zala Pass toward the camp. As Felter watched, the movement grew into a swirling human river of askari, white infantrymen, officers, women, and children. They were the remnants of the Albertone Brigade. Some were mounted, but most were on foot. As the horde grew, the pass became choked. The serpent, as Felter called it, nearly came to a halt as bodies pressed against each other in panic. Once through the pass, the refugees fanned out, rapidly closing with the supply caravan, which was just then approaching the pass. The two collided, then the caravan melted into the crowd, joining it in a swirl of animals and men. The eastward momentum of panicked Flight overwhelmed the caravan, and the two combined in a desperate exodus back toward camp. 25 Once in camp, arguments broke out over what to do next. There seems to have been little discussion of whether to orgain as a defense of the camp. The only real question was the route of retreat. Arnaldo Nicoletti Altimari, one of the ranking officers at Soria, assumed the retreat would follow the supply line back toward Barakat by way of Debre Damo. Alessandro Sapoli, who had fought as part of the Albertone Brigade, disagreed. Supply caravans on that road had been taking high casualties in the days before the battle. Why should anyone assume the route had become any safer? They parted ways, with only a handful following Sapoli. 26 A much larger group followed Nicoletti Altimari, many to their death. The group suffered casualties along their way and got caught up in a GHT at Debre Damo. Of the 80 who followed Nicoletti Altimari, only 8 made it to the relative safety of Maimarate. 27 Nicoletti Altimari was badly wounded and captured. Bad as their experiences were, both groups escaped the slaughter that befell the camp itself. The main Ethiopian pursuit reached Soria by early afternoon. By the time they left, dozens of bodies were scattered about. The camp was thoroughly ransacked. 28 Even as Menelik's forces called off their pursuit, a new set of threats emerged. In the days before the battle, the population of Agame had turned increasingly assertive in its opposition to the Italian occupation, engaging in acts of sabotage and guerrilla warfare. In the aftermath of the European defeat, the population rose in open rebellion, seeking to drive the retreating Italians northward while stripping them of anything of value. 29 On the night of the defeat, the retreating soldiers, traveling alone and in groups, could see residential on the hilltops. American Samoa peasants communicated the news of Ethiopian victory in a gesture that spread and accelerated the revolt. 30 In the early morning hours of March 2, as stragglers raced northward in pursuit of safety, they were picked off, adding to the confusion and fear. Sudden attacks out of the darkness continued the horrors of battle. 31 The better organized groups of soldiers preserved enough discipline to set up sentries to allow halts for rest or water. In at least one instance, rescue came from loved ones. Alessandro Sepoli had fought with the Albertone Brigade. He was joined in retreat by Djiak Fanta, leader of native Eritrean forces engaged at Adwa. The two men were exhausted not only from the day's fighting but also by the sleepless nights that preceded and followed it. On March 2, Sepoli and Fanta finally felt safe enough to pause to rest. Sepoli dozed while Fanta stood watch, chewing cloves of garlic to stay alert. As Fanta scanned the horizon, he noticed a woman approach on horseback, accompanied by 3 servants. He roused Sepoli, who soon recognized the woman as Amlasu, his madama. She had heard the news of the battle. How bad news, flies, mused Sepoli and raced to his rescue, heedless of the danger. Amlasu intended to bury me if I had died, to comfort me if I had been taken prisoner. She had packed food, medicine, and bandayes. She also carried 200 thalers, a small fortune, enough for bribes or ransom, concealed in her saddle. After a reunion we can only imagine, Amlasu guided Sepoli home. Her courageous exploit gave proof of a devotion that conquered all hazards, all risks. Even after the pursuit ended, a persistent fear remained that Menelik might follow up his victory with a campaign to drive the Italians from Asmara, perhaps from Africa altogether. A shudder of panic rolled across Eritrea, stirring up phantoms from Dogali to Amba Alaj. Were Menelik's thousands on the way? Would Alula reclaim his Asmara home? Would Oromo cavalry appear in a cloud of dust on the horizon? Would the population turn against Italy? Fear caromed from Saganiatai and Coati to Asmara, then rolled down the Jinda Pass toward the coast. Misawa itself was choking on refugees, as civilians who once had bought into Italy's vision of African paradise were no longer taking chances. Dreams of riches faded, they would settle for their lives. 32 Eritrea, the product of years, threatened to roll up in the space of days. One soldier, grateful to have reached the safety of Misawa, sat down to capture the ordeal in a letter to his mother. It was a litany of woe, but in the end he found splendor in a dignified survival. Captain Passamonte was healthy, Lieutenant Longanyani had a head wound. Of 103 soldiers in our original unit, 63 remained. Plus, we had taken on 25 EE wounded from other units and 5 EE mules. Almost all of the soldiers are without shoes, although some have wrapped their feet in handkerchiefs or scraps of shirt fabric. Pants and jackets are shredded, torn to pieces. But all of the healthy soldiers still have their weapons and ammunition. Isn't it beautiful, Mama? 33. As night fell over Adwa, some of the fleeing Italians experienced it as deliverance, because it brought an end to the Ethiopian pursuit. For others, it brought only a shift to the color-drained palette of night, illuminating a new set of horrors. Here and there on the battlefield, Ethiopian soldiers set fire to the rain-damp grass. Amid steam, smoke, and sparks, flames climbed from the fields, bringing light back to the scene. Ghostly figures rose, too, emerging from the grass, rising with the smoke, stumbling among the flames, dragging shattered limbs, forming eerie profilae, and casting long shadows. It was as if the earth were giving up the dead, neither damned nor saved. These were soldiers wounded or feigning death who now arose to escape the flames, only to be seized in a final harvest of prisoners. 1. At Adwa, bodies were stripped where they fell. Stripping the bodies of dead soldiers is an ageless if not time-honored practice. Armies on the move have to carry their wealth. It isn't unusual to find cash, coin, and other valuables on the dead. 2 pieces of clothing can be used, traded, or sold. So can weapons. For some armies, especially volunteers such as the Ethiopians, such yield is the only source of income. It is how a soldier gets paid. Chapter 1:5. The Harvest. The bodies of the dead also yielded tokens of valor. Alberto Wacht was captain of the 3rd Africa Infantry Battalion in General Dabormada's brigade. By nightfall, he recalled, the bright moon of Adwa illuminated bodies fallen in retreat. All around us, he recounted, mutilated bodies glowed with a horrifying whiteness under the silver moonlight. 3. The mutilations in question were not the random disfigurements that occur to bodies in combat. These were deliberate acts, the emasculation of the dead and the dying. Giovanni Tedone, a sergeant, witnessed the agony of a fellow soldier. Tedone didn't recognize him, but he knew the dying man had to be a member of the Bersaglieri, not by his uniform. The man had been stripped and lay naked in the moonlight, but by the simple fact that the man called Tedone by name, begging for water. As Tedone approached, he saw that the man had been wounded with saber blows to the chest, legs, arm, and head. In a gesture of modesty, the man covered his genitals with his hand to conceal the wound created by his emasculation, which, Tedone hastened to explain, had taken the scrotum but not the penis. It left a yellowish patch, as Tedone described it, presumably referring to fatty tissue not obscured by blood. 4. And although some witnesses blamed the practice for the death, by loss of blood, of still living soldiers, Tedone rebutted such claims. He noted that castration, properly performed, rarely led to great losses of blood. With a matter-of-factness that suggested a background in animal husbandry, Tedone described the procedure, 2 lateral cuts, and then a cut from the bottom up, and that's it. Tedone witnessed the scene as he was being marched, a prisoner of Menelik, back to the Ethiopian camp. He, too, had been wounded and had lost consciousness. He awoke with his arms tied behind his back. He had been stripped completely naked, except for the stylish black feathered helmet characteristic of the Bersaglieri. It was a dispensation Tedone regarded as mockery, a cock plucked but for the head. Nearby, 2 Ethiopian soldiers were fighting over his belongings, including his bloody jacket. He observed Tibaldi and Sportiglian, 2 fellow soldiers, lying on the ground naked, bleeding, and weakened by wounds. They looked at Tedone and saw their fate mirrored in his. Now they'll do that to us, too. 5. Luigi Gage, who had been deployed to Ethiopia only a few months prior to Adwa, surrendered and was captured by Oromo cavalry. As he was being walked back to the Ethiopian camp, he heard a voice call out from a pile of black and white cadavers. "Aqua," the voice cried. As Gage moved closer, he spied one of ours who was mortally wounded and, horrible to say it, emasculated. 6. A vexed history. The castration of the fallen, both dead and wounded, was a notorious problem in Ethiopian encounters with Europe. It stood in tandem with the slave trade as the pair of issues invoked as examples of Abyssinian barbarism and exploited as such to justify European pretensions to a civilizing mission. Abolishing the slave trade and eliminating the practice of castrating vanquished foes remained high on the lists of issues raised by Europeans in their dealings with Ethiopia. In 1855, with the rise to power of 2 Dros, Walter Plowden, British consul, wrote triumphantly to London that the new king of Ethiopia could be counted on to address both issues. "I have the honor to inform you," Plowden wrote in 1855, "that Djajmach Kasai has defeated and taken prisoner Djajmach Abiy, and having thus vanquished his last and most formidable competitor, has been crowned with much pomp by the Abuna Salama and all the clergy as king of Ethiopia." Plowden went on to say, in the charming language of Victorian England, that Tudros had signalized his career already by two great acts: the abolition of the slave trade and of the barbarous mutilation of fallen enemies. 7. Both claims turned out to be wildly optimistic. Put differently, they signalized the good intentions of Tudros but also the limitations of his authority. Issuing edicts was one thing. Carrying them out would prove far more difficult, as both the slave trade and emasculation would continue to vex Ethiopia through the reigns of Tudros, Jonas, and Menelik. What did emasculation mean? 8. The answer is by no means simple, nor was the practice limited to situations of combat. Ethiopian criminal justice rarely called for incarceration or confinement. In most cases, punishment involved literal or symbolic restitution. The family of a murdered man, for example, could ask for the death of his murderer. But in cases where confinement was called for, prisoners were confined to the high mesas, called ambas, where nature has provided, by means of abrupt, unscalable walls, a near-perfect arena for confinement reachable only by treacherous goat paths or a rope dropped from the top of the amba. There, as Augustus Wilde explains, prisoners are guarded by eunuchs. Emasculation was a condition of employment, the position meant job security for life. 9. In the military context, however, a different logic takes over. Manly reputations are made in combat. One way that Ethiopian men showed their prowess as fighters and killers was by braiding their hair. Augustus Wilde, a British journalist generally sympathetic to the Ethiopians, described meeting Asalafi Haile during his visit to Ethiopia in the aftermath of Adwa. Wilde concedes that he had already taken a strong dislike to the Ethiopian. He goes on to explain that Haile's hair was plaited in strands, which were tied together at the back of his head, like that of all Abyssinians who have killed their man. 10. Emasculation thus had its place among other signs of triumph. At the most basic level, the scrotum of the vanquished is a trophy and a mark of valor. 11. The man who braids his hair makes a claim not visibly substantiated, a body part validates the claim. In that sense, the excision of the scrotum is little different from the taking of an ear, a scalp, or a digit. It testifies vividly to the total domination of the body that yields its remnant. How else could such a relic be taken? What sets a scrotum apart, however, is that unlike an ear or digit, it can only have come from a man. 12. Accordingly, to take the scrotum is much more personal, more than just a trophy. It is metonymia stand-in for the entire subjugated body of the vanquished. It can also be taken as a commentary on the lack of valor on the part of the losers. Defeat is a consequence of failure in the soldierly arts, even the absence of valor. Emasculation is commensurate with the lack of manly virtue in combat. 13. Emasculation also lays claim to the future. The scrotum and testes perform no functions vital to coitus, even to ejaculation. The main result of castration is to render an adult man sterile. A mutilated foe will survive but not reproduce, making castration a gesture that exacts a price not only on a man but also on a people. The practice was not alien to European culture. This was the punishment meted out to those involved in the gunpowder plot of 1605 in England, which aimed to blow up Parliament and the king. The castration of the traitor vividly manifested his unworthiness to reproduce, a point rendered moot, however, by his subsequent execution. 14. During the religious wars in France, the body of Gaspard de Coligny, the Protestant admiral, was similarly mutilated, though after death during the massacres of Saint Bartholomew's Day in 1572 in Paris. 15. Castration could be about intimidation, but also punishment. In medieval Paris, Heloise's lover, Abelard, was set upon by Heloise's guardian, eager to punish the seducer of his niece. A group of men broke into Abelard's home in the night, restrained him, and castrated him. Abelard saw his castration as a punishment from God. God had struck me in the parts of the body with which I had sinned, he wrote. But his attackers were punished in a symmetrical fashion. The judgment against them specified that they, too, would be castrated as punishment for their crime. 16. Castration was not uncommon in Jim Crow America. The message went beyond trophies and spoke directly to issues of sexuality and race. The ritual of lynching almost always involved castration and other mutilation, sometimes of a victim not yet dead. William Faulkner's vivid portrait of the Jim Crow South, Light in August, includes a castration scene as one of its core events. The remarks of Faulkner's perpetrator, "Now you'll let white women alone, even in hell," suggest the conviction that castration touched the victim eternally. 17. Lynchings and dismemberments did not require a racial component and, whether racialized or not, functioned as a way to embody, or pretend to embody, local social norms. Italians were lynched in New Orleans, although perhaps Italians, like the Irish of the period, were not seen as entirely white. 18. Sexual dismemberments were not unheard of in France, especially during periods of intense social strife. In village France, arguments could end in lynchings, mutilations, and caste rations. 19. Georges Clemenceau described a scene on March 18, 1871, during the outbreak of the revolt known as the Paris Commune, where he saw children waving indescribable trophies taken from officers and soldiers. 20. A potent symbol. Castration not only signaled the judgment of men, it could also signify eternal damnation. The Bible addresses the issue quite explicitly. No man whose testicles have been crushed or whose organ has been severed, states Deuteronomy 23:1, shall become a member of the assembly of the Lord. Although we will never know for certain whether Ethiopian caste rations functioned in such a condemnatory way, that is, seeking to deny the victim Christian fellowship and entry to paradise, the relevant passage would have been known in Christian Ethiopia. Some Ethiopians apparently justify caste rations through reference to a different passage in the Bible, saying that David had won the respect of King Saul with such acts against the Philistines. The passage usually referenced in this regard, 1 Samuel 18:27, describes David as slaying 200 Philistines and taking their foreskins in a gesture of appeasement, although this is sometimes interpreted as a gentle euphemism for taking the scrotum. It is worth pointing out that while all of Menelik's soldiers were sons of Abraham, not all were Christian. According to some accounts, the Oromo cavalry were particularly prominent among the perpetrators and the Oromo were often Muslim. Giuseppe Tadone, traumatized by his experience of the retreat and quite possibly a victim of such practices, goes so far as to refer to Ras Michael, head of the Oromo, as the head of the emasculators. 21. It is certainly the case that the Oromo, uniquely able in their capacity as mounted soldiers to pursue the fleeing Italians, were well placed to carry out such acts. Alberto Wacht praised the fighting ardor of the Oromo, referring to them as bold, beautiful warriors and stupendous horsemen who love war for war's sake. 22. In fact, it was the warlike reputation of the Oromo that made them particularly effective. Their mere appearance could undermine the confidence of the Italians, hastening their collapse into disorderly retreat. Castration even had military advantages because fear of emasculation was itself a powerful weapon. 23. Baratieri claimed that the belief that the Ethiopians castrated only soldiers taken with arms prompted soldiers to abandon their weapons in retreat. The fact that some Oromo rode horses whose necks were decorated with daisy-chained scrotums only made them more fearsome. These trophies were the proof of past soldierly success. 24. They also served as a vivid, terrifying reminder of the fate of the defeated. The Oromo were far from alone as perpetrators, however. Jean-Gaston Vanderheim, an acute observer who traveled with Menelik and his army in 1894 and 1895, described the practice of castration as quite common among Menelik's soldiers in their campaign against the Weleta. The practice was deeply rooted both among Abyssinians and among the Oromo, populations he treated as distinct. In spite of all the laws and edicts, he wrote, Menelik can do nothing to abolish this ignoble practice. And he described castration as an act committed not only upon the bodies of the dead, that is, the taking of trophies, but also upon the wounded, as a lien against the future. Menelik's soldiers were quite clear in explaining their intent. The Abyssinians explain themselves, he wrote, by saying that this is how they bring a halt to the enemy's capacity to reproduce. 25 All of this is confirmed by earlier sources. Edmund Combes and Maurice Tammy-Cyr were barely 21 when they visited Ethiopia in the 1830s. There were members of a visionary political sect known as the Saint Simonians who believed, among other things, that the East would yield a female messiah. Put on trial in 1832 and convicted of publishing works offensive to public morality, some of the Saint Simonians concluded that the moment had arrived to set out to explore the East. 26 Everywhere they went in Ethiopia, they saw evidence of the practice: scrotums on lances, scrotums on shields, scrotums around the necks of horses. 27 At least one of their contacts claimed that the necklace of testicles around the neck of his horse gave it strength and vigor. 28 Aside from the talismanic, restorative, or therapeutic qualities attributed to the detached scrotum, above all it symbolized the defeat of the enemy. Combes and Tammy-Cyr reproduced the lyrics of a song they heard among the enemies of the Oromo Ettor. One line referred to the wives of castrated Oromo soldiers as widows whose husbands are still alive, that is, as wives effectively widowed by the sterility of their spouses. 29 This throws new light on what happened in the aftermath of Adwa, among the living and the dead. Most caste rations likely occurred among the dead. Eduardo Ximenes, who was part of the mission to bury the Italian dead in the aftermath of the battle, observed that of 40 bodies buried one day, about 20 had been emasculated. 30 However, a significant number of the wounded returning from Adwa were castrated. One historian puts the figure at 30 out of 461 Italian wounded, about 7%. 31 Ultimately, the caste rations at Adwa cannot be reduced to a single explanation. In some cases, it was a symbolic attack on the enemy's capacity to reproduce. In others, castration seemed to be motivated by little more than the wish for trophies, a desire to collect and display these intimate objects as a sign of manly valor and incontrovertible evidence of mastery over a vanquished foe. 32 It was this aspect of the practice that Menelik addressed on the eve of his campaign to liberate Ethiopia. "Bring me the man, not the testicles," Menelik warned. A prisoner was worth more, testicles could come from any man. His admonishment was largely ignored. The practice proved to be too deeply embedded in the warrior culture of Ethiopia. 33 One might say that the physical emasculations inflicted upon Italian soldiers paled in comparison with the political emasculation of Ethiopia that Italian rule would have entailed. Without a doubt, Italian victory would have meant the subjection of Ethiopia, with all the humiliation that colonial rule would bring. So, in a sense, the barbaric cruelty inflicted upon the bodies of the fleeing Italian soldiers mirrored at least at the symbolic level what the Ethiopians would have suffered under Italian dominion. Even on the battlefield the distinction between real and symbolic gestures never entirely breaks down. Solomonic Menelik. The night of March 1 was a night of celebration for Ethiopia. In the Ethiopian camp, Tej flowed freely. Tall Bonfi residential cast long shadows. There was music, drumming, and dancing. Boastful storytelling, shrieks, and celebratory rifle fire drowned out the sobs of those who had lost loved ones. The Ethiopians had been complete masters of the day. In a few hours, the specter of defeat and occupation vanished. They had stopped the Italian incursions and rolled back the Italian claims to Ethiopian territory. By defeating the main Italian force and shattering it in precipitous retreat, they secured Ethiopian independence for more than a generation. They also gave a stunning lesson to would-be conquerors. Ethiopia's victory established its status as one of the great African nations, a leader in a modern era of nations and peoples. 34 As a nation was born, it announced the end of an era in which foreign powers could colonize African territory at will. As night fell, Ethiopian soldiers organized some of their prisoners to haul battlefield loot back to camp. Captured Italians were loaded up with rifles, jackets, canteens, and shoes. then guided like teams of porters westward toward the vast Ethiopian encampment surrounding the town of Adwa. North of town, on the road to Adwa, was the camp of Ras Mang Asha, illuminated by bonfires. After the humiliations of Senuf and Coati, Adwa was his revenge. Farther west and to the south was Menelik's camp, where the court celebrated a victory that confirmed his status as King of Kings. 3,500 of Italian soldiers were now at the mercy of their captors. As they were herded toward the Ethiopian camp, the Italian soldiers realized that the men they had sought to conquer had instead conquered them. An abrupt inversion of expectations added to the sense of disorientation. Giovanni Tedone, already traumatized by his evening among the wounded and the mutilated, described his approach to the Ethiopian camp in terms worthy of an Italian poet. I completed the ascent of a high peak, the enemy camp opened out before me. It stretched on forever, like a city without end, an inferno with all of its horrors. Tedone recognized that his anxiety, exhaustion, and fear had deprived him of his capacity to comprehend. Between the sounds of the Ethiopian drums, the war dances, the assorted cries, the flames of the Phi residential reaching up to the sky for several meters, the fantasy of it all, the cries and the continuous firing of guns in the end deprived me of my remaining grip on reason. 36. As his Ethiopian captors drove him towards their camp, Carlo Diati, exhausted from the night march and the day of fighting, had to be prodded with periodic shoves in the back with rifle butts. 37. Diati, as a prisoner, suffered some of the standard abuse offered by victors. Ethiopian soldiers spit at him. Others gave out a mocking laugh of ridicule. It was dusk and there was just enough light for the horrors of the battlefield to form a tragic panorama: soldiers, naked, bleeding, mutilated. An Italian soldier wounded in the knee, cried out piteously while an Ethiopian goaded him to walk on. Later, the soldier was put out of his misery. Even for the Ethiopians, all was not joy. Ethiopian soldiers labored to build stretchers to carry their wounded. They sang songs of mourning and lamentation. Some shot piercing glances at the prisoners as they shuffled by, while others howled in rage. 38. Diati, a corporal who had fought in the Dabarmita Brigade, had an experience rare in war. He had to face the women whose men he had helped to kill. Women rarely accompanied 19th century European armies, and, when they did, they were rarely family members. Not so in Ethiopia, where wives and other household members served as support staff for fighting men. As soldiers and captives marched toward camp, some women saluted the prisoners' captors, kissing their hands in gratitude. 39. Others frantically scanned the faces of the returning Ethiopians, anxious for a glimpse of a loved one. Finally, in despair, they turned on the captive Italians with cries of rage. For once, the object of a war widow's rage was not abstract. Redemption came in strange forms. Ethiopian captors loaded their Italian prisoners with the spoils of war, balancing bundles of clothing and gear on their heads. Diati stumbled and fell under his burden. Refusing to rise, he asked his captors to end his life, to end my martyrdom, as he recalled it. He closed his eyes and a shot rang out. His captor had missed, likely deliberately, shooting a spray of dirt into Diati's face and mouth. When Diati opened his eyes, an Ethiopian officer on a mule stood before him. The officer was wounded in the leg. Diati recognized the man from the distinctive red dressing of his horse. The officer addressed Diati as Ali, a joke because the Italians had used the name Ali abusively as a nickname for the Ethiopians, any Ethiopian, just as Tommy and Jerry would later be names ascribed to British and German soldiers in Europe. The Ethiopians, having turned the tables on the battlefield, now turned the tables in the game of abuse. Ali became a common nickname for any European, not only the Italians. 40. The officer asked Diati to dress his wound. Diati, who had no medical expertise but was willing to pretend that he did, promptly complied. The gesture saved his life. To the chagrin of his tormentors, the enterprising Diati was led away, holding on to the tail of his savior's mule. He glanced back and grinned as he bounded off, clinging to the tail as if to his very life. 41 The turn of events allowed Diode to shake off his gloomy fatalism. Minutes earlier Diode had been begging for death, now Diode asked his new patron for something to drink. His patron gestured to a subordinate, who duly dipped his shield in a pool of muddy water. Diode drank greedily, until mud filled his mouth and he was unable to drink any more. As his walk into captivity continued, Diode came up over a rise and for the first time grasped the true dimensions of the Ethiopian army. An immense valley stretched out before me, with an infinity of tents, other encampments were scattered on the heights, others still could be glimpsed fading into more distant valleys. So many. So many. Immense. 42 In Camp Ascari were separated from their Italian officers, it was as captives that the survivors found one another. Unable to think of anything better to say, they muttered, "You here, too." Giovanni Tadone encountered Second Lieutenant Gritti, an officer in the Alpini he had met over dinner at a digrat a few weeks earlier. Defeated in battle, Gritti failed even at suicide. Gritti had saved the last round of his officer's pistol for himself but missed. He managed only to give himself a powder burn, leaving a black spot on his cheek, which only made him more endearing. 43 survivors recall encountering other prisoners with a mix of pain and relief, eventually finding comfort in companionship. At First Gerardo Pantano reproached himself for having failed to find a way to kill myself. In the end, however, most gave in to the drunken feeling of being alive. 44 The prisoners also gave in to fatigue. Francesco Frizina's captor led him, along with several others, into a tent in Menelik's camp. As Frizina and other prisoners settled in for the night, their captor lay down across the opening of the tent, a sleeping sentry. In the presence of the Negus. In the morning, the most sought-after personage was the emperor himself. Around 10 o'clock the Italian prisoners, hundreds of them, were herded toward Menelik's compound. The emperor's tent was easily identifiable thanks to the cluster of several tents, including the red tent and the atterich large enough for dozens to stand where Menelik held court. Menelik had agreed to convert his reception tent, the largest covered space available, into a makeshift hospital where Italian medics treated Ethiopian wounded. Italians who sought medical attention were rebuffed by their compatriots, later. Not now. 45. As the prisoners waited, they became acquainted with the only European to witness Adwa from the winning side, the retired French officer Captain Clochette. Clochette had been among the European agents/merchants/advisors who had cultivated a relationship with Menelik. He was an associate of Mondin Vidal-Het, the man who had functioned as Menelik's publicist and done so much to craft Menelik's image in Europe. Clochette had facilitated the sale of 8,000 rifles to Menelik. Now he would witness the results of Menelik's dogged persistence. As the prisoners awaited their audience with Menelik, Clochette sat beneath a canopy, smiling contentedly at the Italians. 46 The prisoners were dispersed after 3 hours without seeing Menelik. The following day, March 3, the prisoners witnessed the Ethiopian court in all of its splendor. Men, women, and children from the Ethiopian camp and the surrounding villages converged on the imperial tent complex, where a procession was about to begin. Clergy took the lead role. They chanted and carried tabut. They were followed by a group of musicians sounding drums and horns. It was the equivalent of what Europeans would call a Te Deum, a ritual thanks to God for victory. 47 At the center of it all was Menelik. The man who engineered modern Africa's greatest military triumph and one of the great military victories of all time was 49 years old. Finally, the prisoners could see in the flesh the man some had dismissed as a myth. By March 3, Menelik had already joined the community of great men about whom great rumors abound. To the Ethiopians, he was a legend. To the Europeans, and not just the Italians, he was a figure to whom had been attributed all the vices and all the virtues, including divine inspiration and cannibalism. 48 Some of the prisoners were taken before Menelik. Many approached the tent of the Negus in fear, expecting to find him brutal and haughty, qualities only exaggerated in victory. Instead, they discovered that Menelik, in person, was disarmingly human. As they were ushered into the emperor's presence, they found a calm man with a peaceful demeanor, a man who smiled frequently. His eyes revealed his lively intelligence, and his pensive countenance gave him an air of quiet confidence. 49 The greatest challenge that Menelik faced after Adwa was what to do with the prisoners. 50 By Ethiopian custom, the vanquished were at the disposal of the victors. Starting with Ethiopian victory at Harar, followed by the campaign against the Welata, the Ethiopian pattern was clear. Many defeated soldiers paid with their lives. Captives were rare, except if they were to be enslaved. The property of the vanquished, including non-combatants, was up for grabs. Adwa was already an exception in that so many prisoners were taken. The remark attributed to Menelik, "Bring me the man, not the testicles," was clearly part of a directive not only against emasculation but also in favor of taking the enemy soldiers alive. 51 Menelik didn't want slaughter, he wanted prisoners. He got them. On March 2, Menelik had 1,900 Italian prisoners and as many as 1,500 Askari prisoners. 52 Menelik immediately came under heavy pressure from his advisors to make an example of the vanquished Italians. 53 In the evening following the battle and on into the wee hours of March 2, a heated debate took place in Menelik's inner circle. Inside the emperor's tent, Empress Tato and Ras Mang-Asha, possibly with the support of Tato's brother Ras Will, adopted a maximalist position: the Italian soldiers should die and the Askari should be punished. 54 It was an elementary justice that Menelik's soldiers, indeed, all of Ethiopia, demanded. Ras Alula, a figure whose name was synonymous with the astonishing slaughter at Dogali, needed no coaxing to side with the maximalists. Such a dramatic gesture, Dogali, but on a massive scale, would send a powerful message that Ethiopia was not to be trifled with. Ras Makhonnen argued in favor of moderation. His voice was important, but his status was complicated. For many at court, Makhonnen was compromised. He was seen as soft on Europeans and even as secretly Italophile, the opposite of Tato and Alula, both of whom saw any dealing with Europeans as risky, a step on the slippery path to betrayal. But along with Makhonnen, Tekel Hymanot, the king of Gajajam, and Ras Michael counseled forbearance. 55 So did Clochette, the retired French army officer who served as advisor to Menelik. 56 What saved the Italians was their redemption value. Italy's soldiers were worth much more to Menelik alive than dead. Alive, Italy's sons were a powerful lever in the negotiations that were sure to follow, and Italy just might be persuaded to pay for their safe return. Thus any mistreatment of Italian soldiers was taken off the table. The fate of the Askari was more complicated. Somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 Askari were taken prisoner after the battle. 57 Those on the winning side who demanded punishment were unyielding. What rankled the court and underpinned the bitterness against the Askari was their importance to Italian success. Mang-Asha, for one, believed the Askari had cost him his throne. Without the Askari, Baratieri never would have turned back Mang-Asha at Kawadi or caught him in retreat at Senef. 58 And indeed, the Italian aggression against Ethiopia would have been impossible without the Askari. In combat against Mang-Asha, Bata Hagos, Alula, and others, the Askari had served as the rank and file, the foot soldiers of Italian aggression. 59 In the end, that was their treason. 60 By all accounts, Menelik represented the voice of moderation. As Paul Lorabar put it, his natural goodness inclined him toward forgiveness. 61 In the end, Menelik took the counsel of Abuna Matuas, who sided with Tato, Alula, Mang-Asha, and the others demanding punishment. 62 In addition to the sheer numbers of advocates of punishment, it was the deep sense of betrayal the Askari inspired in the Ethiopians that invited a settling of accounts. Ras Alula, who always favored straight talk, articulated this best in a remark he made to Askari taken prisoner after Embaelage. You are Abyssinian, you have a Negus, you have an emperor. And yet you have sought another in the king of Italy, you are fighting against your brothers. For that, I will punish you and I will cut off your hands. 63 Judged as traitors rather than enemy combatants, the Askari were subject to the most severe penalties. The Askari's lives would be spared, but they would lose their right hand and left foot. They would not fight or betray again. 64 Of the estimated 1,200 to 1,500 Askari prisoners, some 300 would return to Eritrea, where they would be fitted with prosthetic devices and given odd jobs. 65 The precise fate of the others, many presumably dead from infection or loss of blood, will never be known. The scene was horrifying. Giovanni Tedone walked past hundreds of Askari, many of whom recognized him as their commanding officer and called out to him, "Meskin, meskin, Taliano, moya moya. Pity on us. Italians. Water, water." Long lines of Askari submitted to their fate, stepping forward with right hand presented in resignation. Truncated limbs were cauterized. 66 Severed hands and feet rose in macabre mounds. Tedone tried to turn away, but one of the Askari forcibly turned him back toward the spectacle, while another gestured that perhaps Tedone would suffer the same fate. 67 Carlo Diotti ran a similar gauntlet, forced to witness the suffering of Askari who had fought beside him, and powerless to answer their calls for help. He passed by poor Askari who let out hair-trending cries as they rolled in agony in the sand beside his path. "Italian brother," they cried. "Water, to drink." "There's no water. I'm dying." In this regard, it is worth pointing out that Askari who deserted in order to fight for Menelik, and there were some, were treated as traitors by the Italians if captured. They were subject to the Europe and punishment for treason, which was death. In one case, an Askari who survived Ambaelage joined the insurgency against the Italians. He was given safe haven by the clergy of Mekele. When he was discovered by the Italians, he was hauled back to the fort, tried, and executed. In comparison, the Ethiopian mutilations seem mild, if pitiless. 68 Of course, Italian executions for treason were not carried out on anything like the hellish scale of the post-Adwa amputations. It was Menelik's worst decision in the aftermath of the battle. Menelik claimed descent from Solomon, the Hebrew king renowned for his discerning judgments, but he was unable to prevent the further shedding of blood that was now carving a chasm between these men and his own. As Menelik undoubtedly understood, the resentments of the Askari would stand between any easy reconciliation of Ethiopia and Eritrea, a point Augustus Wilde presciently observed in the immediate aftermath of the battle. 69 The antipathy generated that day poisoned Eritrean-Ethiopian relations for years to come. Gabra Iyasus would try to mitigate the damage by emphasizing Mangus's role in the decision, thus shielding Menelik somewhat as the reluctant decision-maker. 70 In the end, Menelik did what any real leader would do: he took responsibility. When a British journalist asked him about the mutilations, he offered the most vigorous defense he could. "Have you heard what they did?" he asked. "They had committed sacrilege, looted churches, sacked villages and towns, stolen cattle and killed my subjects. They were treated as thieves and received the punishment of thieves. Tell this in England." 71 Meanwhile, Menelik's enemies, and the enemies of Ethiopia, would use the image of mutilated Askari to buttress the image of barbaric Ethiopia, undermining Ethiopia's standing among nations and laying the rhetorical groundwork for future incursions. 72. In the late 1830s, Ras Wuyub of Tigray received a group of European explorers. Wuyub had doubts about the visitors' intentions, but they came prepared with a gift in the hope that it might allay his suspicions. One Wieub accepted the gift, a framed portrait of the French King Louis Philippe, but it did nothing to soften Wieub's unwelcoming message. "Take care never to set foot on my country," he warned his startled French visitors. "You and the English, you are penned up on cursed land and you covet our healthy climate, one of you gathers our plants, another our stones. I do not know what you are looking for, but I do not want it to be chamois that you find it." 260 years later, the message hadn't changed. Yet the triumph of Adwa posed a troubling and fundamental question: was the fighting over, or should Menelik, in the spirit of Wieub, follow up his victory by driving the Italians into the sea? The Ethiopian claim on what the Italians called Eritrea had a long history. Ethiopian trade followed a highly trafficked route through Eritrea with Massawa as its terminus. In the 1880s, Jonas and his lieutenants had bitterly resisted the Italian incursions, just as they had pushed back the Egyptians before them. In Menelik's court, Alula and Tato, as northerners, took the lead in pressing for a campaign to drive the Italians from Eritrea. Menelik knew. Chapter 16. The Long March. Better. His army was overextended. The rainy season was approaching. The cultural nexus would shift perceptibly, too, as he moved into Eritrea. The Eritrean highlands rise above the Sudan to the west and the Red Sea coastal lowlands to the east, both areas deeply influenced by Islam. If Menelik's army were to continue northward, it would advance into a more complicated cultural territory. An invasion of Eritrea would change the strategic dynamic, too. With every step north from the Tigray highlands, he would take himself farther from his base of support. And he would be pressing closer to the Italian garrisons, which were rapidly filing with fresh recruits from Italy. As decisive as Adwa had been, Menelik knew that the Italians might be out for revenge. Far better for any future confrontation to take place in conditions like those that had led to victory at Adwa, with the Italians far from their resources and home base. To his great credit, Menelik decided not to risk his magnificent triumph by plunging into an adventure with an uncertain outcome. He chose to take his most precious resource, his Italian prisoners, and begin the long march home. Control of nearly 1,900 prisoners gave Menelik some singular advantages. For starters, those prisoners put a number on the Adwa disaster for the world to see. 1,900 prisoners, thousands dead. Until the story of Ethiopia's victory could be told in detail, raw numbers would have to do. Beyond that, the prisoners meant that the Ethiopian army had protection as it marched south. Any attempt at pursuit, rescue, or revenge would put these men at risk. Just as Galliano's men provided coverage to Menelik as his army moved north, the prisoners would help cover his march southward. Menelik's return posed challenges of its own. What was to be done with all of these captives? The answer was to divide them up. Badly wounded soldiers were spared the rigors of the long march. They were left in the north, in Mangus's care. A very large group of prisoners, about 800, remained with Menelik. Most of the remainder were divided into groups of 50 to 100, doled out to Menelik's lieutenants. High-ranking officers were paired with Ethiopian commanders, who served as guide and guardian. Tekel Hymenot, king of Gajajam, accepted custody of Major Giovanni Gamera. Menelik's minister of justice, Afanigas Nisabu, took Lieutenant Gerardo Pantano into his care, launching what was to become one of the warmest Italo-Ethiopian relationships. Menelik made it clear that he would hold his chiefs accountable, bring them back to me alive. 10. A topsy-turvy world. Menelik's warning resonated among soldiers whose memories of combat were still fresh. Ethiopian soldiers, ripe with resentment over the loss of friends and comrades, lorded their authority over their new subjects. Some sought revenge. Augustus Wilde tells of 300 prisoners entrusted to Djazmach Bashir. Bashir had suffered severe wounds in the fight and hovered near death for hours. When Bashir died, his men became enraged and massacred the 300 men Italians and Ascari entrusted to their care. 11. There was also the matter of race. On one level, Adwa indeed, the entire campaign had been a racial drama. Adwa was the triumph of black over white, it created a power that was sometimes exercised gleefully. Carlo Diotti wrote that the evident satisfaction of commanding a company of whites led to rule by an iron hand. 12 Some prisoners experienced this new topsy-turvy world in modest but practical ways. At water stops, the Ethiopians drank THIRD, then they watered the animals. The prisoners drank last. The THIRD few days of marching were long as there was daylight. The army needed to move beyond the resource-depleted fields of Adwa. They also feared Italian pursuit. The pattern repeated for 4 days, maximizing the distance between the prisoners and any possible Italian rescue. In those THIRD days and nights, the army and its wards encountered challenges procuring the basics: food, shelter, warmth, and these difficulties would dog their journey in the weeks to come. Many soldiers had been stripped in the aftermath of battle or forced to hand over their clothing. They began the march half naked, many without shoes or other foot covering. 13 prisoners had little or nothing to protect them from the cool night air of high-altitude Ethiopia. A few were given a cowhide wrap as bed and blanket. 14 Many slept without tent or fire. Able-bodied prisoners were expected to work, to bear the loot, clothing and gear taken from their fallen comrades. Discipline was simple. Laggards were beaten, they quickly learned to stay near the front of the group. While most prisoners learned to cooperate with their captors, some resisted. Lieutenant Cesare Pini, who had fought in the Albertone Brigade, was among the ringleaders who, from the earliest days of captivity, aimed to boost morale by encouraging subtle signs of resistance. His captors eventually tamed him by hitting him in the crotch with sticks. 15 Some prisoners contemplated escape, a few succeeded. Complexion was an obvious marker. Given that black prisoners could more easily travel undetected, their guardians watched them closely. Many captive Askari were chained wrist to wrist to their captors. Europe and captives were another matter, any escape would need the cover of darkness. As a precaution, the Ethiopians collected the prisoners' shoes at the end of the day's march. 16 Without shoes, the Ethiopians reasoned, escapees wouldn't get far. Even so, 5 Italian prisoners, all Calabrians, escaped camp in a nighttime dash. Hiding by day and traveling by night, they reached the Italian fort at Adigrat without incident. 17 other prisoners experienced hardship not as maltreatment but as something unavoidable in the circumstances. Addis Ababa, the ultimate destination for the court and many of its prisoners, was more than 350 miles from Adwa as the crow flies, but more than 600 miles by the twisting paths of the Ethiopian highlands. Many officers were given mules, but most Italian and Ethiopian traveled on foot for 5 or 6 hours a day. 18 There were logistical problems. There had barely been enough food even for the Ethiopian army, and now it had grown by 1,900 prisoners. The typical food ration consisted of a handful of chickpeas or barley, to be crushed and mixed with water, then baked over the fire or eaten raw. To their credit, Ethiopian leaders insisted that their men share the hardships of their prisoners, with identical rations for prisoner and guardian. 19 Nicola D'Amato witnessed an Ethiopian officer's complaint to Menelik that he could barely feed himself, let alone the prisoners with which Menelik saddled him. The officer had fasted for 2 days not for religious reasons and said bitterly to Menelik, "I have a handful of corn, not enough for one." The scarcity of food also hastened the breakdown of discipline among the Italians. A soldier named Di Salvo stole from an officer at knife point. During the distribution of food, one soldier returned to the line for a second ration. When an officer sought to discipline him, the soldier beat the officer on the head with a stick. In yet another episode, a soldier berated an officer who tried to correct him. "We're done with that racket. We're not in Italy anymore. We are all equal. There are no ranks. 20 Menelik knew that the lands he had traversed on his northward march were depleted and that for farmers and shepherds the reappearance of his starved army, even in victory, would not be an occasion for rejoicing. 21 To the extent the terrain allowed, he dispersed his forces, along with their allocation of prisoners, into separate columns. Some traveled directly south from Adwa, taking the western road to Seketa by way of the Tembian and Lasta regions. The main column Menelik, Tato, their court, and most of the prisoners headed east from Adwa to Adigrat and then south along the eastern road via Mikili and Lake Ashanj to Addis. 22 This route avoided the lands the army had devastated on its northward march until it reached Mikili. From Mikili south to Ashanj was undoubtedly the most difficult part of the journey. Thus it was not a single march but many, spread out over 2.5 months from March 1 to May 22, when Menelik's long column would at last parade into Addis Ababa. 23 For those traveling farther to Harar or elsewhere the journey would last until the end of July. 24 Although survivors of the battle and march reported an array of experiences and those in Menelik's direct care undoubtedly had the best treatment, even the most Ethiophilic of them remembered the march as a Calvary. 25 Between 40 and 60 prisoners would die en route, 2 to 3% of those who had set out from Adwa. 26 Although some of these deaths were the result of abuse, in general they were the result of wounds, cold, and malnourishment conditions that preyed on Ethiopians and Italians alike. The best evidence of a shared misery is that many Ethiopians died en route, too. Captors expired alongside prisoners, Ethiopians alongside Italians. One soldier who would go on to experience prison camps during World War I compared his experience in Ethiopia favorably to his experience in German prisoner camps. 27. Humanizing the enemy. One group of 200 prisoners marched for 4 days with little to eat but hard grain, beans, and chicken scraps from their captors. Finally, after 4 days, they rested. It was Saturday evening. Ethiopian soldiers built a fiery between 2 giant sycamore trees, then set out cowhides in a circular pattern around the fiery, a warm campfire for their prisoners. Soon a group of women approached with a feast of injera and raw beef seasoned with ground pepper and other spices. An Ethiopian soldier who spoke Italian offered reassuring words to his prisoners they should take courage, for Menelik was good and they would eventually be freed. Then the men, their bellies full and their bodies exhausted from 4 days on the march, stretched out by the fiery and drifted off to sleep. The halt also brought the first occasion for Ethiopians and Europeans to begin to see each other in more human terms. Ethiopian captors amused themselves by teaching the Italians the Amharic vocabulary for parts of the body, they laughed at the sound of the Italian equivalents. 28 In the morning, women circled the Italians, eager to get a closer look at the first white men they had ever seen. Some were mocking and scornful, others beat their chests in a gesture of compassion and pity. Breakfast arrived in the form of dried beans and peas, followed by injera and pepper in the evening. In the middle of the day, some of the prisoners spied the head of one of the cattle that had been butchered the night before. They borrowed a pot and boiled the head for broth. 29 It was the first cycle in a parade of feast and famine they endured on the long march to Addis. In one desperate moment, prisoners dug holes in dry creeks in anxious search of water. 30 In another, they butchered a lame mule, wasting nothing and consuming the whole, including the intestines. 31 The march was also an occasion to learn about culinary differences. The main Ethiopian meat proteins come from poultry and cattle. There are strict rules regarding the slaughter of animals, the butcher prays as he cuts the throat of the animal. The Ethiopians were appalled when one of the Italians, Captain Maggie, killed a chicken by twisting its neck. What was a common practice in Europe was ritual defilement in Ethiopia, the barbarous taking of life from one of God's creations without pity or prayer. Repelled by Maggie's act, the Ethiopians insisted that he touch nothing for the remainder of the day, for fear of polluting something or someone else. 32 Among Ethiopians, butter was used primarily as a lotion, for skin, and for hair, rather than as food. But as food supplies diminished, the prisoners improvised. The Italians used the butter, often rancid, to add fl to injera, which for days was often the only food. 33 One soldier traded his shirt for a chicken. 34 As the long column of soldiers and prisoners made their way south, they passed through areas where Europeans were rarely if ever seen. Onlookers were curious, repelled, even horrified at the sight of white men. Few could turn away. As the curious approached the wretched prisoners, they held their shamas to their noses in anticipation of the odor of these strange men, whom they called Turks, exchanging one historical enemy for another. 35 A number of Italians reported similar encounters. Ethiopians, it seems, believed that white people gave off a disagreeable odor. 36 Menelik's court traveled with music. Prisoners near Menelik marched to the beat of drums. 37 The relentless pace of travel preyed on the weak, and soldiers feared any setback, fever, injury that might cause them to fall behind, abandoned to recover alone or, more likely, to die. Shoes were shared, with a pair being worn to allow scuffs, scrapes, and sores to heal before being passed on to relieve the suffering of another. At least one officer dismounted to allow a weakened soldier to ride in his place. Giovanni Tadone, exhausted and beset by fever, owed his life to the kindness of Major Giovanni Gamera, who gave up his mule for 5 days while Tadone regained his health. His name will forever be written on my heart, Tadone later wrote in gratitude. 38 As the train of soldiers and prisoners moved south, hunger and exhaustion began to wear them down. Carlo Diotti's group came across the emaciated body of a sergeant, on whose face could still be read the agony of his death. When Diotti and a few others stopped to bury him, they were beaten. The army itself was at risk, it must continue to move or others, too, would not survive. 39 The weakest sat down to die in despair and resignation. Nicola D'Amato's group came across a wasted figure by the side of the road. His muscles had atrophied, and under dry skin that barely covered his bones, one could discern the paths of tendons. The spectre made as if to stand, but he could not. Mi chiamo Golfetto, he gasped. They recognized him as an officer, a lieutenant. 40 As the column moved south through Tigray, it traversed a land that by tradition was rebellious toward Menelik's southern rule. It was also a land that had been depleted during Menelik's northward march a few months earlier. The landscape was littered with memories, too. At Amba Alaj, evidence of Tazeli's combat against the forces of Makanan and Mang Asha could be seen everywhere. Partial skeletons lay scattered about, dragged here and there by hyenas. 41 Although one prisoner recalled receiving a warm welcome in village after village, most accounts suggest that there were limits to hospitality toward the army and that relations between soldiers and peasants were typically predatory. Even in the best of times, without tight control, soldiers readily slipped into a form of requisitioning barely distinguishable from marauding. 42 In this regard, the Ethiopian army was very much like modern European armies, who discovered that war must feed on war. 43 Augustus Wilde, who knew Ethiopia well, described the southward return as an incessant skirmish between the cultivators and the strangers. Peasants often gave as well as they got. Some accounts call to mind the harried retreat of the Italian army from Adwa. Wilde describes locals watching the column pass, waiting for an opportunity to prey upon it. They plundered the transport and murdered the stragglers. Wilde went so far as to claim that in retreat Menelik's army lost more men in killed and wounded than they had on the field of battle at Adwa. 44 Some villages grudgingly provided food and shelter but demanded and received a 3-year dispensation from providing such support again. 45 Peasants everywhere were well schooled in passive forms of resistance, such as burying food or driving off livestock. When a group of soldiers arrived in search of food at a farm, a cagey group of women was ready. They upset beehives, then barricaded themselves in a tukul, letting the bees drive off the soldiers. 46 Still other villages flatly refused. Only iron discipline could prevent thievery by cold and hungry soldiers. Menelik's Minister of Justice issued a warning that he would execute any soldier caught stealing, and he meant it. An Ethiopian soldier caught taking firewood was brought before him. "Everybody steals," protested the soldier in defense. The thief was cut down on the spot. 47 Despite such draconian discipline, injustices occurred and produced lasting resentment. A full year later, the road to Addis via Ashange was deemed unsafe. Travelers from the north were advised to bypass the area because of raids seeking revenge for the depredations which Menelik's army had committed among them after the Battle of Adwa. 48 When one village resisted a request for food and shelter, soldiers threatened to burn it down. Peasants reluctantly vacated their huts for the prisoners, who packed in to escape the night chill. Huts that might have slept 10 somehow had to accommodate 50, as prisoners wedged themselves into them in a desperate to escape the paralyzing cold. They could barely move, let alone lie down. They passed the night leaning against one another for support and warmth. 49 Some days there would be no village on whom to impose the role of host. At the end of a day of marching, one group found themselves without shelter, without huts to commandeer, in a high, barren valley. With each southward step, the risk of flight had diminished, so the Ethiopians began to leave the Italians to fend for themselves. Exhausted, the prisoners lay on the ground. They shared body heat by aligning themselves chest to back, shins to calves, like sardines in a can. When it was time to change sides, the group turned in unison, on command. The system provided some protection from the cold but no respite from the howling of hyenas. The men slept fitfully, praying for dawn. 50. The return of plenty. 4 days, the main food consisted of injera and butter. Finally, at Lake Ashange, plenty returned. As the day's march ended, the prisoners watched as peasants led cattle and flocks of goats toward the royal kitchens. Lines of women followed bearing round amphoras of tej and baskets of injera. Roustabouts put up the das, a vast banquet tent without walls. For the first time, the prisoners were to enjoy the warmth of Menelik's paternal embrace and the full measure of Ethiopian bounty in a banquet that surpassed anything they had yet seen. The royal party opened the festivities. They dined according to the customary private rituals. Then the das was opened to the chiefs and dignitaries, followed by the soldiers. Finally the prisoners were invited to join the banquet. The das might well have called to mind the town fairs and itinerant performers of home. Tall tent poles spaced nearly 20 feet apart supported a network of lighter supports carved from branches. Yards of white fabric were draped over to create a covered pavilion. Inside, the late spring daylight filtered through the cloth, giving a soft, shadowless glow to everything within. Portraits of Menelik and Tato, patrons of the feast, should anyone forget, were affixed to the posts. 51 The prisoners seated themselves in long rows as musicians played horns and flutes. They gorged themselves on injera and emptied horns of tej. For prisoners who were veterans of Eritrea, tej was an old friend. But for the hundreds of men who had arrived in the weeks before the campaign, this was likely their first encounter with the drink, certainly any of the quality served at the court of Menelik and Tato. Tej is made by fermenting hops and honey in water. The result is a drink comparable to bitter cider. As with wine and beer, practiced palates easily distinguish varieties by quality and region. Edward Gleeson, who was part of the British delegation to Addis, even noted the preferred styles of the various courts. Makonan's best tastes like sweet, strong old Madeira, he noted. He compared Menelik's tej to a Riesling. The inferior kinds, Gleeson observed, vary between bad sherry and sourish water with dead bees and lumps of wax and bark and earth floating in it. 52 The tej served the prisoners was probably somewhere in between, but by the end of the banquet it hardly mattered. Some of the men had trouble finding their way back to their huts, only to find them already stuffed with well-fed Italians. Some had to settle for a piece of bare ground under the stars. 53 With desperate hunger at bay, in the days that followed, the prisoners could begin to appreciate the rugged and delicate beauty of east-central Ethiopia. To men still traumatized by want, they marveled at the hunter's paradise they traversed, populated with abundant prey. They eyed rabbits, fawns, and iridescent partridges, but they also gazed in wonder at francolins, a species of bird rarely seen outside Africa. They heard the song of the flute bird, smaller than a canary but with an oversized voice as loud as a pipe organ. 54 They passed mimosa and towering euphorbia, with pink and yellow flowers. Spiny acacia offered a natural defense for nesting birds. They were amazed, too, at the incessant flau of the Ethiopian army, with its soundtrack of drums, horns, and song. They caught rare glimpses of Empress Tato, who went about veiled and surrounded by a large entourage. She remained aloof from the prisoners, her inaccessibility adding to an air of mystery. 55 No one gloried more than Tato in the triumph of Adwa. As a northerner, she felt the Italian occupation keenly, and liberation was all the sweeter. As the procession of notables and prisoners approached the capital, their ordeal was about to end, though new challenges loomed. The long march was a passage from dearth to plenty, and the risks had been shared by prisoners and guardians. By the end, many prisoners had gone from fear and resentment to relief and gratitude. Their keepers had brought them safely through. Those who had traveled with Menelik and Tato knew they had experienced a rare privilege, but many lesser personages left the prisoners with abiding memories of kindness. Years later, prisoners readily brought to mind the names of their vigilant guardians. Who can forget the courtesy of Lejnato, of Lejantali, and of Grasmag Joseph? 56. On May 22, 1896, Francesco Frisina and his group of prisoners reached the heights that rim the Ethiopian capital. The day before had been a day of frenetic activity. Horses were groomed, weapons were festooned. This triumph, a grand victory procession, would exceed the one that followed Menelik's triumph over the Welata. Menelik had led an army north and defeated an invader. He was bringing back European prisoners, an emblem of prestige, a proof of valor, and, once redeemed, a fountain of wealth. Addis Ababa sits in a basin more than 7,000 feet above sea level, but the approach from the north, by way of the wooded Entato Hills, reaches over 9,000 feet. It was from this high approach that Menelik, Tato, their army, and their prisoners entered the city. It was the greatest procession the city had ever seen. Tato and her retinue were in their best, their bright-hued umbrellas were visible from a great distance. Their main competition came from the many RAS, who wore splendid velvet capes with gold applique and embroidery for the occasion. There was plenty of finery at lower ranks, tiger and leopard skins draped shoulders, while lions' manes formed soldierly halos. Sunlight flashed from harness and tack. Shields dazzled with their radiating strips of metal. Drums and masenko provided a joyful sound. Chapter 17. Sons and Lovers and Accidental Anthropologists. Track as the court and its army entered the capital to the clamor of voices. As the emperor's entourage approached the imperial complex, a splendid white in the sunlight cannon fired a salute. It was answered by celebratory rifle fire from the soldiers, launching a din that would go on for hours. At the palace, artillery pieces seized at Adwa were already in place, standing at attention as an honor guard, a row of trophies. Menelik turned to them as he passed. They answered with their mute testimony of historic triumph. Some visitors wondered whether city or even town was the right term for Addis. Edward Gleason, who visited as part of a diplomatic mission in 1897, insisted on calling Addis a camp. For the observation was fair enough, given that Addis was distinguished mainly not by the grandeur of its buildings or by their scale but by the sheer size of its population, which reached into the tens of thousands. Rome, Italy's capital at the same period, counted more than 300,000. Except for the hilltop placement of the imperial complex, Addis was largely unplanned. There was no distinct commercial district outside the regular market, and there were no streets to speak of. But underneath the superficial randomness was an organization that reflected the system of patronage and favor that underpinned Ethiopian politics. The residences of major personalities at court defined entire neighborhoods. Menelik's advisors and provincial governors, the RAS, needed to maintain a presence at court. Each kept a residence at Addis. RAS Michael's compound was to the north, RAS Darges was to the southeast. These were rather substantial residences, with walls of mud and wood. They, along with dependencies for servants and animals, typically were enclosed by a protective palisade. As there was no permanent housing for an entourage, the palisade was, in turn, surrounded by tents. The capital thus had the appearance of a makeshift, as indeed it should given that it was barely 10 years old. 5. The monumental feature that gave a hint of the importance of Addis was the imperial residence. On a hilltop at the center, visitors could make out a vast compound of white buildings, the Gibi, the imperial palace and grounds. 6. The main residence, the LFGN, was an octagonal two-story building with red tile roof. It dominated the capital, with territorial views in all directions. Alongside were a reception hall and dining facility, capable of seating more than 600 guests. Then came the treasury and the post and telegraph office. Finally, there were kitchen gardens, storehouses and other dependencies, including royal stables and saddlery, barracks for the imperial guard, workshops, storehouses, a clock tower, and a chapel. Eucalyptus trees, ubiquitous today in Addis, had recently been introduced to combat deforestation. They provided shade and relief, but above all wood. Without these fast-growing trees, a scarcity of timber would have obliged the court to abandon the capital after a few years. All around the imperial enclosure were smaller compounds made up of the homes of leading officers in Menelik's government. Tukul dotted the hillside below, housing for the thousands of servants to the imperial household. 7. For much of the decade that Addis Ababa had been Menelik's capital, it was little more than a garrison town. Shoa, the kingdom from which Menelik's rise to imperial power was launched, was in the southernmost reaches of the historic lands of Abyssinia. As it was a frontier town, security was paramount, and as the base for Menelik's expansion plans, it was well situated for the dispatch of armed forces to the east and south. 8. With the conquest of Harar in 1887, Menelik gave his capital breathing space to the east. It also established Addis as the terminus of goods transshipped from the coast via Harar. The population boomed. During the famine of 1889 to 1892, brought about by a plague among livestock, people from miles around flocked to the capital in search of succor and royal charity. 9. Many remade their lives and stayed. The campaign against the Wilayah in 1894 extended Menelik's rule to the southwest, completing a healthy territorial buffer around Shoa. Although turn-of-the-century visitors could still complain that Addis was more a military camp than a city, by the mid-1890s it had the security it needed to develop as the political and economic capital of Shoa and, soon enough, of Ethiopia itself. 10. Trade displaced security among the preoccupations of the capital. The place of the army as the motor of life of Addis diminished. Merchants French, Armenian, Jewish, Indian, Greek began to appear, arriving with the goods they brought up from Abak, Tadjoura, and Djibouti on the Somali coast. By the end of the century, the population had reached 50,000. 11. Captive residents. With the arrival of the prisoners, life in the capital was considerably enriched. Ethiopia had no experience of prisoners as such. Captives from the successful campaign against the Wilayah were enslaved. They served as domestic servants to Menelik, his officers, and their men. The Italians were different. Their value lay in their utility as leverage in peace negotiations and in their redemption value. Menelik knew that he had a valuable asset in the nearly 2,000 Italians now in his custody. What to do with them would be a matter of improvisation. There were no prisons or prisoner camps, no institutionalized system for the control and feeding of the Europeans in his care. To concentrate them in one place solved a security problem but raised a host of health and humanitarian concerns. Menelik decided to billet the prisoners on the population. The Italians would be farmed out. Menelik's closest associates and advisors were tapped for the task of caring for the captives. About 1/3 of the prisoners remained in the capital. 12 the remainder were dispersed among the wider population from Lasta to Harar. Over the course of their captivity, a few attempted escape but, as Europeans were hard to miss, all were captured before they reached Harar. 13 most were content to live out their captivity in relative comfort, waiting for the negotiated release that would allow them to go home. The result was a rainbow of experiences as, for the first time in colonial-era Africa, Europeans and Africans lived side by side in great numbers as equals. Although the Italians were prisoners and thus subordinate to their Ethiopian hosts, as a practical matter they were accorded great freedom, with the sole proviso that they not leave. In Addis, the prisoners had the run of the city. 14 some became close to their guardians. A few became lovers. 15 a surprising number confided the details of their experience to journals, diaries, and memoirs. The result is a trove of material that gives us some of our best evidence about personalities, practices, and everyday life in Menelik's Ethiopia. For Ethiopians and Italians, proximity meant the humanization of the other. Italians found that the Oromo cavalry, who had been elevated in their imaginations to the status of supernatural phantom warriors, were human. The Ethiopians, in turn, overcame their initial dislike for white men and learned that their odors were no more disagreeable than any other. Prejudices and fantasies worked themselves out. 16 Carlo Diatti found that one of his neighbors was fond of touching him face, feet, arms, marveling at the difference in skin. 17 The prisoners soon had an established hierarchy among themselves. Businesses were founded, households were established, social invitations went out. Addis Ababa now had a little Italy. It faithfully reproduced the prejudices of home, in which Calabrese and Sicilians competed with Neapolitans to escape the very bottom of the social scale. It was said that the Neapolitans lost. 18 As soon as they could, prisoners set out to create the cultural niceties of home. A large tukul became a theater. Inside, a team of artists stitched together a backdrop of cardboard and fabric. On either side of the drop were charcoal sketches of the emblems of theater, masks of comedy and tragedy, musical instruments, a lyre, books with the titles of famous operas and the names of famous composers. On the drop itself, center top, were the royal arms of the House of Savoy. Below was a charming scene, a panorama of Naples, featuring Posillipo, Capri, the bay, the sea, and mighty Vesuvius belching smoke. 19 Soon the theater had a name, the San Carlino of Addis Ababa, a nod to the Teatro San Carlo of Naples, and a reputation for its comic repertoire. San Carlino was a lifeline for Little Italy during the rainy season. 20 A theater calls for a bar. Soon enough, one appeared. Within weeks Menelik's saloon, as it was known informally, emerged as the preferred gathering place in expat Addis. 21 The success of Menelik's saloon drew the attention of the real Menelik, who decided to get into the restaurant business for himself. He created a very successful trattoria featuring cafe tables and chairs with seating for 40 under a massive tent. Clients were served in the Ethiopian style, that is, without cutlery. The menu fixe included a plate of meat, a side dish, bread, the latter reportedly very good, and a half-liter of tech. Total cost? An eighth of a thaler, about a nickel. 22 Menelik's trattoria also served as an informal popularity index for certain figures. When Casimir Mondan Het, Menelik's de facto publicist, started patronizing the trattoria, the place emptied. Mondan's scathing commentaries on Italy and the Italians for the French newspaper Le Temps had made him very unpopular among Menelik's core clientele. Mondin had once remarked in print that the Ethiopians were more civilized than the Egyptians, the Neapolitans, and even other Europeans, a sly and funny turn on European racism, but also rude and bound to hurt. 23 When Mondin figured out that his presence was undermining Menelik's business, he stopped frequenting it. The boycott ended and the clientele returned. 24 Shortly after their arrival in Addis, Menelik issued a lamb to each prisoner along with 3 thalers and small change in the form of 7 salt bars. It was enough to barter for or buy clothing and necessities. 25 Ras Michael distributed cash, too. The Addis economy boomed. Prisoners soon discovered the teeming marketplace of Addis Ababa, which was a kilometer in length and nearly a third as wide, already one of the largest open markets in Africa. 26 Although the market operated 6 days a week from sunup to sundown, Saturday was the day of the grand market, drawing vendors from miles around. At FIRST the prisoners were greeted with insults, as defeated soldiers. 27 Their shabby dress, after days on the march, didn't help. An enterprising Greek merchant took pity on prisoners clothed only in rags. On a hunch, he brought clothes up from the coast and gave them to the prisoners. He sent the bill to the Italian government, which reimbursed him. 28 Soon enough the presence of the prisoners became commonplace, even desirable, as their role shifted from enemy to buyer. At the market, they elbowed their way between clients in bright chamas and ducked as they passed the gaudy parasols preferred by women of standing. 29 When they waded into the chattering mix of sellers and buyers, they could take in the array of goods laid out on blankets and in shallow baskets. There were bananas, eggs, cabbages, tobacco, ground red pepper, and rancid butter. Home furnishings and weapons lay alongside red clay jugs, leather sandals, muslin, sailcloth, rifle ammo, cowhides, and jewelry, both decorative and practical, for warding off the evil eye. Goods were organized by type. There were notions of all kinds, thread, buttons, wax, as well as farm animals, goats, chickens, donkeys, and specialty items such as mirrors and leaf tobacco. Those tired of sleeping on straw could find ready vendors of beds made of cowhide stretched over a wooden frame. 30 There was a lively trade in salvaged cast-off kerosene tins, slivers of mirror, jam jars, sold as drinking cups, stray buttons, and stolen goods. The market was a place where goods and their former owners could be reunited for a price, whether one saw it as a for-profit law stand found or a massive fencing operation depended on one's point of view. Into this gray/black market fell war booty, too, including the unmistakable reminders of fallen comrades. Some were anonymous, a pair of shoes, a helmet, eyeglasses, some traceable to particular individuals, the wallet and spurs of Colonel Iraqi, the monogrammed cape of an artillery officer, some deeply personal, a diary, a family photo, a farewell letter to a loved one. The prisoners were avid buyers. They were keen to keep personal items of fallen friends from becoming mere commodities, but the number of goods was vast, beyond the resources of the soldiers. Sometimes the prisoners' hosts intervened to take things off the market. When Nicola D'Amato discovered the journal of a dear friend for sale, he couldn't afford the asking price. Ado Gabriel, his host, bought it for him. 31 One prisoner reported that 2 French merchants, Messieurs Troilliot and Stevenin, operated a kind of wholesale business in items taken from the fallen. This allowed those who had harvested helmets, jackets, revolvers, and shoes to convert them to cash immediately, while Troilliot and Stevenin doled out the items on the retail market. They also did an extraordinary business in currency conversion. As Ethiopian soldiers brought in cash taken from fallen Italians, Troilliot and Stevenin converted these lire to thalers at a steep discount. 32 Among Italian prisoners, Troilliot and Stevenin were some of the least popular European expats, bottom feeders in a dismal predatory economy. The prisoners became laborers. The amount of labor expected depended entirely upon the person to whom they were assigned. Some were employed in the backbreaking work of road construction in the provinces, they were paid a modest wage. Those with rare skills in carpentry, blacksmithing, and construction found themselves working directly for Menelik. Though there was some talk that Menelik would use his vast labor reserve of prisoners to build himself a capital city in the European style, the main work focused on the emperor's government complex. 24 prisoners labored as carpenters, building out Menelik's imperial compound. 34 visitors to Menelik would walk past a furniture shop where a group of prisoners constructed tables, stools, and chairs. There was a forge and, at the end, a tailor's shop where a prisoner labored over a Singer sewing machine. 35 still others experienced something akin to house arrest. They had room and board with the single inconvenient limitation that they were forbidden to leave the country. 36 physicians were particularly prized, a fact that had become abundantly clear during the long march from Adwa. Although the average prisoner was farmed out to the countryside, Menelik kept physicians in Addis for the services they could render him and his soldiers. Once in Addis, Italian physicians enjoyed the high regard and trust of Menelik himself. They were housed within the imperial complex and entrusted with postal operations for the prisoner population. The physician's tukul became the unofficial general delivery address for prisoners. 37. Prisoners of love. The perception that captivity in the capital was to be preferred inspired the faking or exaggeration of skills. Sooner or later, faked credentials were exposed. Carlo Diotti didn't claim to be a physician, but he was so desperate to stay in Addis he claimed another prized skill: carpentry. His ineptitude became evident when he was assigned to a work crew. He avoided deportation to the provinces by founding a household with his friend Giovanni Rossi, who made a decent living working for the French merchant Armand Saveur and his import-export business. While Rossi went off each day to work for Saveur or, occasionally, at the imperial complex, Diotti labored as cook, bookkeeper, housemaster, and laundryman. Soon he was making candles, fattening chickens, learning to cook risotto, and dashing off to the market to buy butter, eggs, and soap. "I gave myself completely to the life of the housewife," he noted. With Rossi as breadwinner and Diotti as homemaker, they got by. Thanks to Rossi's solid income, they soon saved enough to buy a bed. With Rossi away at work, Diotti sought companionship among his neighbors. He became particularly fond of Twavinsk, the Tigrayan wife of a young showman often away on business. Twavinsk treated Diotti like a brother. She listened to his stories of home and shared his tears when he recalled his family. In time, Diotti and Rossi were joined in their household by a third prisoner, known as Orfeo. 38. The Ethiopian calendar, like the Gregorian calendar, is packed with feast days. Just as the pleasures of life in the capital could be exaggerated, so could the challenges of life outside of Addis. Augustus Wilde recounted seeing a group of 5 Italians in straw hats walking arm in arm, singing as they went. They were the wards of a man Wilde identified as Djach Ima, a tall, jolly, fat man who prided himself on his qualities as a host. Ima was an Epicurean. His aim, he explained, was to make his Italian wards as fat as he was. Ima was distressed that Menelik had not allowed him to go to war, judging him too fat to do so. Just the same, he had asked for his quota of prisoners, who surely felt they had done very well by themselves. Ima served a fine meal with the most excellent tej and coffee and was entirely without the anti-white prejudice other prisoners encountered. 39. As Ethiopians of even modest means were expected to take in prisoners, the experience of some prisoners living as members of Ethiopian families anticipated the homestays of exchange students. For some, imprisonment was an ethnological exercise. For others, there was unanticipated intimacy. In some cases, deep attachments formed. The beginning was tentative and sometimes rocky. First, there was the widespread perception among Ethiopians that Europeans, especially Italians, were stinky. Proximity is the enemy of prejudice, the image of the odoriferous European crumbled. Moreover, both Ethiopians and Italians are famous for their accommodating standards of intimacy. Soon enough, curiosity and desire won out. The details of such relationships can be difficult to come by, but certain circumstances overcame discretion. An Italian corporal confined to Addis found friendship with an Ethiopian woman. When the corporal was accused of battery by an Ethiopian, he could prove his innocence only thanks to the testimony of his lover. She assured the court that they were alone together at the time of the alleged offense. Their happy life resumed until her testimony was relayed to her husband. Francesco Frisina, who passed his imprisonment in the last region, developed a deep affection for Doyomiko, the man who hosted him. At the end of his stay, he showered Doyomiko with gifts that arrived with the Italian Red Cross. Soap, canned fruit, paper, pencils, cigars, liquor. Frisina couldn't do enough. Years later, he remembered Doyomiko like a father and promised that he would never be erased from his heart. Giovanni Tedone was billeted upon an Ethiopian family near Harar. He carried the bitterness of his Adwa battlefield experiences into captivity. In fact, unlike most of his fellow memoirists, he brought them with him back to Italy. And although his contact with Ethiopians was mostly limited to the Oromo, from the south, he was given to broad statements about the Ethiopian character. The Abyssinian, he wrote, is lazy by nature. He sucks like a vampire everything he can suck. One of the only notes of admiration in Tedone's remarks concerns the talent of the Ethiopian soldier, but even that he offers as a backhanded compliment. The only exercise to which the Ethiopians dedicate themselves with any frequency is the art of spear throwing, he noted. The challenge consists of planting a stick in the ground, then trying to hit it with a lance from about 150 feet. In this kind of fiery, they achieve perfection, he admitted. Several times Tedone had witnessed tosses of the lance landing little more than a finger's width from the target. Tedone was assigned to a village in the Harar region. The village, a hamlet, really consisted of 3 households. The cock of the walk in the village was a man named Beru, a jealous husband to 6 wives. Beru's wives had never seen a white man. Once they got over their natural repugnance toward Tedone, they felt a powerful urge to touch him. Tedone, taking counsel from prudence rather than nature, was reluctant to allow himself to be fondled. A wary Beru recommended that Tedone find a wife of his own. It was the beginning of a vexed relationship, one that turned on questions of manliness. As a prisoner, Tedone's days were full of nothing. This left him without an alibi when Beru suggested that Tedone attend a lesson in spear throwing, an art at which Beru excelled. While Tedone witnessed Beru's displays of soldierly virtue, Beru would move the conversation around to the subject of Adwa. Tedone chalked this up not to a malicious spirit but only to Beru's lack of tact. One day, after 3 expert throws from Beru, Tedone politely expressed his admiration. At Adwa, I killed 8 Italians, Beru boasted. And I castrated them. Beru proudly raised his tunic to reveal a necklace on which he had strung the irrefutable proof of his conquests. Tedone found himself plumb out of compliments. You disgust me, he shouted, and stormed off to his tukul. But the conversation wasn't over for Beru. He pursued Tedone. Exasperated, Tedone grabbed some ears of corn, arranged them on the ground in the shape of a fort, and called Beru over. At Adwa you won with a limitless supply of men, he scolded. At Mikili, a handful of men kept you at bay for 3 months, we blew you sky high. As a demonstration, Tedone took some more ears of corn and marched them toward his makeshift fort, only to make them bounce off the corncob walls. Beru shivered. Yes, but they hid inside. Beru cried. We fought in the open. End of conversation. Eventually Tedone was able to break free of Beru's hospitality and become the guest of another household. There Tedone became the reluctant prize in a different kind of combat. Zandia too, a young woman, wanted Tedone. Thirsty for love is how Tedone described her. Giovanni Tedone was a handsome young man of 24. He had a broad jaw and rugged chin. He preferred to wear his full mustache fashionably upturned at the ends, in the manner made popular by the German Emperor Wilhelm II. For his studio portrait he had donned his bersagliere uniform, accessorized with two symbols of leadership, a riding crop and a holstered pistol. Full, bushy eyebrows framed dark, deep-set eyes that suggested a wistful, pensive side. Chiseled, exotic, manly yet sentimental, Tidone was catnip to Zandiatu. While Tidone's style was complicated and thoughtful, Zandiatu's emphasized candor. She made a magnificent declaration of love to Tidone, a declaration both clear and explicit. She would be very happy to be his wife. Her intentions were good, she wasn't interested in a dalliance. She was ready to follow him back to Italy. Not only was Tidone good looking, but he was her ticket out. Tidone was a hard sell. For reasons of his own, he wasn't interested in Zandiatu. But he was afraid that if he snubbed her advances, she would retaliate by making his life miserable. The result was an interminable courtship wherein a coy Tidone gently rebuffed Zandiatu's amorous sallies. Tidone was a prisoner of love. Zandiatu redoubled her efforts. She played the attentive spouse. My every wish was her command, he wrote. When she closed in, Tidone would parry with excuses. Zandiatu became impatient and ever more direct. Her flirtations became a lesson in cross-cultural misunderstanding. Everything she did to make herself irresistible backfired. She applied more rancid butter to make her skin soft and silky. She darkened her eyelids and painted her nails, not yet common among European women as marks of beauty. She tried jealousy. After a particularly emphatic rejection from Tidone, she threatened to take a lover. I'll call for the son of Fittore Gabriel and make him sleep with me, she boasted, thinking that competition from a celebrated soldier would ignite Tidone's desire. And I'll make you watch. Nice move, but Tidone wasn't buying. He shrugged off her threat. Just when it seemed that Tidone's only option was to move back in with the merciless Beru, he got word that he was going home. The mouth of the Negus. Gerardo Pantano experienced imprisonment as an awakening. He had joined the military as a young man, inspired by a desire to avenge the massacre at Dogali. He was in military school at Medina when he heard the news of the massacre and immediately volunteered for service in Africa. Perhaps because of his cadet status, he was passed over. He noted that Italy lacked a strong colonial consciousness, as did Pantano himself. Why should Italians leave Italy, he wondered, to suffer 1,000 unpleasant things, in order to undertake pointless enterprises? 40 While incidentally validating the basic good sense of the Italian people, Pantano confessed that his own motives were personal. As an aspiring officer, he understood that the strenuous pursuit of pointless enterprises was precisely how careers could be made. Pantano's hunch about building a career abroad turned out to be correct. He would retire at the rank of general. In the short run, however, he had his doubts. At Adwa, he had been a lieutenant assigned to an Ascari battalion in Albertone's brigade. On March 1 his job had been to help hold Albertone's left. He had watched men fall around him but was taken prisoner, apparently unharmed. He was paraded before Menelik by his captors as proof of their valor. 41 He then had the good fortune to fall into the custody of one of Menelik's most powerful and trusted officers, Nisabu, Menelik's Afanigas, or Minister of Justice. Pantano knew nothing of the authority of the Afanigas, but he soon learned. He underwent an interrogation, and when he asked by whose authority he was being questioned, Pantano was told, "You are in the house of Afanigas Nisabu, Minister of Justice of the Emperor, a powerful and influential leader." 42 When he finally met Nisabu, he gradually learned to trust him. The elderly Nisabu took a paternal interest in Pantano. He told him that he would do everything in his power to let Pantano's family know that he was alive. He then asked to see Pantano's ring. Pantano gave it to him. Nisabu tried it on all of his fiangers, but it was too large for Nicebu's slender hands. He passed it to his wife, who looked it over, then returned it to Pantano. "Why didn't anyone take this from you?" Nicebu demanded. "Because I hid it," Pantano responded. "And why are you wearing it now?" Nicebu asked. "Because I understand that no one will take it." The answer pleased Nicebu, who took it as a compliment, even as a providential sign. "You are a son, given to me by God. My house is yours, ask for what you need." Over the months to come, the relationship deepened. In Addis, Nicebu housed Pantano at his private compound, a minor village of buildings and dependences within the capital. Nicebu gave Pantano a large tukul Nicebu typically used as his receiving room. It was a clear honor, in that Pantano enjoyed large private quarters, and it gave Pantano a close look at the everyday life of a major figure in Menelik's government. Nicebu had a doting mother to thank for a plum appointment in Menelik's government. Nicebu's mother wanted a scholar for a son. As soon as Nicebu was ready to learn, she set before him a series of memory tasks. Soon, in a hothouse education reminiscent of John Stuart Mill, Nicebu put his mind to mastering the Ethiopian legal code. That code, the Fetha Nagast, blended scripture with Roman law and other legal influences. 43. Its association with the dominant religion, the Ethiopian Church, gave it a particular force, as did its apodictic style. The law was given, some of it was even the word of God, and that was that. The fact of the matter was that the code was too vast for anyone to master entirely. Moreover, as in any legal code, there was room for interpretation. At 18, Nicebu was already representing clients at court. With his broad learning and his gift for rhetoric, he won some notable victories, including a few against the government. Nicebu's reputation grew, and his practice flourished. Rather than leave such a formidable talent on the loose, Menelik did what any responsible administrator would do: he hired him. Or at least he tried. The job Menelik offered was that of Ophanegus, literally the king's mouth. The title spoke volumes about the sway Nicebu would hold. His functions would blend those of Attorney General and Minister of Justice. The power and wealth were attractive. Nicebu would sit at Menelik's right hand, but Nicebu was proud and feared that the position would cost him his independence, so he resisted. Menelik threw him in jail, setting a single condition for his freedom, that he accept the job. The next day, Nicebu relented. 44. By custom, the emperor is the ultimate interpreter of the law, and until very late in his reign Menelik frequently sat personally in judgment, rendering justice and embodying the law. As his proxy and standby, Nicebu bore a grave responsibility to do nothing to diminish the law or the stature of Menelik. Over time, he came to dress like Menelik: black satin cape with embroidered lapel, bandana of white cotton or silk wrapped about the head and tied tightly at the neck, wide-brimmed felt hat. 45. Unlike Menelik, whose pockmarked face gave him a raw, rugged look, a man's man, Nicebu's fine, golden brown complexion and smooth skin gave him a softness that accentuated the perception that this was a man of sophistication and discernment. 46. In a court of strikingly handsome men, Makanan, Mang Asha, Will Nicebu could hold his own. By the time Nicebu adopted Pantano as the son sent by God, he looked the part of a wealthy man, long accustomed to a life of leisure. He was round, giving him an air of jolliness that belied the gravity of the decisions he handed down. 47. Pantano impressed his host with his knowledge of scripture. Even Nicebu's chaplain had spotty knowledge regarding some biblical tales. When Pantano could tell the chaplain the names of the three magi, especially the African king, the chaplain was so taken by this evidence of learning that he and Nicebu began to refer to Pantano as Abati, father, a title normally reserved for clergy. 48. One morning Nicebu invited Pantano to accompany him to work. The courthouse was an amphitheater, a semicircle of stairs radiating out from a covered platform where Nicebu sat in judgment as the Ophanegus. Beside the Ophanegus were pages and consultants. Opposite them were the attorneys and their clients, along with the accused and the defendant, to the left and right respectively. Nisabu quickly dispensed with a number of minor cases, handing down decisions involving modest cash payments in restitution or, in injury cases, lashes of the whip. The main case for the day involved a love triangle that resulted in murder. A young woman had been promised in marriage to one man, but she loved another and chose to marry him instead. The jilted fiance nursed his humiliation and turned it to jealous rage. He pursued his successful rival and killed him with a stone to the temple. The young widow buried her husband, then sought justice. She had the killer brought before the Ophanegus, where he admitted his guilt. Nisabu offered the widow a choice of compensations: 240 thalers in payment or the death of the accused. The sum was huge, but the widow was inconsolable and bent on vengeance. When asked whether she would accept the offer of blood money, she uttered a single word, "No." Nisabu spoke. "The man is yours. Do with him as you will. Let him be taken to Finfi north-northeast," the widow responded. Bailiffs appeared, one at each arm, and led the prisoner away. Finfi north-northeast was once the name for the Addis region as a whole. It came to refer to a place of punishment of criminals on the outskirts of the city, a place where an eye is taken for an eye and the hands of thieves are hacked away in scriptural splendor. There, the jilted fiance begged for forgiveness, throwing himself at the feet of the woman whose husband he had killed. Instead, the widow raised a heavy stone above her head, then let it fall onto the head of the murderer, crushing it. The crowd erupted in shouts. The women ululated, filling the air with the cry of victory. 49 The widow, her shama spattered with blood, walked away in a daze. That night, the tranquility of Nisabu's household was shattered by the urgent beating of drums, a signal of community alarm. Answering the call of the drums, they came upon an awesome scene. Under a full moon, the widow stood in the middle of a circle formed by her friends. Her hair was cut short in mourning and her shama had fallen to her waist. The movements of her arms and shoulders were sharp, following the rhythm of the drums. She stooped, fell, rose, moved in abrupt dance, then posed as if frozen, letting out cries from time to time. As Pantano saw it, although justice had been done, it could not touch her anguish, which had now taken hold of her body. Grief owned her. Only by moving could she rid herself of the torment. Her movements became more abrupt, more demonic, until she collapsed. Her family carried her limp body home. The scene was repeatedly nightly until the pain let go and her body was hers again. 50 Nisabu was frequently called upon to adjudicate disputes between Italians and Ethiopians, some substantial, some trivial. In one case, an Italian soldier brought charges of fraud against an Ethiopian woman. The Italian soldier and the Ethiopian woman appeared before Nisabu. The exchange went as follows. Nisabu: "What did you give to this woman?" Soldier: "A thaler, in exchange for 5 kisses." Nisabu: "And?" Soldier: "She gave me 4, but then her husband came back. She should give me another kiss or give me back my money." Nisabu ruled in favor of the soldier, who got back his money. 51. On afternoon late in 1896, Fred Hollanday left his Pinckney Street studio and headed to South Boston. He had an idea for a photograph and he needed a model. Day had sought out exotic models before. They weren't hard to find in late 19th century Boston. Fully 1/3 of the city's population in the 1890s was foreign-born, and many of them were dependent upon private charity for any hope of personal advancement. Fred Day was from a patrician family and, following his mother's philanthropic lead, he inserted himself into Boston's private charity network. Day volunteered as a tutor and mentor. Social workers referred particularly promising young people to him. One Day cultivated young talent, and he used his charitable contacts to recruit models for his photographic work. Day had made a striking series of photos of the young Lebanese-American immigrant Khalil Gibran, better known today as the author of mystical and sentimental aphorisms published under the title The Prophet. 2 On this day, he was looking for an African American. Back in the studio, Day dressed his African-American model as he imagined an African king might dress. For one composition, Day draped his model in a coarse wool wrap and arranged dark pigeon feathers so that they descended from a wide headband. For another series, Day's model stood holding a Chapter 1/8. Menelik a broad spear. In yet another, the model wore brass bracelets, chest medallions, and a crown as he sat on leopard skin. For his most striking portrait, Day had his model adopt a solemn, confident regard. The model didn't look directly into Day's lens, he looked beyond it, over and beyond the left shoulder of the viewer. Although some aspects of Day's photos strike us today as naive, the pigeon feather headband, the loose wool wrap, the bronze medallion, if we can look past the comic Africanisms, there's no mistaking where he was going with this work. The titles provide the clue. Ethiopian monarch was one, Menelik was another. Day, a privileged but socially aware Bostonian, staged his photos in the weeks following Adwa, as the press and public opinion absorbed the enormity of the event. Day's charged tableaus, like Adwa itself, defy classic categories of Western domination and Oriental submission. His Menelik transposed Adwa to the vexed context of post-emancipation America, where it served as a touchstone in the global history of peoples of European and African descent. In the end, what was Adwa if not the story of Africans seeing to their own freedom? By one of those accidents of timing that feeds ironic juxtaposition, the day before the Adwa story broke stateside, the Atlanta Constitution ran a story ridiculing the Back to Africa aspirations of 300 African Americans who were to leave Savannah, Georgia, for Africa on March 1. The article broadened out into a prediction of the collapse of African sovereignty, as Africa was partitioned by Europeans. It was a point that no doubt made perfect sense the day it was written. It was somewhat less certain after the FIRST of March. The position articulated by the Constitution links the assumptions underpinning Jim Crow and empire. 1896 was the year of Plessy v. Ferguson, the Supreme Court decision affirming the constitutionality of separate but equal, the legal cornerstone of Jim Crow. Atlanta's newspaper embraced a wider vision, a kind of Atlantic dominion. The future of Africa would take shape under European rule, just as contemporary America had taken shape under the rule of European Americans. African Americans, whether committed to an American future or headed back to Africa, faced an equally grim prospect of life under European rule. 3. In short, the culture of Jim Crow thrived in an atmosphere of presumed racial superiority during the age of high empire. Empire was cousin to Jim Crow. But Adwa shattered the confident assertion of African servitude displayed in the pages of the Atlanta Constitution, at least initially. The lead story on March 4 reported little more than that the Abyssinians had killed 3,000 Italian soldiers. It also reported the erroneous news that the Italian commanding officer, General Oreste Baratieri, burdened by the shame of defeat, had taken his own life. 4 subsequent stories featured significant errors of fact, betraying either a prodigious ignorance of Africa or a kind of psychological disarray. 5. An article headed Italy's hard luck put Ethiopia in South Africa and preferred, as the title suggests, to emphasize Italian misfortune over Ethiopian military prowess. 6. Finally, the Atlanta Constitution began to question how black the Ethiopians really were. An article entitled "The Abyssinian Question" revealed an astonishing mastery of African racial characteristics, a prodigious racial science, and recommended to readers a close study of Ethiopian features. It asserted that the Ethiopians are not of the flat-footed and splay-nosed Hottentot variety, raised doubts about how much they had in common with Africans of the Congo, and ended by asserting that they were, in fact, of Phoenician origin, that is to say, not black at all. 7. This view was sustained by some of the images the Constitution published with its stories. In fact, the FIRST portrait of Menelik published by the Constitution as the story broke revealed a striking similarity between the Emperor of Ethiopia and Tsar Nicholas II, who had acceded to the throne of Imperial Russia a year earlier. 8. Confusion seemed to increase with news of the scope of the disaster. but rather than leave the impression that the whitening of Menelik was part of a distinctly Southern perspective on Adwa, it is worth pointing out that the New York World ran a story to similar effect, and the Chicago Tribune picked up the New York World story and carried it the following day. Thus, major newspapers in the South, in the Midwest, and on the Atlantic seaboard all carried stories regarding Caucasian Ethiopia. The New York World flatly stated that the majority of the inhabitants of Abyssinia are of the Caucasian race, adding for good measure the reassuring claim that they are well-formed and handsome. The American press reaction to Adwa in some ways mirrored that of the European press. Upon learning of the Italian defeat at Adwa, the Times of London, for example, immediately entered into speculation on the battle's significance for the Triple Alliance, which since 1882 had linked Italy in a defensive agreement with Austria and Imperial Germany. The Berlin correspondent to the London Times openly asked how Italy could fulfill its treaty obligations in Europe if it could not win in Africa. 10. On the western shores of the Atlantic, the New York Times picked up this angle, too, although perhaps we shouldn't read too much into this. In earlier editions it had given equal prominence to alarming reports that Columbia University was about to drop Greek as a required part of its core curriculum. 11. Marketing Menelik. As for Ethiopia's imperial couple, marketing of their image shifted into high gear. Although neither Tato nor Menelik ever left Ethiopia, thanks to Adwa their images joined an emerging economy of celebrity culture. In 1897, Vanity Fair featured Menelik as the subject of its colored lithograph, a distinction roughly analogous to making the cover of Time magazine in 20th century America. Thanks to Vanity Fair, Menelik was vaulted into the company of such international celebrities as Charles Darwin, Tsar Alexander, and Napoleon III. He was tagged quite an enlightened monarch. The Musée Grevin, Paris's answer to Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, assembled a life-size tableau of the Ethiopian court. Liebig's, a German nutritional firm with a global reach, featured Tato and Menelik on individual trading cards. And while Liebig's cast the imperial couple as statesmen to promote its meat extract products, the French grocery chain Félix Podin promoted Menelik and Tato as celebrities, grouping them with 500 other collectible contemporary personalities who could drive traffic to its stores. 12. The absorption of Ethiopia's royal couple into celebrity culture brought with it now familiar consequences. It affected the choice of names given newborns. In France, a worker named his son Menelik. The imperial palace at Addis was swamped with fan mail, some of it addressed simply to Menelik in Abyssinia. The false sense of familiarity bred by celebrity culture brought bold and casual requests for money, for favors. Unification bring booming demand and a commercial renaissance. Would Menelik, the Lion of Judah, assume leadership of the global black African diaspora? Ethiopia had always attracted its share of foreign adventurers and opportunists. After Adwa, the informal cosmopolitanism of the privateer and the misfit was augmented by the cosmopolitanism of the trade and diplomatic mission. It also drew visionaries eager to cast Ethiopia Black Africa's first nation with a claim to greatness in a millennial role. The great powers lost no opportunity to curry favor and sway public opinion. The Vatican touted Menelik as one of the most important personages, not only in Africa, but in Europe. His friendship is sought by the greatest of European powers. 14. Shortly after the imperial couple returned to their capital in 1896, a Russian mission appeared. They drew crowds by offering a free musical concert. As a crowd gathered, they handed out tiny medals of the Blessed Virgin, a shrewd way of playing up the affinity of Russian Orthodox and Ethiopian faiths. Free medical care clinched the deal. The Russians brought medical supplies, tents, sheets, beds, and surgical gear. The Russian Red Cross mission ministered to wounded Ethiopian troops, but turned away Italians. It would soon grow into a permanent hospital facility that dispensed free care and manufactured goodwill, at least among the Ethiopians, who nevertheless were surprised that Europeans would refuse to care for other Europeans. What? Asked Menelik's Minister of Justice. Aren't you whites all brothers? 15 European brotherhood, such as it was, occurred chez Ilg. As a young man, Alfred Ilg had taken an Ethiopian wife and started a family. At some point they separated, and in 1895 Ilg married Fanny Gattiker, who joined him in Addis. 16 They entertained in a home decorated in the European-style window curtains and drapes, carved wooden door frames, bentwood chairs with cane seats, FL oral wallpaper. Guests dressed for dinner, which was served in the European style. Conversation over brandy and cigars extended well into the evening. Although Ilg was vaguely Francophile in his leanings, in the spirit of Swiss neutrality Fanny and Alfred hosted dinners for businessmen and diplomats from around the world. The French appeared in January 1897, sending Léonce Lagarde, the governor of Djibouti, as their representative. 17 The French press had been building up Ethiopia as an emerging regional power, on par with Japan in Asia. 18 A delegation of Spanish Catholics duly appeared, with religious rather than commercial objectives. Their presence was likely paired with the Vatican's own initiative. 19 As for the British, they had some explaining to do. In Ethiopia, the Italians were widely perceived as proxies for British interests in their ongoing struggle with France for mastery of Africa. The Ethiopians were particularly resentful of British complicity in the occupation of Massawa and Eritrea. 20 Sir Renilrod arrived in the spring of 1897, within months of Menelik's return to Addis. It was the most impressive diplomatic performance yet. Rod was a soldier as well as a diplomat, and he and his party arrived in bright uniforms, supported by a detachment of Sikhs, a scale model of British imperial might. And he brought with him a veteran of the British campaign against two Drows, the 70-year-old Captain Charles Sayer Tristram Speedy, a living reminder of Britain's long-standing interest in Ethiopia. 21 They were met by hundreds of Menelik's best soldiers, banners in bright colors of yellow, red, and green streaming from their lances while horns blared. Behind them marched thousands more. 22 Rod's delegation was sandwiched between legions of Adwa's heroes. Rod rapidly formed the opinion that Menelik was little interested in trade, less still in cultivating a European business community in Addis. But he was able to clarify Menelik's position with respect to the Sudan and the Mahdi and to deliver a letter from Queen Victoria. 23 Having shown the flag and learned what he could, he departed. The Americans would follow in due course. In fact, of all the countries jockeying for influence and trade with Menelik's Ethiopia, it was the United States who enjoyed the lead, and it owed nothing to military encroachment or fawning diplomats. Ethiopia bought American cotton, period. Tents, shamas, pants, canopies, virtually all of the thread and fabric came from U.S. farms, about $600,000 worth every year. 24 American farmers could thank Greek and Indian merchants for serving as go-betweens, for not a single industry representative, not a single sales call, had generated the business. The late 19th century was a protectionist age, and some thought the thriving trade between Ethiopia and the United States might be at risk, given that it was based on enterprising third parties and mere mutual self-interest. Thus it was not only the vision of new markets but also the concern that some of the existing markets might be taken away that drove Robert Pete Skinner, attached to the American consulate in Marseille, to propose an American mission to Menelik. As a resident of Marseille, the heart and soul of the French colonial enterprise, Skinner could see the forces that might seek to close off American access to an Ethiopian market based on nothing so formal as a treaty. The Djibouti to Harar railway construction had begun a few years earlier might serve as the choke point for discriminatory trade practices. At the very least, Skinner reasoned, we should show our friendship for the emperor and seek a treaty which should guarantee us the permanent enjoyment of most favored nation privileges. 25 Skinner pitched his idea for the mission to Teddy Roosevelt, whose penchant for rugged exoticism played in the plan's favor. With little prompting from Skinner, the president's imagination caught fire, imagining Ethiopia as part-time machine, life there must be something similar to life in the time of Christ, and part botany lab, we must look out for seeds of useful unknown plants. Roosevelt was especially intrigued by the use of greavy zebras in the American West. Greavy zebras could go several days without water. Perhaps, with their help, we could breed a new mule that would be enormously valuable in some of our parched western country. Skinner came away wondering if the idea of a mission to Ethiopia hadn't been the president's all along. Soon Skinner was on his way to the War Department for guns and saddles. 26 Thus was launched one of the most enduring relationships between the United States and Africa. When Skinner's mission moved up from the Somali coast in 1903, it numbered nearly 90 people, including an escort of U.S. Marines, and 48 pack camels. The reception in Addis was grand. A mounted escort of thousands met the Skinner party. Each carried a rifle, a spear, and a shield. Menelik's officers appeared in full parade dress of lion skin capes and lion's mane headgear. They carried shields covered with velvet and studded with gold nails. 27 Music very much out of tune added to the splendor. By this time, Menelik had taken to wearing large diamond earrings to complement his usual outfit of gold-trimmed satin cape, white pants, and white cloth wrapped about the head, pulled tightly to the back, and knotted at the neck. 28 The discussion between Skinner and Menelik ranged widely, touching on imperial ambitions. America alone was without land in Africa. Menelik noted approvingly. 29 Skinner assured the emperor that America had no designs to acquire any. He affirmed that the United States was interested in the preservation of the independence of Abyssinia, which, after the French have absorbed Morocco, will be the only independent state of any consequence in the continent. 30 Meanwhile, Menelik expressed admiration for Abraham Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, promising that slavery in Ethiopia would be abolished within a generation, though incrementally. I have decreed that, while those at present slaves shall remain such, their children shall be free. Thus slavery will disappear. 31 Skinner returned both with seeds and with the greavy zebras coveted by Roosevelt, though the zebras landed in the National Zoo in Washington, D.C., not the high plains of Montana, as did one of 2 gift lions from Menelik to survive the trip. 32 As for the blossoming of trade between Ethiopia and the United States, it failed to materialize, though not for lack of effort on Skinner's part. Drawing inspiration from Henry Morton Stanley's exploits and his penchant for publicity, Skinner managed to get press notices of his journey into an astonishing number of American newspapers. 33 Skinner actively promoted the image of independent Ethiopia in newspaper interviews. Abyssinians, the Japanesa of Africa, one headline proclaimed. 34 His example inspired at least one far-sighted American entrepreneur to make the voyage to the court of Menelik. Emil Gribschak, whose business was in the line of hides, furs, wool, feathers, etc., took inspiration from Skinner's exploits. Gribschak announced the creation of the American Abyssinian Trading Company, with headquarters at 529 Broadway in New York City. Like most brilliant business ideas, Gribschak's company started with an order for official letterhead. He solicited letters of introduction from Skinner and made his way to Ethiopia. 35 Gribschak thought he was going to get in on the ground floor. During his visit to Harar, he was impressed by Ras Makonnen, the most intelligent man in Ethiopia, and took a fancy to Afar women, whom he described as magnificently formed. Regular small mouth, with nice lips, splendid teeth, and well-shaped feet and arms, adding for good measure that they possessed all the heat and fiery of a tropical people. But he was appalled by the filth of Harar, whose residents threw trash into the streets, where hyenas do the street cleaning. In Addis, he had the honor of an audience with Menelik, to whom he presented the latest model of Winchester rifle, but he seems to have received little more than goodwill in return. On his return to the Somali coast, his caravan nearly ran out of water and his escort led him into a trap. Robbery, he discovered, was an unexpected cost of doing business on caravan routes through afar lands. 36 Upon his return to New York, Gribschak sought to convert his experience into a government post as U.S. Consul General to Ethiopia. He even solicited the help of his fellow Masons in a letter campaign on his behalf, but to no avail. He was passed over. 37 Beneath the level of OFFICHL delegations driven by politics and trade, Addis hosted a cosmopolitan array of opportunists, adventurers, and second-chancers. A young Greek styled himself as the capital's mad romantic poet, but eventually he made his career in the Ethiopian military. He Ethiopianized his name to Aptegiorgis and rose to the rank of Phytorari, making him the highest-ranking foreigner ever to serve in Menelik's army. 38 An Armenian by the name of Tigranes insinuated himself into imperial service as a cook and gardener. He was also Menelik's goldsmith. Given that the wearing of gold was a royal privilege, there was only so much money to be made at goldsmithing. 39 He also did a tidy business operating a pawn shop on the side, offering short-term loans to anyone with something precious to put forward as collateral. From early on, Menelik had encouraged traders, partly because he saw them as a potential source of wealth, partly because he wanted their expertise. Armand Saveur, a portly Frenchman, arrived in Ethiopia in the early 1880s, seeking his fortune as the agent of the Franco-African Company. 14 years later, he was still seeking it. Along the way he persuaded a Parishian handyman named Stephenon to assist him. Stephenon oversaw the construction of a factory compound consisting of a 2-story circular main building, warehouse and workshop surrounded by several houses. More than 70 workers lived in the compound and worked manufacturing Rifle-E ammunition for Saveur's enterprise. Rifle-E cartridges doubled as small change in Ethiopia, so in a sense Saveur was coining money. He traded his ammunition for gold, elephant tusks, and civet. 41 In EFFECT, Saveur was making money to buy up things for which there was an export market. Foremen were paid in cash, but most workers were paid in food and clothing. Saveur issued new pants and a shama every 6 months. The Franco-African Company also imported things for which there might be an Ethiopian market. When Jean-Gaston Vanderheim visited in 1894, the real question was what Saveur wasn't selling. Saveur's warehouse had become a general store selling, among other things, guns, cartridges, glass, fabric, shoes, socks, gloves, tanned leather, pocket knives, lace, carpet, perfume, wool blankets, oil, vinegar, and liquor. 42 Despite the appearance of prosperity, Saveur's business struggled. The fortune Saveur had hoped to make in Africa eluded him, but it was a life with its own compensations. He and Stephenon could support themselves and their European wives. After 14 years, they were beyond the point of return. Despite the disappointments, Ethiopia had become their home. 43 Saveur's story was far from unique. It was shared by Arthur Rimbaud and a half-dozen other Europeans who were drawn to Ethiopia by stories of its wealth and exoticism. They learned that success soon drew the emperor's attention. Edward Gleeson, a member of the British mission to Menelik after Adwa, observed that Menelik used his political powers to manipulate or enter successful markets and drive out competitors. He described a Frenchman, a Monsieur Manet, who had arrived expecting to find an El Dorado but instead found his wealth depleted to the point that he was unable to leave. Menelik, Gleeson noted, was not above applying duties on imported goods while exempting his own, to undermine competitors. Menelik relied on the enterprise of Europeans to develop markets from which he might later choose to drive them. Soon enough, all serious commerce passed through his hands. Even though Menelik used some of this wealth for the common good, Gleeson noted, his behavior would discourage investment as long as it continued. 44 Adwa had garnered attention and goodwill for Menelik's Ethiopia, but much of it was squandered. The same fierce independence that made Adwa possible created a hostile environment for foreigners interested in doing business in Ethiopia. Ethiopia in the African diaspora. The black African reaction to Adwa was, at first, muted. This undoubtedly owed much to the fact that many newspapers in sub-Saharan Africa were European-owned. The Lagos Standard of Nigeria, the Gold Coast Chronicle, and the Sierra Leone Times had all backed Italy in the 1895 to 1896 campaign. The motto that graced the masthead of the Lagos Standard, "For God, the Queen, and the People," spoke volumes about its intended readership. Though it cannot be said that these newspapers reflected local popular opinion, they remind us just how difficult it could be to gauge African public opinion in the age of European empire. By the time of the Pan-African Congress of 1900, Ethiophilic sentiment was clearer, although Africa itself was underrepresented among the delegates. 45 Similarly, contemporary African American commentary on Adwa can be difficult to track down. Ida B. Wells passes over Adwa without a word, but she had an ironclad excuse: she was in the 9th month of her pregnancy, giving birth on March 25. 46 More puzzling is the silence of African American newspapers of the period, including the Freeman and the Afro-American. 47 3 weeks after Adwa, the Freeman off-aired a gloomy vision of Africa's future, as if Adwa had not happened, except in Haiti. There is now no black race which is not under white sovereignty, or expecting white sovereignty, or preparing itself for a last fight in protest against that encroaching dominion. 48 Although the piece was likely drafted before the news of Adwa broke, it suggests just how much the story of Ethiopia had to fight against a deep pessimism about the future of African sovereignty. In The Future of the American Negro, written shortly after Adwa and published in 1899, Booker T. Washington seems not to have fully absorbed the story of Ethiopia. In a brief survey of Africa meant to emphasize Europe's firm grip on the continent, he duly noted that Abyssinia is independent but said nothing about Adwa. Presumably Washington's silence owes something, as his title suggests, to the larger goal of focusing African American attention on an American future, as opposed to African one. 49 It may also reflect the fact that most African Americans were from or had roots in coastal West Africa and, as William Schack has suggested, tended to focus their attention on that part of the continent. 50 Finally, one might venture to observe that in the climate of Jim Crow America, with its racial code enforced by spectacular violence, including lynchings, any discussion of black military triumph or humiliating European defeat might have been discreetly reserved for times and places that escape the historical record. 51 Accordingly, if we look not for direct references to the triumph of Adwa but instead at less provocative allusions to Ethiopia, a richer and subtler picture emerges. Indeed, although the Freeman published no immediate commentary on Adwa, passing over the events in silence, it nevertheless proclaimed from its masthead the scriptural passage from Psalm 68:31. And Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand. Throughout the Americas, Ethiopia's elevated status antedated Adwa, as the historian William Scott has shown. 52 The image of Ethiopia as Christian, as a scriptural place, and as the home of an ancient and venerable civilization had already earned the country an elevated rank throughout the diaspora. So lofty was the status of Ethiopia in the African diaspora that it sometimes was synonymous with Africa itself. 53 Christian churches serving African Americans added Abyssinian and Ethiopian to their names. The most famous of them all in the United States, the Abyssinian Baptist Church of Harlem, dated from 1808, in Africa, the Ethiopian Church of Pretoria dated from 1892. The image of Ethiopia thus appears to have been as powerful in southern Africa as it was in the Americas. Although these churches did not affiliate with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church or adopt its prayers and rituals, they tapped into an indigenous African Christian tradition, that of Ethiopia as old and revered as Christianity itself. The post-Adwa image of a strong and independent Ethiopia certainly added to the allure. Similarly, the connection between Ethiopia and the African American missionaries who fostered the development of the African Methodist Episcopal (AME) Church was conceptual and elusive, rather than actual, with no durable linkages between the AME denomination and Ethiopia's Orthodox Christianity. Pretoria's Ethiopian Church eventually folded into the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the explicit reference to Ethiopia was thus lost. When construction on St. Peter's Church in Pretoria began in April 1896, it was to have been known as St. Peter's Ethiopian Church. However, when it was dedicated in late 1897, it had become St. Peter's African Methodist Episcopal Church. 54. Similarly, in the States, the absorption of the Ethiopian Church into the African Methodist Episcopal Church took place in the immediate aftermath of the Adwa victory. The union under the AIM umbrella was decided in May 1896 at a conference in Wilmington, North Carolina. It was ratified ceremonially at Allen Temple in Atlanta in June the same year. 55. Adwa does not appear to have figured in such matters. Haiti, the Ethiopia of the Americas. More palpably related to Adwa were attempts to link Ethiopia to Haiti, attempts that coincided with the arrival of Benito Sylvain. Sylvain was born in Haiti, but he was in Paris when he heard the news of Menelik's victory. In Paris, Sylvain labored to produce La Fraternite, a newspaper devoted since 1889, as its masthead proclaimed, to the defense of black interests. 56. After the news of Adwa, Sylvain walked away from his newspaper with the determination of a knight leaving for a crusade. 57. Sylvain was already a Pan-African visionary. In Menelik modern Black Africa's THIRD personality with a truly global stature, he imagined a redemptive figure. He made the journey to Ethiopia in January 1897. His voyage took him from Paris to Marseille and thence to Djibouti and Addis. His mission, as he elaborated it over the course of his trip, was to establish diplomatic relations between Ethiopia and Haiti. 58. Haiti was home to the first successful slave revolt of modern times, and Ethiopia was home to Menelik's independent African empire. Together, they symbolized successful and righteous challenges to the great scourges of African people: slavery and colonization. It only made sense that they should be joined. In all, Sylvain made 4 voyages to Ethiopia. Though he found in Menelik a reluctant messiah, Sylvain remained true to his vision. He represented both Haiti and Ethiopia at the first Pan-African meeting in 1900, although it is unclear what authorization, if any, he received from either state. Sylvain made a point of being in Addis in 1904, the 100th anniversary of Haitian independence. To observe such a momentous occasion in the capital of free Africa would link the two great nations, at least symbolically. His visit happened to coincide with the American diplomatic mission of Robert Skinner, who witnessed an enlightening exchange between Sylvain and Menelik. Sylvain continued to solicit Menelik's leadership for his initiative to improve the Negro race. Menelik listened patiently, then gently declined Sylvain's offer. "Yours is a most excellent idea," Menelik conceded, "the Negro should be uplifted. I applaud your theory, and I wish you the greatest possible success. But, I am not a Negro at all, I am a Caucasian." 59. The phrasing sounds more like Skinner, the American from Massillon, Ohio, than like the laconic Menelik we have come to know. But this shouldn't surprise us. Skinner spoke French, as did Sylvain, so while he wouldn't need a translator to understand Sylvain's proposal, both he and Sylvain would have relied on a translator for Menelik's reply. Still, we have no reason to doubt the gist of Skinner's account. How, then, do we account for Menelik's answer? Menelik may have been influenced by arguments that emphasized the ethnic distinctions between Ethiopia and sub-Saharan Africa, even to the point of positing a Phoenician heritage for Ethiopians. This whitening of Ethiopia would have a durable history. We also know that Menelik was anything but an ideologue. He was a man for whom race and category, after all, might remain a supple concept. Such an attitude was reflected in Ethiopian art, to judge from the array of skin tones one finds represented without hierarchical connotation. 60. No doubt race was a more freighted concept for someone such as Sylvain, a native of the Caribbean, with its legacy of racially defined servitude, than it was for Menelik, leader of a country that had never known conquest. It is also possible that regal Menelik, never a populist, was uncomfortable in the role of hero to the broader black African diaspora. One can imagine that Menelik, a practical man interested in what could be achieved locally, thought Sylvain's global idealism tedious. Maybe he just wanted to shake off Sylvain. For whatever reason, the same man who had courted the dervishes against Italy in 1895 by appealing to a common blackness, "I am black and you are black, let us unite to hunt our common enemy," now saw fit to decline Sylvain's proffered crown. 61 Undaunted, Sylvain assumed the role of pageant master for a ceremony celebrating the Haitian centenary. Sylvain organized an honor guard of Ethiopian volunteers. They read several rifle rounds and shouted, "Long live Haiti! Long live the Ethiopia of America," before Sylvain marched them to Menelik's palace. There, he was disappointed to learn that Menelik had left the night before for his residence at Adisalem. Later that year, Sylvain returned to Haiti, bearing greetings from Menelik to Nord Alexis, President of the Republic of Haiti. Sylvain also carried a gift, a medal and an honorary title for President Alexis from Menelik. 62 Another pilgrim from the Caribbean was Joseph Vidalin, a physician. In 1903, Ras Makanan persuaded Vidalin to stay on as director of the hospital in Harar. Vidalin would also attend to Menelik as his personal physician during his long, slow decline. 63 By the 1920s, Vidalin had emerged as a leader in the burgeoning Pan-African movement. He met W.E.B. Du Bois at the Second Pan-African Congress, where Vidalin represented Ethiopia. 64 As pilgrims to Ethiopia in the aftermath of Adwa, both Vidalin and Sylvain anticipated the later migrations of the Rastafarians, many of whom settled in Ethiopia. 65 They, like Bob Marley and so many others, saw in Ethiopia a new Zion, the fulfillment of an ancient promise of freedom. It was a vision that bestowed upon Ethiopia Menelik's reservations, notwithstanding the hopes of a global black diaspora. More than a country, Ethiopia was becoming a place in the imagination, a source of pride and lineage sometimes indistinguishable from Africa itself. 66 The status of Ethiopia, both real and imaginary, grew in the new century. World War I had a radicalizing effect on African American opinion, especially as discrimination in the armed forces showed just how deeply Jim Crow had corrupted the culture and institutions of the Republic. The war also destabilized European rule around the world, just as the anti-colonial rhetoric of Woodrow Wilson and Vladimir Lenin read the imaginations of young leaders as diverse as Ho Chi Minh and Mohandas Gandhi. W.E.B. Du Bois went to Paris in late 1918, knowing that colonial issues, notably the disposition of the former German colonies, would be on the agenda of the peace conference. His proposal, which he was unable to advance, called for the creation of a new African state from remnants of the former German holdings. This state, a showpiece and a training ground for future leaders, would be governed by Negro leaders from America, Abyssinia, Liberia, and Haiti, among others. The proposed name for the model African state? Ethiopian Utopia. 67. It was June 5, 1896, opening day in the court-martial of Orest Baratieri. The morning sun threw deep shadows across the town of Asmara as Baratieri stepped into an open carriage. A mounted military escort surrounded the carriage as it moved out, while askari guards on foot provided an outer ring of security. It was not yet 7 o'clock. The early start helped to limit the crowd. A single photographer, ancestor of the modern paparazzo, positioned himself outside the building that would serve as the impromptu courthouse. As the carriage slowed to a halt in front, he captured a photo of the unfortunate general gazing impassively into the lens. A cordon of soldiers framed Baratieri's path to the entrance as he stepped from the carriage. Inside, a wide table was in place for the magistrates. Two symbols of authority, a portrait of King Umberto and the family crest of the House of Savoy, were mounted on the wall behind the table. At 7:15, a few minutes after General Baratieri and his defense attorney had taken their seats, 5 magistrates entered the room and sat behind the table. The court-martial of Orest Baratieri was about to begin. Many miles away, another grim reckoning was also getting underway. A team of nearly 250 men from the Army of Italy were starting another. Chapter 19. Reckoning's day of work on the battlefields of Adwa. Ras Mang Asha, Menelik's ruler of Tigray, had given permission for a team of 14 officers and 240 members of the Engineer Corps to return to the sites of combat and bury the dead. They were led by Lieutenant Colonel Francesco Raimondi. The Raimondis were a military family, and Francesco, as brother of the general who had died at Adwa, had requested the responsibility of visiting the battlefield and burying the dead. Raimondi disembarked at Massawa in May 1896 and began to organize his group. His team was joined by 2 Capuchin monks, who would provide religious services, and by Gabbers here, a veteran askari who had fought at Adwa and knew the terrain well. In a gracious gesture, Ras Mang Asha contributed 40 soldiers to serve as armed escort in a territory still openly hostile to the Italians. 3. Return to Adwa. The progress of the Raimondi mission was followed with rapt attention. 2 months after the battle, in May 1896, hundreds of families were still unsure of the fate of loved ones. Survivors of the battle contacted family when they reached the safety of Eritrea, but many families had no word and struggled to interpret the silence. Dead. Wounded. As hundreds of captives marched south with Menelik, many families preferred to cling to the belief that their soldier had been taken prisoner. The Raimondi mission might provide some somber answers. There were other unresolved issues. Public discussion after Adwa had been rife with accusations that professional jealousy had doomed the Italian forces, that panic among the askari had compromised the army, that Baratieri had ordered the attack in a fit of professional pique. The air was full of theories about why Italy had failed. The Raimondi mission, it was hoped, in tandem with the trial of Baratieri, would provide some answers. It didn't help that juicy details of an encoded letter Baratieri had sent to Stanislao Mossini, the Minister of War, had been leaked to the press. Baratieri's letter, dated March 3, was the first summary description of the Adwa catastrophe. It came from an impeccable source, and the language was not kind. The letter was probably drafted by several people. But it went out over Baratieri's signature and he never accepted anything less than full responsibility for it. At one point, Baratieri uses the colorful word pazzi, crazy, to describe the behavior of some of the Italian soldiers during the retreat. Baratieri claimed that he and other officers tried to direct an orderly retreat eastward, back toward the camp at Saria. Instead, the soldiers ignored orders to regroup. They had retreated toward the north, taking the direct route to Eritrea. As they did, Baratieri wrote, they threw down their weapons like madmen, in the conviction that if they were taken unarmed they would not be castrated. For it was in this disorganized, panicked retreat that the real losses began. Besides showing just how effective the fear of castration could be, the remark cast doubt on the valor of Italy's soldiers. Then why was it released? As Minister of War, Mossini had a lot to lose from the disaster. An eagerness to deflect criticism of the campaign fully onto Baratieri likely explains his decision to release it. Baratieri's candid account served his purpose, but it added to the pain of the families of the dead. It took away the consoling thought that the sons of Italy had died valiantly, as heroes. Instead, it strongly suggested that the unsoldierly conduct of some of the men had compromised the retreat and radically increased the loss of life. As Colonel Raimondi and his team made their way toward Adwa, they retraced the path of the retreat. Their journey provided empirical evidence with which to answer questions about a great tragedy. They learned, for example, that some 5 soldiers had eluded capture and made it to safety at Adigrat. One of them had spent 39 days traveling by night, surviving by his wits, before reaching Adigrat on April 8. There he joined the other refugees of battle, including 27 wounded, 7 of whom had been castrated. 5 Raimondi's group also took custody of some of the prisoners who had remained in the north in the care of Mang Asha and his lieutenants. These included soldiers who were too badly wounded to make the journey south with Menelik. One day, as part of the exchange, Aramondi was greeted by Lajabraha, barely 20 years old, the young chief of the Indisho region. Abraha's greeting, Buongiorno, Signor Colonnello Aramondi, was uttered in perfect Italian, with a Piedmontese accent, to the astonishment of Aramondi and his entourage. Abraha turned to the officers on either side of Aramondi and greeted them, Buongiorno, Signori. Aramondi responded with an inquiry about the prisoners. Dunk voi avete degli italiani prigionieri. Io no, un qualche sotto capo chi vicino ne ha qualcuno in cura perci ferito. 6. Aramondi was astonished. Many Ascari had mastered a useful but broken Italian, but this was different. This was flawless. Abraha was eventually recognized as a boy the Italians had sent to Rome at the age of 13. He had been schooled in Turin, hence the Piedmontese accent, where he had mastered Italian, becoming perfectly bicultural. When he returned to Africa, he absconded and joined the resistance to the Italian occupation. He fought for Ethiopia at Adwa and, in recognition, was made chief of the Indisho region. 7. As a gesture of friendship to Italy, Abraha saw to the release of Orico Rosario, a prisoner from Campania. As the Aramondi group continued with its work, they kept a careful record both of the number of bodies and of the location. The Ethiopians had already buried their dead, mostly so the bodies that remained to be buried were those who had fought on the side of Italy, Europeans and Ascari. After working their way along the route of retreat in late May and early June, the Aramondi group reached the battlefield proper, where they buried more than 1,000 European soldiers and 39 Ascari. Most of the dead were unidentified and unidentifiable, given that they had been stripped and, in some cases, burned. Scavengers and 8 weeks of decomposition had done the rest. On June 3, they interred another 900 whites and 144 Ascari, and on the 4th they made their way to Mariam Shavatu, where they identified the body of General Dabarmida. On the 5th, they worked on the phalanx of Rayo, where Aramondi's brother was presumed to have fallen. There they erected a rough stone monument, surmounted by a cross. A memorial mass was offered. 8. The body of General Aramondi was never found. It was nasty work burying bodies stripped of clothing, half decomposed or torn apart by vultures and hyenas. It was made all the more poignant by the occasional appearance of a personal detail, the gloved hand of an officer, or a carte de visite clinging to a bare branch. 9. Mapping the dead. When the Aramondi mission returned from its assignment, it presented its accounting. It had buried 3,643 bodies. Given the exigencies of the situation, most were buried in mass graves. It also took care to note where the bodies had been found. By grouping these findings into 2 broad categories, bodies found on the field of battle and bodies found on the path of retreat, it sought to settle once and for all the question of valor. Had most of the deaths occurred in heroic fighting on the battlefield of Adwa? Or had they occurred during a confused retreat? As reported by Aramondi, the figures spoke in favor of the scenario of heroism. Of the 3,643 bodies discovered and buried, 3,246 were defined as found on the battlefield, with 397 found on the path of retreat. On closer inspection, however, the results are less clear. A group of 166 bodies is labeled as on the line of retreat of the Dabarmida Brigade, with no explanation for why these were included in the battlefield group. And the greatest single location of dead, the 1,267 dead found on the Gundapta plain, on the route from the northern pass to Yeha, was not, properly speaking, part of the battlefield. The notation states, by way of explanation, that this was where resistance still occurred. But these deaths clearly occurred on the path of retreat. If we shift these figures from the battlefield column to the retreat column, a much different picture is revealed. Nearly equal numbers of deaths, about 1800, occurred on the path of retreat and on the battlefield. This would tend to confirm Baratieri's remark that the disorderly retreat was where the real losses began. Moreover, there is reason to doubt that the Raymond mission fully accounted for the dead. Augustus Wilde, writing for the Manchester Guardian, visited the battle site after the Raymond mission had left, in July 1896. Wilde knew Adwa well, having first visited in 1884, when it was a thriving market town of 15,000. When he visited 4 months after the battle, Adwa was a ruin and a charnel house. At one house, Wilde found the unburied bodies of 3 Italians and 2 Ascari. He speculated that these men must have been wounded at the battle and crawled to the shelter to die. At another house there were several bodies among the vegetable beds and 6 more heaped in the corner of the garden. Yet another soul driven by thirst had managed to haul himself onto the wall of the well. He died there, slumped over the ledge, a mere skeleton from which scraps of shirt and regimental trousers fell uttered. 10 Wilde explored the battlefield and reported encountering areas that were still covered with unburied bodies, men, horses, mules, and camels lying everywhere in indistinguishable heaps. Meanwhile, the population of Adwa was beset by typhoid and dysentery, which he attributed to a water supply contaminated by the dead bodies of men and animals washed into town by the floods. Wilde concluded that the Raymond mission had been overwhelmed in its task. He noted that along the roads the dead had been buried, but hundreds more lay where they fell among the fields and streams of Adwa. Indeed, he found unburied Italian dead as far away as Oxum, 13 miles to the west of Adwa. 11 Although his graphic reporting offered no comfort to the families of the dead, he sympathized with the Raymond mission. The proper disposition of thousands of bodies scattered over 40 square miles would have required a small army. Wilde's account does not reflect well on the Ethiopian forces, either. An attempt had been made to bury Ethiopian soldiers in a mass grave at the Church of the Holy Trinity in Adwa, but the bodies were barely covered with earth and the churchyard was very foul-smelling. Here and there arms and legs rose from the earth, as if in silent rebellion. In one area of the former camp, he found a mound of body parts, a rotting heap of ghastly remnants, the amputated hands and feet of Ascari prisoners. On the battlefield itself, Wilde noted that the Ethiopians had not bothered to bury their Muslim dead, not a single body of the Mohammedan gallas had been touched. Meanwhile, the hyenas had long ago left the district to procure something more tempting than what the battlefield offered them. As Wilde surveyed the scene, it amounted to a macabre battlefield sculpture in the realist mold installation art whose tragic and ephemeral material consisted of putrescent masses held together by ragged clothes. 12. In the end, Wilde could offer only an epitaph of war. There are some things that can never be forgotten. I shudder when I think of the thousands of white, black, and brown men that lay dotted about this lovely country. 13. Scoundrel time. The work of the Raymond mission provided an emotionally charged backdrop to the court-martial of Orest Baratieri. The commission that sat in judgment represented the finest display of military jurisprudence that Eritrea could muster, though it fell short of what protocol required. Given that the Battle of Adwa had taken the lives of so many officers and that Orest Baratieri remained Eritrea's highest-ranking officer, it was not obvious who was available to sit in judgment. Shouldn't Baratieri be packed off to Rome? A trial in Rome made sense. It was the only place where Baratieri could be tried by men of comparable rank and experience. It was the only venue where the full powers of modern journalism could pry loose the facts about the case. It was the only place where the adversarial nature of party politics would provide motivation to pursue the ugly details until they were fully public. For all these reasons, a trial in Rome was both desirable and impossible. Both military and political leadership were agreed that to return Baratieri to Italy to stand trial would be to invite new humiliations. The case would prolong the disaster, and it would readily turn into a trial of Italian military and political leadership. An official judgment was necessary. Public opinion demanded it, but it would be rendered in Eritrea, where the key elements could remain under military control. 14 At Asmara, Baratieri was given the former residence of Col Pianavia as he awaited trial. As a writer and former editor, Baratieri knew that the outcome of his trial depended in part on public opinion. 15 He had been working with General Mariotti, a close friend in Rome, during the Adwa campaign, and they continued their collaboration as the trial approached. Baratieri discussed his plight with Mariotti in his letters, but he also fed his friend with information that could be republished nearly verbatim in L'Esercito Italiano, the newspaper of the Italian army. 16 The army was fighting for its life, and its budget, in the aftermath of Adwa, and it was closing ranks behind Baratieri. Friends made sure that supportive pieces got published in the regional and popular press. Both Gazzetta del Popolo and El Alto Adige rushed to defend him. Baratieri's greatest concern was the letter containing the word Pazzi, leaked by the Minister of War, Stanislao Massini. Public opinion in Italy was overwhelmingly sympathetic to the soldiers and victims of Adwa. It could distinguish between the men who had fought at Adwa and the political leadership that had led them there. But Baratieri's thoughtless remark tended to put him at odds with the image of the soldiers as fallen heroes. Baratieri's supporters questioned the wisdom of racing to hold the trial in the midst of the whirlwind of recrimination that followed the defeat. One defender would later recall that such haste lent itself to either a great error or a grave injustice. They reached back for precedent and recalled the case of General Girolamo Raymond, whose incompetence had led to defeat for Italy in 1849. Raymond had been executed following a brief trial by military court. The precedent was not a good one. In private, even Queen Margherita cited the example approvingly. 17 Baratieri confided to his close friend his certitude that the trial would have one of two outcomes: absolution or death. 18 At 7:15 in the morning on June 5, General Del Mano, a count and, at Fty, a mature and trusted member of the old aristocracy of Milan, opened the proceedings. 19 It was anything but a circus. The audience was astonishingly small. The general European press was excluded. They were referred to the Ministry of War in Rome, which is to say they would see only carefully vetted summaries. 20 The Italian press was represented, led by the pro-Africanist Tribuna and the skeptical Corriere della Sera, but they were forbidden to send telegrams, which prevented the Italian and European public from becoming involved in a blow-by-blow account. 21 Among newspapers, El Africa Italiana, based in Eritrea, would offer the most complete coverage, but as it was a product of the colonial administration and because it was a weekly, it offered neither spectacle nor paced drama. There was dismay at the makeup of the military tribunal. The decision to hold the trial in Eritrea meant that there simply weren't enough officers of sufficient rank available. 6 generals would sit in judgment of Baratieri, Lucchino Del Mano, Nicola Huesc, Filippo Gazzarelli, Tommaso Valles, Luigi B. Sesti, and Francesco Mazza. General Francesco Pistoia attended as substitute. 4 members of the tribunal, being mere major generals, were of lower rank than the accused. All had experience of combat, but none had commanded units larger than a company. How could these men of inferior rank and experience sit in judgment? 22 The legal case against Baratieri, as presented by the prosecuting attorney, General Emilio Bacci, centered on 2 charges. The first concerned the motives behind Baratieri's decision to advance toward Adwa. Baratieri had, the indictment read, for inexcusable reasons, decided on a military action against the Abyssinian army, thus not only exposing the Italian army to danger but leading it to ruin. The second charge concerned his conduct during the retreat. This charge hinged on the fact that much of the army was left without formal orders from noon of the day of battle until the morning of the 3rd. In EFFECT, Baratieri was accused of abandoning his command. Baratieri listened to the charges with his arms crossed. His defense attorney, Captain Ecobedo Cantoni, raised a number of technical challenges to the proceedings, challenges that would have stopped the trial in its tracks, starting with limitations on court-martial proceedings during time of war. Baratieri thanked his attorney for his zeal but brushed aside these objections so that the trial could proceed. There was also the sticky fact that Baratieri was a member of the Chamber of Deputies, which accorded him legal immunity. But the chamber took the view that the charges bore on his conduct as an officer and not as a member of the legislature. It voted to allow the trial to take place. 23. The prosecution began with an analysis of the Battle of Adwa prepared by General Mario Lombardi, Vice-Governor of Eritrea. 24. Lombardi's report was dry and clinical, deliberately so. He intended merely to lay out the uncontroversial facts regarding the events of the day. Baratieri then embarked on a lengthy statement that focused on the decision to advance to the passes but also included accounts of the battle and the retreat. His testimony filed both the morning and afternoon sessions. Baratieri's testimony, and that of witnesses called in the days that followed, focused on three key issues: the decision to advance, confusion during the advance, the retreat. Baratieri framed the decision to advance by recounting how the defection of Ras Sabat and Hagos Taferi marked the beginning of an insurgency, just as the arrival of reinforcements from Italy increased the burden on supply lines. Baratieri recounted how he had considered pulling back, but before making a decision, he had consulted his brigadier generals Albertone, Raymond, D'Abermida, and Elena. Although Baratieri's testimony provided a richer, more complicated picture of the lead-up to Adwa, he was careful not to accuse subordinates or inflame passions. There is no mention of Aramondi's famous prideful ill humor or his justly earned nickname, Achilles. He didn't mention Albertone's backbiting or how he questioned Baratieri's competence in front of his men. He left out the resentful grudge of privilege that his well-born generals bore against him. Baratieri rejected disdainfully the accusation that the decision to advance was motivated by his replacement. He defended himself and his army by noting that there was misfortune and error but no dereliction of duty. His conscience was clear. 25. Under questioning, Baratieri defended his decision to advance. When asked if the advance wouldn't have stretched his supply lines further, Baratieri stated that after advancing on the passes, he had planned to withdraw if Menelik didn't attack. Had he heard directly or indirectly of his replacement? Number 26. Were his plans to attack or merely to advance? To advance. Why hadn't Baratieri ordered Albertone to return to the pass? Albertone was himself held in place by the need to cover Turrito's retreat. Baratieri received support from Colonel Corticelli, who was called upon to answer questions related to Baratieri's orders and their execution. Corticelli testified that Baratieri's orders had been fine and that the failure was one of execution, specifically in Albertone's failure to occupy the correct position. Similarly, Corticelli faulted D'Abermida's execution of Baratieri's order to occupy a certain position in support of Albertone. 27. Giovanni Pittaluga gave a deposition in which he criticized Albertone's failure to stay in contact with the rest of the army. Baratieri's orders required this, as did standard army regulations. Had Albertone stayed in contact, the tragedy might have been avoided. The fact that he had not communicated invited speculation as to his motives. Gioacchino Valenzano took the stand and provided crucial testimony about the meeting of the generals on February 28. Everyone, Albertone, D'Abermida, Raymond, Elena, showed themselves to be against retreat. They were convinced that after Embailage and Michele, Italy wanted revenge. 29. D'Abermida was the most insistent, seemingly preoccupied with questions of honor. According to Valenzano, D'Abermida hotly asserted that none of us can return to Italy without having attacked the enemy. 30. The generals also had believed the most optimistic intelligence about the condition of Menelik's army. The Ethiopians were out of food, morale was low, large detachments had to go on raid, leaving the army weak, dissension and rancor reigned. Menelik's constant movement indicated a fear of combat. The optimal moment to fight GHT had arrived. 31. Valenzano had earlier supported retreat, but on the stand he confessed that after the meeting he was impressed by the vigorous and unanimous advice of the generals. Valenzano recounted that when Baratieri had asked his advice after the meeting, he told Baratieri that he agreed with the generals. 32 Valenzano was closely questioned about the map distributed to the generals. Was he aware that there were 2 locations with similar names? No, responded Valenzano, but the sketch was clear about the characteristics of the locations the columns were to occupy. 33 By the time Valenzano's testimony ended, he had left the court with a clear impression of Baratieri as a lonely voice for prudence among a chorus of hotheads. Graver questions concerning the behavior of Albertone and Darbomeda came up only obliquely. What was known prior to the battle was that both men were eager to fight Menelik's army and that they were scornful of Baratieri's caution. Albertone's headlong push beyond the passes precipitated the battle. Was the act deliberate? Was he motivated by the fear that unless he provoked a fight, an encounter would never happen? Did he believe, as Darbomeda believed, that Menelik's army would scatter in the face of a sudden attack? 34 As the story of the battle unfolded, such questions were skirted. And what of Darbomeda's diversion of his forces far to the right, in contradiction to Baratieri's order that he should support Albertone by taking up position directly to his right? Was it a simple blunder? Or did Darbomeda either alone or in concert with Albertone seek to draw the entire army forward by leaving a brigade-sized gap in the center, between Albertone's position on the left and Darbomeda's on the right? Emilio Bellavita, a colonel who had served under General Darbomeda, testified that Darbomeda, who had never seen combat and had arrived in Eritrea for the first time only 6 weeks before the battle, had spoken frequently of a desire for battle. Moreover, although Baratieri and Darbomeda had conferred for a quarter of an hour at the pass before Darbomeda's brigade moved out, the aloof and crusty Darbomedan never revealed a thing about their orders or destination. 35 Such conduct was irresponsible. The loss of Darbomeda would have left his men confused and without orders. It's hard to know whether Darbomeda's behavior was merely a function of personality, the haughty stubbornness of a man highly born, or something more sinister, part of a deliberate act of insubordination. When the trial resumed on June 11, after a weekend recess, the taking of depositions was interrupted for some grim information. Colonel Aramondi led a series of dispatches from the Adwa battlefield regarding the interment of the dead. It is unclear whether this litany of the dead hurt Baratieri's case. It may be that rather than whet the appetite for punishment, these grim reports merely shrouded the proceedings in the pall of shared tragedy. Both Baratieri and the presiding judge, Del Mano, off-aired words of praise for the fallen. Then the session was suspended as the participants gathered their composure. 36 The summary of the defense case was scheduled for June 12. At precisely 8 in the morning, General Del Mano off-aired the FLO to Captain Cantoni, the defense attorney for General Baratieri. Cantoni dispensed with a lengthy recounting of the Baratieri's distinguished career. He emphasized instead Baratieri's constancy and devotion to duty, qualities prized by his military colleagues now sitting in judgment. Cantoni attacked the accusation that Baratieri had acted precipitously for any reason, personal or military, on February 29. 37 Court testimony had made it amply clear that in the days leading up to Adwa, Baratieri's preference had been to withdraw toward Eritrea. If anyone was disposed to risky, aggressive behavior, it was his brigadier generals. Cantoni represented Baratieri as a judicious commander, a role fitting Baratieri's temperament and the circumstances in which he found himself in late February. Given the disproportion of forces, Baratieri simply could not attack. He could only maintain contact with the enemy and hope that Menelik would attack him. These considerations informed his actions throughout February and on March 1. 38 Against the charge that Baratieri had recklessly ordered an attack, Cantoni remarked, "Never did the idea of attacking enemy positions enter Baratieri's mind." 39 By moving his forces to the passes, Baratieri aimed not to attack Menelik but to present him with a painful choice: to attack Baratieri's forces in a disadvantageous position or commence a humiliating withdrawal. If there was a problem, it was not in Baratieri's plan but in its execution. Finally, Cantoni turned to Crispy's telegram and the charge that Crispy's rebuke had pushed Baratieri into a reckless act. 40 In his memoirs, Baratieri acknowledged that the telegram had been a burning reproach and a cruel shove. 41 But the key question was not whether Crispy's rebuke hurt or whether Baratieri was aware of his imminent dismissal, but whether Baratieri's decision to move toward the Ethiopian forces was part of a go-for-broke decision to save his position. In other words, did Baratieri act knowing that if he gave battle and won, no one would dare dismiss him? Cantoni put such speculation into the context of Baratieri's conduct throughout the campaign. As the strength of Menelik's forces became clear, Baratieri had been the picture of prudence and caution. The action on the first of March conformed to the strategic principles adopted throughout the campaign. He added, no personal motive drove General Baratieri. 42 It was a strong defense and a credible one, turning on its head the idea that an angry and bitter Baratieri had acted impetuously, pushing his army into a go-for-broke confrontation in the hope of saving his career. Instead, Cantoni argued that Baratieri showed the utmost respect for the capabilities of the Ethiopian army and a clear inclination to withdraw to defend Eritrea, rather than risk everything in an attack. If there was recklessness, it was on the side of his brigadier generals, who had cast Baratieri's prudence as cowardice and incompetence. In an emotional summing up, Cantoni turned on Baratieri's accusers. General Baratieri is not guilty of inexcusable motives for exposing our army to danger, he said. The motives belong to 4 brigadier generals and the Ministry of War. And while Cantoni took care to avoid saying so directly, no one in attendance at the tribunal could quite shake the notion that Albertone and Darbemida had by reckless accident or by deliberate intent turned the advance of February 29 into an attack. Of course, neither man was available to state otherwise. Albertone was a prisoner of Menelik and Darbemida was dead, but questions from the tribunal had created opportunities for plausible alternative narratives to emerge. They hadn't. Cantoni then turned to the second charge, that of negligence during the retreat in EFFECT, abandonment of command. Cantoni treated the charge categorically. It was true that orders to retreat had not been sent to General Darbemida. Similarly, the camp at Soria had been left without orders, as had the forces ensconced in the fort at Adigrat. Communications had been effectively cut by the persistence and fury of the pursuit, leaving no real possibility of giving new orders until March 3, when Baratieri arrived at Adik in Eritrea. It was a matter not of negligence, Cantoni argued, but of forza majore. The overwhelming power of the Ethiopian attack and pursuit had rendered further communication impossible. That Baratieri had issued no orders was not a dereliction of duty, it was sheer impossibility. 43 In a dramatic closing, Cantoni invoked the memory of the dead and the words of Baratieri himself. Remember the words of General Baratieri, he said. Not one of the fallen would accuse me of having sacrificed them to vanity. He asked the tribunal to absolve General Baratieri of both charges. The prosecution decided to drop the abandonment of command charges. 44. The verdict. The verdict came 2 days later, on the morning of Sunday, June 14. Judgment took the form of a lengthy disquisition on the battle. On the question of responsibility, the tribunal exonerated Baratieri. It accepted the argument that Baratieri was not the force behind the decision to advance to the passes, let alone attack. Instead, he gave in to the too generous instincts of his subordinates and decided to advance. It was an ingenious way to finesse the problem of responsibility. Without putting a heavy burden of guilt on the shoulders of the brigadier generals, the weight was lifted from Baratieri's. 45 Thanks to the magical power of words, the reckless behavior of the generals became mere patriotic zeal, admirable but misplaced. In Italy, public reaction was muted. In private, there was anger. Senator Cesare Riccati off-aired the contradictory observation that while he was glad that Baratieri had been exonerated, he should have been shot for the Pazzi remark. 46 Queen Margherita condones similar views. 47 King Umberto, who seems to have favored conspiracy theories, noted that those in favor of exoneration were members of the Masonic order. 48 The newspaper Il Popolo Romano speculated that the government had intervened to protect Baratieri. Subsequent commentators have echoed this view, observing that at the bottom of the process lay un meccanismo molto italiano. 49 It may be amusing to think such a scheme true, just as it can be hard to let go of clichés. But though a claim may be credible, it can also be untrue. Certainly what stands out from the trial, other than the exoneration of Baratieri, was the studied avoidance of politics. There seems to have been a shared resolve not to talk about issues of finance, about policy debates, about the responsibility of political actors. The Minister of War's decision to release Baratieri's famous Pazzi telegram never came up directly at trial, thus preventing the proceedings from turning into an indictment of Italy's political class. 50 What argues most effectively against a political deal of any kind was the fact that the verdict to absolve Baratieri was arrived at only at the last minute, and even then by a split vote. 51 Alessandro Sapoli, an old hand in Eritrea, an eyewitness and a man who knew many of the principals, noted that the tribunal was ready to hand down a guilty verdict as late as the final day of testimony. At the last minute they drew back. After Adwa, noted Sapoli, a whirlwind of atrocious and ingenuous accusations was let loose. Everyone sought to saddle the defeated man with their own responsibilities. Sapoli credited Antonio Baldissera, Baratieri's successor as Governor-General, with persuading the military tribunal of the wisdom of acquittal. On the morning of the verdict, rather than permit an enormous injustice to occur, Baldissera appealed to the members of the tribunal on behalf of a fellow soldier. 52 Baldissera's persuasive appeal to the Brotherhood of Soldiers saved the life of Oreste Baratieri. The trial of Baratieri might well have been a grand drama on the themes of hubris and betrayal. Instead, the themes were adapted to the modest scale of a trial hidden away in Eritrea. The army wounded, humiliated, grieving gathered around one of its own. This content downloaded from 77.111.247.97 on Sunday, March 29, 2020, 13:53 and 25 seconds UTC. All use subject to https://about.jstor.org/terms. 302. See Hikago's Little Italy reeled. The dreadful rumors were relayed among the bakeries and grocery stands of the near west side. The Italian army routed, Baratieri dead. News raced down Van Buren and up Halstead, hundreds taken prisoner. For days the Chicago Tribune ran articles about raw nerves and tender sensibilities among Italian Americans in the aftermath of Adwa. Tradesmen from Basilicata, bachelors from Calabria, it seemed that everyone had a stake in the outcome. The Tribune carried early reports that the Italian government would widen the draft and redouble the effort at conquest. Italy would avenge the defeat at Adwa by sending additional troops, who would complete the subjection of Ethiopia. In the broader Italian diaspora, the Sons of Italy apparently felt the same way. Only an aggressive counterattack could salvage Italian pride and manhood. Oscar Durante, the owner and editor of L'Italia, Chicago's Italian-language newspaper, had openly pushed a pro-Africanist slant in the lead-up to Adwa. Victory upon victory. L'Italia crowed as Italy suffered defeat upon defeat at Amba Alage and Mikili. But there was no way to finesse Adwa. Horrendous and colossal slaughter of Italian troops in Africa, ran the banner headline for March 7. They were words to inspire not just compassion but also a desire for revenge. Chapter 20. Rescues. Prominent Italian Americans in Chicago called a meeting for March 8 at the Hull House Gymnasium for the ostensible purpose of collecting money for the Italian Red Cross. At the meeting, however, it was decided also to collect men. Durante, editor of L'Italia, announced that a volunteer force was being organized, with the support of the Italian consulate, to return to Italy in order to prepare to avenge Adwa. 340 members of the Italia Club stepped forward. They would go and defend Italian honor. Later, Their ardor was cooled by sobering reports from Italy, where crowds were rioting to resist government call UPS. Railroad tracks were being pried up to halt troop departures. 4 roads to the French and Austrian frontiers were clogged with young men leaving Italy. While Italian Americans were itching for a FIGHT, in Italy men would rather FLEE than be called to FIGHT the war in Ethiopia. 5. Everything turned on context, it seemed. In the United States, the story of Italy's defeat, the shame of Adwa, threatened the status of Italian immigrants within the emerging hierarchy of race and ethnicity in late 19th century America. 6. The intensity of the Italian-American reaction to such a seemingly remote event reveals their precarious status among other recent immigrants, including the Irish, the Greeks, various Eastern Europeans, recent arrivals from Asia, and perhaps most tellingly the first generation of African Americans to be born and come of age in post-emancipation America. Adwa mattered because it felt so close to home. It was a battle the Italians had lost, but it was also a battle that Italian Americans couldn't win, either. No sooner had they clamorously volunteered to return to Italy to rescue their honor as sons of Italy than the Chicago Tribune implicitly ridiculed their divided loyalties with an article entitled "Only One Flag and One Country." 7. Public opinion in Italy with respect to the vision of an Italian East Africa had been tepid at best. 8. Northern newspapers voiced an emphatic skepticism. The Milan-based Corriere della Sera, mouthpiece of the Italian bourgeoisie, was openly skeptical of the grand vision of Italian East Africa. The vision fared little better in the south. The port city of Naples had a more Mediterranean outlook, and pro-colonial points of view could get a more sympathetic hearing there, but among the general population, especially in the countryside, illiteracy and meager subsistence living kept horizons close. 9. Individual soldiers and officers complained of a distinct lack of enthusiasm among the population at large. Major Marcello Prestoneri observed a grand, general apathy among Italians, and he was right. 10. If Italy was in Africa, it was not because the Italian people clamored for it. At election time, there were plenty of reasons for voters to go to the polls. For most voters, Africa was not one of them. In an era of jingoism, Italy was largely immune. It was an apathy that events did little to change. When Italy's forces routed Mangasha in 1895, Baratieri enjoyed a brief celebrity, but he failed to fire the imperial imagination. And although the setbacks during Menelik's March Ambaelage, Mikili did prompt calls for revenge, they did not notably swell the ranks of the pro-colonialists. On the contrary, following Ambaelage, students at the University of Rome took to the streets shouting, "Viva Menelik!" 11. It was quite possibly Europe's first anti-colonial demonstration. Rather than stir up support for the vision of an Italian empire in Africa, defeat at Adwa emboldened its enemies. Within days of Adwa there were legislative initiatives to abandon Africa altogether. 12. Within hours, angry demonstrators in Rome filled the Piazza Colonna. Once again there were cries of "Viva Menelik!" 13. Students threw rocks through windows of Crispi's house. At Montecitorio, home of the Chamber of Deputies, students shouted, "Death to the deputies!" Bands of demonstrators attacked the Offices of La Tribuna, the pro-Crispi, pro-Africanist newspaper based in Rome. They shattered windows and scattered paper. Demonstrators confronted Prince Odescalchi, a member of the Italian nobility, and tried to make him join them in the choruses of "Viva Menelik!" He refused. 14. In Venice, Antonio Vigo launched a petition drive urging the Chamber of Deputies to get out of Eritrea altogether. The colony, Vigo stated, devours dignity, goods, men, and the good name of Italy. Italy, the petition continued, should want for Africa what it wants for itself, freedom from foreign hegemony. With such a shrewd reference to Italy's own history of foreign domination at the hands of the Spanish, the Ottomans, the French, and the Austrians, Vigo made anti-colonialism a patriotic value. Leave Africa to the Africans, he urged. Let us turn our attention to Bella Italia. 15. The fate of the prisoners. Throughout the great global Italian diaspora, hearts and wallets opened for the soldiers and their families. The Giuseppe Garibaldi Mutual Aid Society of Curitiba, Brazil, sent 1,104 lire. Montevideo, Uruguay, sent more than 50,000 lire for the families of soldiers wounded and dead. Guatemala, Argentina, and Bolivia all sent checks, some directly to King Umberto, some to the Ministry of War. The Italian community of Lima, Peru, collected more than 43,000 lire. Sydney, Malta, Hamburg, Trieste, Gibraltar, and Melbourne all checked in, as did the Italian communities of Turkey, Russia, France, and Spain. In New York, Il Cavalier Carlo Barsotti, who had spearheaded the drive for the Columbus statue at Columbus Circle in 1892, lent his name and newspaper to the EFF Ort on behalf of the families of Adwa fallen. His Progresso Italo-Americano netted 55,000 lire. New Jersey stepped up, 2 Katie Dougie, Lena Franchi, and Rokina Belfato canvassed Newark and netted $428, 2,405 lire, for the Italian Red Cross. 16 All the goodwill in the world couldn't touch the anxiety of the families of soldiers, desperate for news of their loved ones. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, there was plenty of misinformation to go around, starting with the principals. It was said that Baratieri had committed suicide, that he had died in battle, that he and all of his brigadier generals were dead, none of which turned out to be true. But while some of the basic facts about the battle, the where, when, and how, the fate of the commanders came out within a week or so, it took much longer for reliable information regarding ordinary soldiers to appear. The prisoners' long march from Adwa to Addis effectively occurred within a news blackout that lasted nearly 3 months. Some journalists gave in to the demand for news about the fate of soldiers by hatching stories. Tales of heroic and perfidious deeds abounded. Once in Addis, where European newspapers caught up with them, many soldiers were astonished to read accounts of their own deaths, often glorious. When Giuseppe Pantano reached Addis Ababa, he was gratified to learn that he had died a fine, soldierly death. Surrounded by amused friends, he relished the gripping journalistic fantasy of his final moments on earth. The story obeyed the conventions of patriotic martyrdom, recounting how a badly wounded Pantano refused to surrender. As a group of Ethiopians closed in, he squeezed off the final rounds from his officier's pistol, taking with him as many as he could. Then he pulled a saber from a fallen comrade and rushed at the Ethiopians, hacking and slicing before falling with 1,000 wounds. Pantano died a hero's death and lived to tell about it. Along with Italian valor and heroism, there were tales of Ethiopian cruelty. Prisoners were astonished to read that they had all been emasculated and that they would never know the sweetness of fatherhood and family. Poor Lieutenant Giacomo Sacconi, it was said that he had had his limbs hacked off and switched around, so that his legs were coming out of shoulders and arms at the hips. When Sacconi read of his cruel fate, he checked his legs and arms, just to be sure they were where they belonged. 17 Some families grew tired of waiting for news of loved ones from official sources and pursued their own leads. Giuseppe Tribaldi, a lieutenant, was reported missing after Adwa. His family was desperate for clarity. Was Giuseppe dead? A prisoner? Anguish drove the family to contact Anna D'Amico, a celebrated mystic. D'Amico asked the family for a token object, something that belonged to Giuseppe. She gripped the object, reading the emanations from it to divine Giuseppe's fate. After a suspenseful silence, she proclaimed the good news. Your Giuseppe lives and walks. A short time later, the Tribaldi family received official notice of Giuseppe's death from the War Ministry. The family turned on D'Amico, accusing her of profiting from their misery. The mystic stood her ground. The ministry can say what it likes, your Giuseppe lives. Soon enough a letter postmarked Addis Ababa arrived to confirm D'Amico's fine hunch. It was from Giuseppe, who was a prisoner. D'Amico's mystical gift termed Tella 6 Zion by contemporaries had sustained his family's hopes. 18 families of the dead grieved. 19 families of those taken prisoner felt relief, but relief soon turned to wonder. When would loved ones return? In Ethiopian warfare, the victors took spoils among the vanquished. In European warfare, the victors demanded reparations from the vanquished. In the last major European war prior to Adwa, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, victorious Germany demanded and received 5 billion francs as indemnity from defeated France. If Menelik had been unaware of this, Ilg and others surely would have informed him. Italy would have to pay. Acute public anxiety about the rapid and safe return of the prisoners created political opportunity. If Italy had been apathetic about the colonial project, it was deeply engaged by the plight of the prisoners. Their story would dominate the press for months to come, especially as the prisoners' letters home in envelopes bearing the new Menelik postage stamps began to reach Italy. 20 Menelik and Tato understood that the redemption of the Italian prisoners of war would bring a significant amount of cash. It also brought the negotiating weight required to secure Italian recognition of Ethiopian sovereignty and independence. The Vatican reacts. Within Italy, the prisoners became a marvelous new weapon in old political battles. The Catholic Church was still nursing a grudge against the Italian state over issues dating back to the unification of Italy in the 1850s and 1860s. Italy had wrested the Papal States a vast stretch of land across the middle of the Italian peninsula from the Pope's control. In 1870, the Papal city of Rome was taken by armed force. It became the capital of a newly unified Italy, while the Pope retreated to the grounds of the Vatican. After the disaster of Ambailage, the Vatican censured clergy who had off-aired the conventional soothing patriotic remarks at memorial services. Why? Because to remark that Italians had died for their country validated the status quo, effectively sanctioning the seizure of the Papal States. After Adwa, the Bishop of Nardo, in Puglia, requested guidance from the Vatican. He feared that honoring the fallen would glorify the usurper, the new Italy, when in fact Adwa showed the tragic consequences of its politics. 21 The bishop hammered away on the theme of usurpation, linking the Italian land grab in Africa with its predation against the papal lands in Italy. Adwa showed the folly of Italian colonial expansion into Ethiopia, which the Vatican had opposed, while it underscored the ineptitude of the political and military leadership. As for the prisoners, even before the Vatican could act, Michelangelo Gunna and Giuseppe Scuderi launched a lay campaign, calling upon the generosity of Catholics to secure the release of Italy's young men. Pope Leo XIII soon authorized a parallel initiative of public collections to be made to buy the prisoners' freedom. It featured printed forms that required donors to fill in relevant details: diocese, town, parish. Respondents sent pledges and small change, along with thousands of petitions in support of the Pope's magnanimous initiative for the redemption of our prisoners in Africa. 22 Any papal initiative was fraught with risk for the Italian state, which the Vatican newspaper Osservatore Romano depicted as riddled with faithless Freemasons eager to crush Africa's only Christian state. 23 The intervention of the Catholic Church on behalf of the prisoners might fall fully within its apostolic and charitable missions, but it also held the promise of a major public relations victory for the Pope and a blow to his secular antagonists. 24 Italian political leadership was trapped. Success for the Vatican would mean yet another embarrassing defeat for Italy, but there was no way they could stand in the way of the benevolent intervention of the Pope. Italy wanted its sons back by any means. A pro-Vatican newspaper, anticipating a triumph for the Vatican initiative and a release of the prisoners, crowed ominously, "Long live Leo XIII, father of the nation." 25 Indeed, the Vatican made use of its connections with the Coptic Orthodox Church, on which Ethiopia was dependent for its religious leaders, to pursue the prisoners' release. The Vatican organized a mission to Ethiopia, led by the Patriarchal Vicar of Alexandria, Egypt, Cyril Makarios. Monsignor Makarios was young, blond, and pleasantly round. Much rested on his shoulders. He represented the best efforts of the Catholic Church to secure the release of the Italian prisoners from Ethiopia in the name of shared Christian values. Makarios was received with great pomp when he arrived in Addis Ababa on August 14. Menelik had a wry sense of humor. He assigned Baratiri's head cook, taken prisoner at Adwa, to Makarios for the duration of his stay. 26 There were rumors that Makarios carried not one plea from the Pope but two. The THIRD, a written message, called upon Menelik to release all the prisoners. A second, communicated in person, was more modest but at least as dangerous. It asked for the release of prisoners from the former papal states. If true, and if Menelik had acted on it, it would have represented Ethiopia's de facto recognition of papal sovereignty over the former papal states and a devastating setback for Italy. 27 Such a shrewd move might have torn Italy apart just as Menelik's Ethiopia was coming together. Brilliant symmetry, cruel payback. Domenico Farini, a well-connected political leader, confided his worst fears to his diary. Coming on the heels of defeat at Adwa, success for the papal initiative would be fatal to Italy. Finus Italii, he wrote, Italy is finished. 28 Whether Makarios carried one plea or two, neither was going anywhere. At the urging of the Italian government, Augusto Franzich contacted Alfred Ilg, then in Switzerland, and asked him to intervene. Friendship between Franzich and Ilg went back to the 1880s, when Franzich had visited Ethiopia as a journalist explorer. Franzich hired Ilg to turn Menelik against the Makarios mission. In series of letters and telegrams, Franzich arranged for Ilg to return to Addis immediately to scuttle the papal initiative. It's unclear how much Ilg charged for his services, but the final figure was at least in the tens of thousands of lire. How do we know? Because years later, Franzich took the government to court for non-payment of expenses. Whether this was extortion or a mere billing dispute, we'll never know, but given the incendiary potential of such a case, the government paying to subvert a mission to release Italy's sons, the parties agreed that the prudent thing was to settle out of court. Franzich turned over all documents related to the case in exchange for a cash settlement. 29 In the end, Ilg's intercession might have been unnecessary. Upon his arrival, Makarios got into a nasty precedence battle with the local authority of the Ethiopian Church, the Abuna Matuas. Historically, Ethiopia had gotten its prelates from Alexandria, to which they were thus symbolically subordinate. When Makarios arrived, he insisted on precedence, thus antagonizing not only the Abuna but also much of Menelik's court, including Tato. 30. Nikolai Leontiev, scoundrel, impresario, self-made diplomat. Menelik knew the PR value of the prisoners. Unfortunately, so did everyone else. Every swindler with an eye for the main chance, every huckster bent on self-promotion, wanted to get in on the game. Nikolai Stefanovich Leontiev was one of those classic figures, rogue, scamp, outrageous self-promoter of which the Europe in 19th century had in abundance, just like our own. Leontiev was a native of Kherson, Ukraine. He had sought to make a career for himself in the Russian officer corps. Leontiev traveled. He loved the nightlife, racked up debts, and very soon was bounced out of the army, though not before drawing down the family patrimony. 31 Somehow, in 1895, he made his way to Ethiopia. The origins of what became known as the Leontiev mission are obscure, but some things are clear. In St. Petersburg, Leontiev talked up his experience in Persia and India to the Russian Geographic Society. He also befriended the son of Alexei Suvorin, editor of Novoye Vremya, a St. Petersburg daily. It's possible that he had a conversion experience. It's also possible that he used contrite promises of self-reform to insinuate himself among religiously inspired patriots. In the end, he successfully promoted a vision of a globally engaged Rus SIA to merchants and religious leaders in the Russian capital. It is unclear how Ethiopia specifically became the objective of his campaign, but the ongoing scramble for Africa, along with the perceived affinities between Russian and Ethiopian Orthodoxy, presumably had something to do with it. What is certain is that Leontiev embarked on his mission to Ethiopia in January 1895 without telling the Russian government. 32 Once in Addis, Leontiev used his looks, charm, and gregarious nature to insinuate himself at court. Leontiev also cut a figure in expat Addis society, serving champagne and cranking up his gramophone to play Schöne Hen sich die Edlen Männer Land from Wagner's Tannhäuser. A slight stammer softened an otherwise overwhelming impression that this tall, blonde, rugged beast might bowl over anyone who got in his way. When asked about his plans, one of his answers was that he intended to establish a mission of the Orthodox Church. Another was that Russia intended to help Ethiopia defend itself. 2 weeks into his stay in Addis, Leontiev produced what he claimed was a letter for Menelik from the Tsar of Russia. 33 Soon Menelik had Leontiev packed off back to Moscow for the ostensible purpose of placing a wreath on the tomb of Alexander III, who had died in November 1894. It's unclear whether Menelik just wanted to get the lumbering Russian out and so lunged at the pretext or actually believed Leontiev's claims of connections to the Tsar. Either way, Leontiev had secured a place for himself at the head of an Ethiopian delegation of clergy and notables. No one bothered to tell the Tsar. The group was in Cairo by the time St. Petersburg learned of its imminent arrival, too late to unmask Leontiev or to turn the delegation back without embarrassment. In St. Petersburg, the government had no choice but to accord the Ethiopian delegation the usual diplomatic honors. After making landfall in Odessa and a stopover in Moscow, the group arrived in St. Petersburg in early July 1895. Nicholas himself received the group at Peterhof Palace on July 13. 34 Leontiev pumped up the rank of the delegation along the way. One member gained the title of prince, while a priest, Gebra Exia was elevated to bishop, a title that does not exist in the Ethiopian Church. 35 Leontiev himself, although drummed out of the Russian army at the rank of lieutenant, acquired the rank of colonel. He let it be known that Menelik had promoted him to the rank of general in the Ethiopian army, a fiction duly repeated by the St. Petersburg press. 36 The delegation made the most of its status as guests of the Tsar. In Petersburg its members were lodged at the Hotel Europa, the city's finest. There, it was said, prodigious quantities of champagne were consumed. The mission was received by a number of high-ranking government and church officials. Cavalry exercises, balloon launches, and Cossack parades were performed for their pleasure and edification. 37 As a gesture of thanks to hosts and dignitaries, the Ethiopian prince started handing out jewelry with very large emeralds. The jewelry was touted as an example of Ethiopian mineral wealth and artisanal skill. The fairy tale came to an end when the St. Petersburg press began to ask questions, starting with "Who is Leontiev?" An investigation into the emerald jewelry revealed the emerald stones to be colored glass. The jewelry itself, promoted as the apex of Ethiopian skill, had been crafted in St. Petersburg. In the face of the breaking scandal, the government hastened the departure of the mission. Unfortunately, this meant creating a second Leontiev mission to Menelik. 38 In such a manner, Leontiev had gone from debt-ridden scoundrel to respected diplomat in a single round trip. Having bluffed his way into high diplomatic circles, Leontiev was the Tsar's obvious choice to lead a return delegation to Addis. Unlike the THIRD mission to Menelik, this one was official. It departed Odessa on August 9, 1895, bearing 135 late-model Burden rifle ES as a gift to Menelik. 39 The historical record did not capture Menelik's reaction to the news of Leontiev's return to Addis, though it must have come as a shock. Menelik probably had thought he was rid of the Russian. Leontiev came prepared for a cool reception. In a feat worthy of Professor Harold Hill, Leontiev arrived in Addis with a caravan load of musical instruments, 40 in all, with which to form Ethiopia's THIRD brass band. 40 In Leontiev, Italy saw sinister designs, a European rivalry transposed to Africa. The French were in Addis, and now the Russians, too. This was too much. Just as Italy faced France and Russia as potential enemies in its alliance with Germany in a European war that threatened to break out at any time, now the war had moved to Africa. Lively imaginations had Leontiev, who had flunked out of the Russian military, actively coaching Menelik's army on the eve of his campaign against Italy in the very latest European military techniques. 41 Still others saw in Leontiev's lack of credentials a sure sign of covert Russian involvement, likely with French connivance. 42 Even worse, what if Ethiopia became a wider European concern, thanks to French and Russian meddling? Everything would be lost if the major powers intervened. 43 Italy's man in Addis, Luigi Capucci, was desperate to know what Leontiev was telling Menelik. He went after the interpreter, the only other man in the room during their conferences, and made liberal use of alcohol, to which the interpreter was known to be partial. Capucci learned that Leontiev was talking down Italy as poor and weak. He also made grand promises of arms and ammunition from Russia. In exchange, Leontiev suggested, Russia might welcome territory among the Afar. 44 The Afar, who controlled the caravan routes up from the sea, had a long working arrangement with Menelik, who was in no position simply to turn over their territory. Italian anxiety only furthered Leontiev's efforts at self-promotion by inflating his importance. At one point, Italian diplomats were trying to pin down a rumor that Leontiev had journeyed to Addis with a Cossack regiment to fight GHT for Menelik. 45 In Addis, Capucci knew better. He was aware that Leontiev was an operator, but it took time to convince Rome that the more Italy fretted over Leontiev, the more important he became. In late 1895, as Menelik prepared to leave Addis on the campaign that would take him to Adwa, Leontiev voyaged to Europe. There he offered his services as peace intermediary between Ethiopia and Italy. Through third parties, he approached Alberto de Blanc, Italy's foreign minister, with an offer of peace. It was Leontiev's bluff and bluster at its best. He claimed that Menelik regarded him as a god and that Menelik would do whatever he told him. In return for his good offices, Leontiev asked only for expenses. The request got as far as the Treasury office, where Sidney Sunino announced he would have nothing to do with this adventurer and turned him down. 46 Later, back in St. Petersburg, Leontiev would pad his resume with the claim that the Italians had offered him 2 million lire to secure an agreement. 47 After Adwa, Leontiev returned to Addis. Menelik had released 5 FTY prisoners in honor of Queen Margherita of Italy as a birthday gift. He released another 5 FTY in July, ostensibly in honor of the coronation of the Tsar of Russia. His real motive was likely to rid himself of Leontiev yet again, for the Russian was chosen to escort the prisoners to the coast. 48 Leontiev then contacted the Italians claiming to have authority from Menelik to negotiate the release of the remaining prisoners. It was another brilliant bid, but the Italians refused to play along. 49. Menelik the Magnanimous, Narazan Ideals. Menelik's release of groups of prisoners showed him to be charitable and magnanimous, but did nothing to reduce the importance of the hundreds of prisoners he still held. Presumably the Vatican mission led by Makarios would have benefited from a similar gesture. He would have been turned down in his formal request for all of the prisoners but allowed to depart Addis with a compensatory contingent. It would have been a victory for Menelik and the Pope, another defeat for Italy. Through back channels Italy made it clear that a release of prisoners to anyone other than a representative of Italy would only deprive Menelik of the means to achieve a lasting peace with Italy. 50 After 5 FTY days in Addis, Makarios left empty-handed, or nearly so. 51 He departed Addis on October 1, 1896 with 2 sick prisoners and a letter for the Pope. 52 In his letter to Pope Leo XIII, Menelik expressed his profound regret that he could not do what his conscience as a Christian and a monarch told him he should do. As father of his people, he was forbidden to sacrifice the sole guarantee of peace. 53 However, appealing the prospect of a grand gesture in response to the Pope, Menelik knew that the prisoners were worth more than goodwill. They represented his best assurance of peace and secure frontiers. Although Menelik denied the Pope, he favored the simple pleas of mothers. A batch of mail intended for prisoners included an envelope addressed simply to my son Antonio, prisoner in Abyssinia. The letter was opened so that it could be delivered to the intended recipient. The Italian officers who opened the letter were deeply moved by it. They sent it along to Ilg, who passed it on to Menelik himself. In her letter, Antonio's mother explained that she had traveled to Pompeii, where she lighted a candle before the statue of Our Lady of Pompeii, a devotion greatly in vogue in the 1890s, and prayed for the safe return of her son. Menelik was so impressed by her simple and certain faith that he had Antonio brought to him. "Your mother is a holy lady, my wish is that her prayers be answered," Menelik said. "You are free. Here are 5 thalers for your journey. I will give you a mule, you will leave with the 5 caravan." Antonio was on his way home. 54 After the launch of the Vatican-sponsored mission, a second non-governmental mission got underway. Two great matrons of the Roman aristocracy, Marchesa di Rend and Marchesa Perotti, in collaboration with the Sisters of Mercy, or Jonas de Delegation. It was led by Count Wersowitz, a clergyman of Polish extraction, and included Reynald de Choiseul, Casimiro Jakowski, and Luigi Fagioli. They left Naples on May 20 and encountered the usual difficulties organizing a caravan up from the Somali coast. They were still in Djibouti in early July when Count Wersowitz died of sunstroke. The remainder of the party carried on, eventually making their way to Addis, bearing food, medicine, liquor, tobacco, and soap. Intangible needs were also met. Each prisoner received a pack of playing cards and a rosary. 55 Then came mail call in the form of 2,626 letters from parents and loved ones. 56 Menelik was holding out for more than papal goodwill and care packages. Cesare Nerazzani arrived in Addis on October 6 to negotiate for the release of the prisoners. 57 He offered encouragement to the prisoners in the form of fresh uniforms, cigars, and grappa. 58 By October 26, the negotiations were complete. 59 The breakthrough had come when Nerazzani made a spontaneous declaration that Italy would absorb the costs Menelik incurred as host of the prisoners. The final document recognized that the prisoners had been the object of the greatest solicitude of His Majesty the Emperor of Ethiopia. Menelik did not specify a figure, but the document recognized that the maintenance of the prisoners had led to considerable expenditures. Italy was anxious to avoid the appearance of paying indemnity or ransom. Menelik was happy to oblige. Accordingly, the agreement specified no figure for Ethiopian hospitality, claiming instead to rely entirely upon the sense of fairness of the Italian government. In fact, the round number of 10 million lire, to be paid in 3 installments, was eventually decided upon. 60 It was a royal figure, about 6,301 lire per prisoner, or 27 lire per prisoner per day. In a country where 2 lire would buy a whole chicken and a liter of wine, this was gracious hospitality indeed. 61 Nerazzani departed to prepare the delivery of the agreed upon sum. As the British delegation arrived a few months later, they spotted Nerazzani on his return trip to Addis. He accompanied a caravan of mules bearing boxes stuffed with money, an installment of the ransom/reimbursement. 62 Repatriation of the prisoners required a logistical plan. Men who had spent the year outside the capital were called in. Those already east of the capital were convened at Harar, the rest gathered at Addis. The partures were organized in stages of 100 to 150 prisoners, separated by several weeks, so as not to overwhelm the water and food resources along the route to the coast. The journey home took 6 to 8 weeks. Addis to Harar, Harar to Zila on the Somali coast, then by boat to Massawa for a brief layover before the voyage through the Suez Canal to the Mediterranean and back to Naples. Along the way, the main attraction was Harar, where the Italian Red Cross was ready with wine, liquor, cigars, and European food. This was undoubtedly the high point of their journey. It would stand in marked contrast to their reception upon arrival in Italy. When they made landfall at Naples, the men were loaded into wagons and whisked from the waterfront to the barracks at Granelli. At Granelli, they underwent a debriefing that left them feeling, some commented, like criminals or bearers of plague. 63. The FI Rest group left Addis on November 24, 1896, a month after the conclusion of the peace treaty. The FI NAL group, led by General Albertone as the ranking officer, docked at Naples in late May 1897. Departure from Ethiopia aroused complicated feelings. Many prisoners were eager to leave. Their memoirs suggest an enthusiasm to be done with Ethiopia and return to Italy as soon as possible. Giovanni Tadone had passed his captivity near Harare, where he had spent much of his time defending Italian soldierly valor against the mockery of his host, Beru. When he wasn't tangling with Beru, he was fending off the ardent advances of Zandiatu. With the announcement of his departure, the contests ended. All that remained was for Tadone, as the good guest, to listen as his hosts pressed upon him their wishes. As soon as he got back to Italy, he must send them gifts. The women wanted fine fabric from Italy, linens, blouses, lingerie, gold jewelry, perfume. As for the men, they didn't care about trifles. They wanted armaments: a new rifle, an officer's revolver, a small cannon, nothing special. Zandiatu was inconsolable. She wanted Tadone to stay. When he refused, she insisted that he return one day and bring gifts. 64. Despite the overwhelming impatience of most to leave, a few prisoners showed no hurry, having found themselves attached, or perhaps having no one to return to. By an estimate of the Italian Red Cross, some 9 Italians remained in Ethiopia at the end of 1897, no longer prisoners but lingering all the same, somehow sentimentally or otherwise captivated. 65. The feelings worked in the other direction as well. By the end of their stay, the Italians had become rather popular. When significant numbers of them gathered in the capital, they would be approached by young Ethiopians, some of whom imagined a better future for themselves in Eritrea. Some inquired about service as askari. 66. Many departures were painful. On February 13, as Francesco Frisina left Addis by the southern road, he stopped and turned for a final look at the city. A flood of memories washed over him. He knew that he was seeing the city for the last time. He turned and walked away in silence. Sergeant Ludovico Barbieri, leaving 2 weeks later, had a similar reaction. The sun was just setting behind the hills that ring the city, and the roof of the imperial palace was gold from the dying sun. Plumes of smoke rose from some of the larger tukul that appeared as little more than dark spots, while a bluish haze settled over the city, enveloping everything. Some spoke of anguished departures, of leaving a piece of themselves behind, though few, in the end, elected to stay. 67. Saddest of all were those Ethiopians who had entered into relationships with the Italians. They now faced abandonment. These were not relationships born of stark imbalances in colonial power as prisoners. These men had none but affairs born of curiosity and desire. After the prisoners arrived, an illusion of durable happiness had settled in as the companionship of days and weeks turned to months. The idyll vanished with the arrival of the peace. It seems never to have occurred to the prisoners to take their lovers with them. Some women, stubborn in their denial, refused to say goodbye in Addis. They trailed the caravan of men for days, unable to give in to separation, until finally, miles from home, they let go in wrenching scenes of loss. 68. L8 In 1896, Nicola D'Amato was among a group of prisoners to witness an extraordinary ceremony. Upon their arrival at the imperial compound that day, they found Menelik uncharacteristically somber, speaking in monosyllables. A gesture prompted them to look behind. They turned to see a seemingly infinite line of children, women, and elderly winding up the hillside to the palace. They were the survivors of the fallen, the children, wives, siblings, and parents of the men who had died in Ethiopia's War of Independence. Many wore hooded capes made of coarse wool in chestnut red. Their may-assured gait and silent resignation spoke of an abiding sorrow. Menelik took his place on the dais, available to them and their grief. Each stopped before the emperor, bowed deeply, received an utterance of recognition, id. Go, of an individual sorrow, then resumed their solemn course. Menelik and the Italians were made to witness the full impact of the war, what an observer called a sigh at the foot of the sovereign. The somber cortege continued through the day and resumed the next. 5 days in all were given over to a reckoning of the dead, a grim accounting of incalculable loss. One after Adwa, Menelik's reputation as one of Africa's greatest leaders of all time was secure. Resentments in the north would linger, Tigray was. Chapter 21. Passings unhappy to be ruled by a Showan. But there was no mistaking the fact that, thanks to Ethiopia, the question of Africa's future remained open. The Battle of Adwa was the battle for Africa. Over the next 100 years, European domination would gradually unravel. The history of African sovereignty in the modern era started at Adwa. As for Ethiopia itself, Adwa secured an independent future, to be sure. Adwa was a great victory, but it was a victory that obscured a paradox, for in saving Ethiopia, Adwa gave monarchy renewed life. In that regard, the story of Ethiopia is comparable to that of Germany, where unity came through military victory, presided over by a monarchy. Similarly, contemporary Ethiopia took shape in the heroic national campaign of 1895 to 1896, culminating at Adwa. Menelik and Tato staked everything on that campaign. In defeat, they certainly would have been overthrown, by the Italians if not by their own people. Even the horrific loss of life during the fighting of 1895 to 1896 failed to shake their thrones. Victory and Ethiopian unity rendered such losses acceptable, at least to those who survived. In triumph, their status as patrons of modern Ethiopia became unassailable. Ethiopian art on Adwa captured the grandeur of the event, but also some of its political afterlife. Ethiopia has a great paint early tradition, thanks to the patronage of the Ethiopian Church. Because military victory was regarded as a sacred triumph thanks to the presence of the clergy carrying the tabat as well as a triumph of arms, it meant that Adwa qualified as a suitable subject for sacred art. Almost immediately after Adwa, the battle became a favorite among artists, who depicted tabat-bearing clergy in the same frame as artillerymen and sharpshooters. Their presence constituted the equivalent of a withering spiritual fire. The paintings observe certain conventions. Typically, the battle scene is split down the middle, with Ethiopians on the left and Italian forces on the right. The wicked Italians are presented in profile, while the righteous Ethiopians are full face. Between them are individual combat tableaus, the dead and the dying, feats of heroism, and above it all St. George riding his steed with spear in hand, aiming at the Italian forces. As the battle had occurred on the feast of St. George, Menelik ordered the construction of a monumental church in the saint's honor upon his return to Addis. It was consecrated a year later, in 1897, a tangible sign of royal gratitude. 3 Inside, beneath frescoes depicting the Last Supper and Jesus washing the feet of his disciples, was an Adwa battle scene. 4 In this, it was very much in the Ethiopian artistic tradition of works mingling sacred themes with profane events. Far from Addis, in a monastery church on Lake Tana, a fresco turns a scene from Exodus, the Hebrew flight from Egypt, into a comment on the defeat of the enemies of Ethiopia. It depicts Pharaoh's soldiers drowning in the Red Sea, but instead of chariots, bows, and arrows, they bear rifles and wear modern military dress. Over time, Adwa battle scenes revealed shifting political fortunes. By the 1920s, artists featured Empress Tato unveiled, wielding, and often firing a revolver. Makanan, too, began to figure more prominently, a trend that mirrored the rise of his son Haile Selassie to the imperial throne. 5. The duelist. When the Haitian intellectual Benito Sylvain made his way to Addis to celebrate the victory of Adwa, he came upon one of the battle's major figures. It was Matteo Albertone, the Italian general. Sylvain noted that Albertone seemed to be carrying the entire weight of the defeat of Adwa. 6. Albertone had some explaining to do, and he knew it. No one bore greater responsibility for the Battle of Adwa and the horrific loss of life it brought to both sides. It was Albertone who had recklessly pushed his advance guard toward Menelik's camp, convinced that a weakened and demoralized Ethiopian army was ripe for defeat. Albertone's choice dragged the entire Italian army divided and outnumbered into battle. In his THIRD recorded commentary after the battle, Albertone was remorseful. In the early days of captivity, the prospect of a return to Italy seemed especially bleak, and he had some things he wanted to get off his chest. In a quiet moment shared with a fellow prisoner, the young Lieutenant Gerardo Pantano, Albertone spoke candidly about his responsibility. "You are young," Albertone noted, "and you have a better chance than I of returning to Italy. Remember well what your general is telling you." Pantano listened intently. "Tell them that General Baratieri was betrayed by his officers." 7 later, Albertone sharply modified his view. He no longer spoke of betrayal, perhaps because the hope of return to Italy improved as negotiations for the release of the prisoners progressed. Although Baratieri had been careful in his court-martial testimony not to lay blame, in the court's final judgment the too eager conduct of Albertone and Darbemida and excess of soldierly ardor constituted a key argument in favor of Baratieri's exoneration. Albertone dropped the contrite demeanor. He began to offer an alternative account of how the day should have played out. He shifted responsibility onto Raymond. It was said that as a prisoner in Addis, he blamed Raymond for not moving forward to occupy the gap between Darbemida on the right and Albertone on the left. And he felt a possible motive. Raymond resented the fact that Albertone had been given command of Raymond's beloved Askari units. 8. Was there an agreement among the generals to move aggressively against the Ethiopian positions, against Baratieri's orders? The behavior of Albertone and Darbemida suggests as much. In fact, it is the supposition that best accounts for their behavior on the morning of March 1. The THIRD rule of warfare is never to divide one's forces. It is a rule that mere foot soldiers, let alone generals such as Albertone and Darbemida, certainly knew. Why, then, would they have left a gap between their respective positions except if they expected Raymond's troops to fill it? Albertone's repentant remark after the battle, "Tell them that General Baratieri was betrayed by his officers," implies such collusion. Of course, Darbemida and Raymond were in no position to contradict or confirm. They died at Adwa. Baratieri might well have had his suspicions, but he was careful to avoid the kind of debate that would have torn the army apart. At his trial and ever after, he chose simply to describe what the others did, without attributing motives. Albertone never faced charges. Back in Italy, he resumed his military career for a time, continuing to serve as brigadier general. Newspapers and memoirs continued to raise doubts about his conduct on March 1. 9. An oblique recognition of Albertone's disobedience came from Cesare Pini, a close friend and confidant. "It's pointless to discuss here whether he obeyed or disobeyed," he wrote in his memoirs. "What is above discussion is the soldierly valor of General Albertone. If he was guilty of anything," Pini explained, "it was that he burned with a flaming desire to lead his beautiful troops into battle." 10. In EFFECT, Albertone's only fault was his desire to fight, even if it compromised an army. A candid charge of disobedience, though private, came from General Giuseppe Elena, who commanded the reserve brigade at Adwa. Not only was General Elena part of the pre-battle debates, but he survived the battle and the retreat and was among the first of the participants to return to Italy, a hasty departure for which he was criticized. Months after the battle, In private correspondence with Baratieri, General Elena wrote candidly about the generals who disobeyed, meaning Albertone, Aramondi, and Dabermita, as if the fact were well understood by the two men. 11. As speculation swirled, Albertone found other ways of defending himself. He changed the subject by getting into a duel to uphold the honor of Italy and its army, taking on a pretender to the French throne. France was a republic in the 1890s, but Henry d'Orléans was in line to occupy the throne of France should the French Republic fail. For the sake of his political career, he kept himself before the public eye through a series of exploits. There was nothing like travel abroad to demonstrate one's worldliness and capacity for rule. In 1897, Orléans journeyed to Addis to meet Menelik and Tato, the world's newest celebrity statesman. His voyage was chronicled by the European press. Orléans served as his own publicist. He regularly dispatched letters to the newspaper Figaro, which was only happy to publish accounts of his exploits in faraway lands. In one of his letters, Orléans had made disparaging remarks about the performance of the Italian army at Adwa. General Albertone took offense. He challenged Orléans to a duel. Upon his return to Paris in early August, Orléans responded that he would accept the challenge to a duel, but only from a social equal. He insisted on dueling a member of the Italian ruling family. The Count of Turin accepted, and the duel took place on August 14, 1897 at Vaucaresson, a leafy village west of Paris. Orléans chose as his seconds Raoul Moricon, a traveling companion, and Nikolai Leontiev. Leontiev had befriended Orléans in Ethiopia and had followed him back to Paris. Orléans and the Count of Turin agreed to duel with swords. The first 2 clashes ended inconclusively. In the third round, the Count of Turin suffered a superficial wound on the right hand. In the 5th assault, Orléans received an abdominal wound, serious but survivable. As he lay wounded, Orléans extended his hand to the Count of Turin. They shook hands. 12 honor had been preserved. Albertone, who had been the first to challenge Orléans, rescued his own honor with that of Italy. As soon as he learned of the outcome of the duel, he dashed off a note to Orléans stating that he considered the matter closed. 13. He retired and announced that he would work on his memoirs. They never appeared. On the beach in Djibouti. Italian fantasies of Leontiev's power and influence continued to inflate his importance. Though Leontiev was never more than a charlatan and a self-promoter, some Italians continued to believe he was part of a vast anti-Italian conspiracy. 14. It was even said that he had directed Ethiopian artillery fire at the Battle of Adwa Fission, but a tribute to his ability to create the illusion of power. 15. Leontiev found it congenial to stay in Addis, where he served an ornamental role at court. Menelik liked to have a clutch of Europeans on his right in the reception hall whenever foreign delegations visited. Leontiev had become a fixture, an accessory, part of the imperial spectacle. Menelik gave Leontiev the title of Count, a title that did not exist in Ethiopia. Having found a station in life, Leontiev barely knew what to do. In his spare time, he hunted. He racked up a record number of elephant kills. Like Leontiev, Alfred Ilg was an avid hunter, and after a successful elephant hunt, Ras Makanan dashed off congratulations to Ilg, it is good that you killed an elephant before Count Leontiev exterminated them all. 16. Leontiev was becoming a punchline. Still restless, the Russian inquired among diplomatic missions about their itineraries and destination. He sought to charm the British diplomat Edward Gleason, letting on that he was pondering a journey to Omdurman but was ready to go anywhere at a moment's notice. 17. Rebuffed in his attempts to refashion himself as freelance diplomat, Leontiev turned to the world of finance. By early 1898, Leontiev was back in Europe, at the center of a major investment scheme. Leontiev claimed that Menelik had appointed him Governor-General of the Equatorial Provinces of Ethiopia thanks to a decree dated June 1897. Leontiev shuttled between London, Paris and Brussels, rounding up investors to buy shares in a syndicate to which Leontiev would transfer the benefits and advantages of Menelik's decree. The syndicate would open up and develop the commercial, agricultural, mining, industrial and all other resources of the equatorial provinces. 18. In consideration for his role in organizing the syndicate and transferring his rights to it, Leontiev received £25,000 at the creation of the syndicate and another £100,000 once the syndicate had completed a second round of fundraising. 19. Leontiev was becoming very wealthy. Leontiev's timing was good. The long depression that had beset the European economy since the 1870s was giving way to the sunny world of the Belle Époque. Investor Materials compared Leontiev's Equatorial Provinces syndicate to the wildly profitable Belgian Congo Company and the India Rubber Company. Leontiev had little trouble drumming up investors. It was even said that Leopold himself, King of Belgium, had bought in. Patriotism played a role for British and French investors as they came to see Leontiev's Equatorial Provinces as a strategic piece in plans to link territories across Africa. After a sales visit to London, Leontiev moved on to Paris, deepening British anxiety that French investors might dominate Leontiev's Equatorial Provinces and, through them, Africa itself. "Tell Leontiev we leave for Paris Tuesday night with cash," wrote one group via telegram from London, eager to close the deal before it slipped away. "We rely upon his parole," they added innocently. 20. Once British investors were on the hook, Leontiev and associates were ready to play the French. Nicolas Notovich, a Leontiev associate, warned investors, "It's the stranglehold of England, not only on Abyssinia, but on all of Africa." By the time the Moniteur Belge printed the official notice of the formation of the syndicate in May 1898, it boasted an honor roll of 50 major investors from Britain, France, and Belgium. 21. The scheme came unraveled shortly thereafter. The territories claimed by Leontiev and thus the rights transferred to the syndicate did not belong to him. They weren't even, in fact, part of Ethiopia. Leontiev's equatorial provinces included nearly 3 million acres beyond Ethiopia's southwest frontier, including the southernmost reaches of the Nile and the Lake Rudolph region, parts of modern Sudan and Kenya. We may never know whether Menelik actually conferred the title of Governor-General on Leontiev or, if he had, whether it was part of a massive practical joke designed to get the troublesome Russian out of Addis. What is known is that Leontiev had found a way to spin gold from straw. Soon he was moving into a grand residence on the Avenue McMahon, just off the Champs-Élysées, near the Arc de Triomphe. The mineral riches of the equatorial provinces made Leontiev a wealthy man, and he never even picked up a shovel. In 1900 he published a richly illustrated volume based on an expedition he had led to the equatorial provinces after the first round of funding closed. The expedition included a company of Senegalese riflemen, some Cossacks, and 50 Arab scouts mounted on camels, as well as hundreds of Ethiopian soldiers and their spouses. Their ostensible purpose was to explore and settle the region, forming definitive establishments, although what became of these establishments is unclear. 22. The book details the natural riches that would be extracted once the railway from Djibouti to Addis was completed, but there are so many illustrations and photos that it is easy to overlook just how short on text and detail the book really is. The cover illustration features a dramatic hunting scene in full color. An elephant rears he has just been shot and smoke drifts from the barrel of Leontiev's rifle E. What is astonishing is that Leontiev got as far as he did. By 1900, official diplomatic correspondence generally circumspect in its language openly referred to him as a common criminal. 23. But this did not stop Leontiev from organizing a second investment scheme based on his supposed authority. In 1901, Leontiev sold a 50-year concession to the mining rights in the equatorial provinces to a new group of investors for £85,000. A few years later, the house of cards was coming down. In 1904, the original group of investors was writing to Menelik himself, in the desperate hope that he would make good on their loss of nearly 2 million francs. In a statement that must rank among the silliest excuses for a bad investment, they admitted that they had invested with eyes closed. Why? Because we were assured of the support of a power and an authority such as your majesty. 24 By then, Leontiev had been on the run for some time. Shortly after closing the second sale of concessions in the equatorial provinces in 1901, he had hatched a new scheme. He repackaged the provinces as the Emperor's gold mines and sold them a third time to a group of British investors. In due course, Europe was no longer hospitable to Leontiev. In late 1901 he found himself back in East Africa with a bounty hunter hot on his trail. An angry group of investors in one of his earlier schemes had sent a certain Monsieur Lagardère in pursuit of Leontiev. Lagardère's assignment was to bring Leontiev back to face trial for fraud. Lagardère arrived in Addis to learn that Leontiev had very recently sold all his worldly belongings and had even put a property in Djibouti up for sale. Leontiev himself was nowhere to be found. Leontiev was on his way to the coast. Lagardère gave pursuit, hoping to reach Djibouti before Leontiev escaped. Leontiev arrived in Djibouti on December 5, 1902. No doubt clued into his status as prey, he booked passage on the Annam, a steamer scheduled to leave that evening. But the Annam was delayed. With his situation becoming more desperate by the minute, Leontiev arranged for his bags to be forwarded to Aden. To avoid suspicion, they would be shipped under the name Zalswski. 25 Knowing that every second might count, Leontiev decided to sleep on the beach so that he could board the next departing vessel as soon as it appeared. At 5 EE in the morning, a coal steamer dispatched from Aden arrived. Leontiev boarded, and the vessel, which never completed the usual formalities of visiting vessels, departed. The French diplomatic representative at Djibouti recounted the entire comic episode in a tone that alternated between outrage and grudging admiration. He added as a postscript that just 2 weeks after Leontiev's hasty departure, a group of British investors disembarked at Djibouti, full of enthusiasm and eager to keep an appointment with Leontiev. They were the proud owners of the Emperor's gold mines. By the canals of Venice. In the quiet of an early June morning in the year 1900, a portly gentleman strolled along the Grand Canal of Venice. Unable to sleep, he had risen early and dressed, seeking distraction in a walk along the canals. He was the only witness to a woman's desperate act. Her husband had been found guilty of a crime. In her despair she sought death, she threw herself into the water. As she fell desperately in the canal, the gentleman rushed to her rescue, lifting her to safety. A crowd, attracted by the commotion, gathered around the woman and her rescuer. As the woman gasped and recovered her breath, attention turned to the hero, her rescuer. "It's Orest Baratieri," someone whispered. But before the crowd could react to the notorious person in their midst, he slipped off. 26 Following his acquittal by the court-martial in 1896, Baratieri did his best to slide into obscurity. The army had rallied around him. His acquittal was a stark refusal by the tribunal to make Baratieri and through him, the army shoulder the responsibility for defeat. Baratieri's own conscience was unable to make such a distinction. When a friend tried to cheer up Baratieri by recalling his heroic rescue of the drowning woman in Venice, Baratieri was inconsolable. "What can it mean to save one person when, through my fault, so many are dead in battle?" he asked. He took up residence in Arco, near his hometown in Trentino. After Adwa, some FTY residents had signed a letter expressing sympathy at his misfortune. He took this as a signal that he would be welcomed home. As Trentino remained under Austrian rule, the frontier helped to keep unpleasantness at bay. He resigned from his seat in the national legislature, where he had represented Brescia for 20 years. "Men pass, the nation remains," he noted in his letter of resignation. 27 In Arco, Baratieri lived a solitary existence. His sister Luisa and his niece Maria Canzati, whose letters had sustained him in Africa, grounded him in family. Baratieri immediately set about the task of setting the record straight. As an intellectual as well as a soldier, this meant setting down his story in print. He wrote at a brisk pace, he was eager to engage ongoing debates about Adwa and empire. In 1898, mere months after his return from Eritrea, he published Memoirs of Africa, nearly 500 pages of biography and self-defense. In the years that followed, Baratieri lived a vagabond existence. Partly it was an ingrained restlessness. He had rarely enjoyed a settled existence after leaving home as a teenager to fight with Garibaldi. Partly it was a response to chronic insomnia. As regrets and grim memories haunted his nights, he sought out distraction. Prying questions haunted, too. Baratieri frequented the spa towns and tourist capitals of Europe: Madrid, Baden-Baden, Nice, Carlsbad, Trieste, Wiesbaden, Venice, Montecatini, Paris, where he could plunge himself into the quasi-anonymity of a cosmopolitan clientele. 28 in between, he exchanged letters with friends. Judging by the volume and intimacy of the surviving correspondence, his deepest friendship was with Geremia Bonamelli, Bishop of Cremona. Although Baratieri's military record shows that he married in 1867, his wife is mentioned nowhere in his correspondence. She seems to have dropped out of his life without a trace shortly after entering it. His most enduring relationship was with Bonamelli. The two men met in 1885 when, as a young officer, Baratieri was posted to Cremona. They became close enough to pose together for a photo portrait in Cremona, two young men about to embark on their careers, one in the church, the other in the military. Years later, Bonamelli remained Baratieri's confidant. Before the tribunal, Baratieri wrote while facing his court-martial, "I am limited to a simple narration of military fact, taking every precaution to avoid assigning blame to others." 29 At Baratieri's death, Bonamelli would write the epitaph inscribed on his tomb. From time to time, Baratieri was reminded of an unforgiving public. In 1901, weakened by an illness that would kill him, Baratieri sought refuge in Sturzing, an Alpine town under Habsburg rule. An anonymous letter found him there, shortly after news of his illness reached the press. "I learned from the newspapers that you are gravely ill," went the letter. "I am pleased, but I do not wish you to die, that would be too easy a punishment for you. I hope you endure 1,000 torments as long as possible." In fact, the illness was mercifully brief. A short time after receiving the letter, the illness took Orest Baratieri. He died alone. Orest Baratieri had a lengthy afterlife, however. After 1922, as the fascist government of Benito Mussolini began the drumbeat that would culminate in a second Italian invasion of Ethiopia, Baratieri's name was recovered from history as part of an honor roll of revenge. 30 D'Abermida, Albertone, Aramondi, Elena, Tozelli, Galliano, the ghosts of all of the celebrated figures from the Adwa epoch were made to labor on behalf of fascist ambition. When Ethiopia fell in 1936, a massive bust of Mussolini was erected at the Adwa battlefield. Makonnen, Ilg, Menelik, a heroic generation fades. Ras Alula, the scourge of Ethiopia's enemies, was the first of Ethiopia's heroic generation to pass on. Early in 1897, Alula got into a dispute over land. The dispute turned violent. Alula fell wounded and died shortly thereafter, mere weeks before the first anniversary of Adwa. By then he had earned the grudging respect of Europeans and even the admiration of a few. Gerardo Pantano, who encountered much of the Ethiopian leadership as a high-ranking prisoner, regarded Alula as the most notable and esteemed of the figures at court. Short, lively, full of energy, the dashing Alula was a kind of Ethiopian D'Artagnan. 31 The British journalist and diplomat Augustus Wilde knew Alula well and loved him as a leader and patriot. For Wilde, it wasn't only Alula's military skills that set him apart, it was his character. Wilde was a friend of Ethiopia, but he didn't admire its court culture. The honorable and fearless Alula stood in singular relief against the background of intrigue and fraud of Ethiopian political life. Ras Makhonen only grew in esteem after Adwa. His conduct in battle was above reproach. Shrapnel had ripped through his thigh in combat, giving him a nasty wound that took weeks to heal. His heroism and his injury silenced his detractors at court, who had depicted him as a man in the pocket of the Italians. 32 After Adwa, no less than before, Makhonen was the emperor's favorite. 33 Even during the dark hours of the siege of Mekele, Menelik's trust never wavered. After Adwa, Menelik continued to rely on Makhonen as the public face of Ethiopia abroad. In 1898, Makhonen journeyed to Paris, where he was received at the Élysée Palace. 2 years later, he was back in Paris on a tour that eventually would take him to Jerusalem. In 1901, he led a delegation to London, where he represented Ethiopia at the coronation of King Edward VII. 34 Makhonen was widely regarded as Menelik's successor. Such speculation ended with Makhonen himself. Makhonen was the first major figure at court among Ethiopia's heroic generation to pass on. He died in 1906 after a short illness. 35 By then, Menelik's health was also in decline, showing symptoms of stroke or, perhaps, the advanced effects of syphilis contracted years before. 36 Alfred Ilg, whose devotion to Menelik included naming a son for him, found that his influence decayed with the emperor's health. In 1906, he and his wife, Fanny, packed up their things and their children Alfred, Menelik, Fanny, and Felix and retired to Switzerland. He died there 10 years later. 37 Of the heroic figures of the Adwa generation, Empress Tato proved the most durable. For a time, as Menelik's health faded, she assumed greater political responsibility. Ultimately she was perceived as a threat, and by 1910 she had been pushed away from the levers of power and reduced to caring for her invalid husband. Upon Menelik's death in 1913, she took up residence at Entoto, at a safe remove from the capital. She died in 1918. While Tato and Menelik enjoyed a remarkable afterlife as the founding figures of modern Ethiopia, they were rivaled, even eclipsed, by Makhonen and his progeny. Makhonen's image, that of the urbane, cosmopolitan, multilingual statesman, endured. By the 1960s he had become the hero of Adwa, his reputation puffed up by a hagiographical literature that undoubtedly owed much to dynastic considerations and the rise of Rastafarianism. 38 Indeed, Makhonen's reputation was surpassed by that of his son, Tafari Makhonen, who would enjoy the greatest global celebrity of all. Tafari acquired the title of Ras. As Ras Tafari, he became the divine object of a cult that emerged out of Jamaica, although he remained ambivalent toward the Rasta cult that put him at its sen. The Lion of Judah in Winter. From Lincoln de Castro, Nella Terra dei Negus, Pagan Raccold in Abyssinia. Milan, Fratelli Treves, 1915. Ter. In the political realm, Ras Tafari would be better known by the name Haile Selassie, a name he assumed when he ascended the Ethiopian throne in 1930. That Ras Tafari, a monarch, would be venerated as a redeemer and emblem of freedom in the African diaspora is understandable, but it only underlines the paradox of Adwa. Rastafarianism captured the spirit and some of the dignity of free Ethiopia, but as politics it was a muddle. Adwa was a victory for Ethiopia and its people, but also for sacred monarchy. Rastafarian veneration of Haile Selassie as the Lion of Judah and the champion of oppressed peoples buttressed an old regime in Ethiopia that was justifiably a source of pride, the modern extension of a proud and ancient civilization. But it was also a regime, a church and state that presided over decades where progress rarely kept pace with an evident demographic dynamism. The Rastafari cult perpetuated the paradox of Adwa, undoubtedly one of the reasons that many Ethiopians regarded Rastafarianism with a mix of incomprehension and disdain. It was a paradox later generations of Ethiopians would have to unravel. But the core message of Adwa was clear. It was a national epic, the founding event in the modern life of the nation. The stately northward march of Menelik and Tito not only consolidated their rule but called upon the Ethiopian people Tigrayans, Shoans, Oromo, Welata and others to set aside their differences and, in recognizing a common enemy, recognize a common nationhood. Nations, if they are to endure, are defined not by religion, ethnicity, or race but by the scale at which freedom can reliably be defended. Only on the scale of Ethiopia itself could resistance have succeeded. Adwa reminds us that the only freedom we truly possess is the freedom we are able to defend. But it is not only for what it secured but also for how it secured it that Adwa deserves to be ranked among the great military campaigns of modern history. Its greatness starts with the fact that it was never just a campaign of guns, blood, and steel. Ethiopia pioneered key soft power techniques that would become part of the repertoire of anti-colonial warfare in the new century. By the time the actual military campaign began, Ethiopia had won over a significant portion of enemy public opinion thanks to a well-orchestrated hearts and minds campaign. Even as a conventional military campaign, Adwa deserves a place among the great campaigns of modern times. Take scale alone, Robert E. Lee's campaign from Chancellorsville to Gettysburg covered about 135 miles. Sherman's march to the sea from Atlanta to Savannah traversed 300 miles. The Adwa campaign spanned 5 months and 580 miles. It was rivaled among 19th-century military campaigns only by Napoleon's Russian campaign, which took 3 months and logged 490 miles from Vilnius to Moscow. Unlike Napoleon's Russian campaign, the Adwa campaign ended in victory. This is greatness. But the greatest battle of all is the battle that isn't fought. One of the measures of the greatness of the Adwa campaign was that it made the actual Battle of Adwa unnecessary. Menelik had staged a brilliant campaign and achieved strategic victory weeks before the battle, by the middle of February. When Menelik bypassed Adigrat and threatened Eritrea, it was the military equivalent of checkmate. He showed that he didn't need to fight Gt Baratieri to defeat him. Baratieri knew this. He understood that his only real option was to abandon the conquered territories, save his army, and defend Eritrea from invasion. Only relentless pressure from his brigadier generals, scornful of Baratieri's leadership and anxious for a decisive encounter with an enemy they underestimated, touched off the cascade of events that ended in ruin for Baratieri and his army. The responsibility for everything that followed, from the tragic loss of life to the horrors that followed the fighting, must be shared by those whose recklessness brought it to pass. Finally, Adwa was a victory not only for Ethiopia but also for Africa and for people everywhere who stood athwart the presumed path of history. On the eve of Adwa, the capitulation of Africa to Europe and expansion truly seemed inevitable, a manifest destiny transplanted to Africa. Indeed, in the United States, Adwa might have served as an object lesson to a nation about to close out one chapter in its history of expansion and conquest, that of manifest destiny, and contemplating another global empire in the run-up to the Spanish-American War. Africa might have been far from the minds of many Americans. Empire, however, was not. Adwa occurred at a critical moment in the history of the United States, at the apogee of Jim Crow and on the eve of America's foray into global empire. Just as the manifest destiny of westward expansion was drawing to a close, the Spanish-American War of 1898 left the United States, the world's first great post-colonial power, as an imperial power for the first time. 39 in 1896, however, the story of Menelik and Ethiopia had to compete for newspaper space with stories related to Spain and Cuba, a war already looming. The sobering lesson of Adwa, the cautionary tale of hubris, empire, and race, was lost in the din of jingoism. Historians sometimes refer to the 20th century as the American century, as it witnessed the relative decline of Europe and the emergence of the United States as a global power. It has even been said that the American century got underway a few years early when, in 1898, the United States gathered in the remnants of the decadent Spanish Empire in the Philippines. 40. This moment, Spain's defeat by the United States, is sometimes considered the signal event in the history of Europe and global hegemony, because it was the first time that a European power had been defeated, without allies or aid, by a non-European power. It was followed in 1905 by Russian defeat in the Russo-Japanese War of 1905. Together, these events are taken to have jolted old certainties about empire and the hierarchies of nation and race. We now know better. The signal moment for our times, the event that reopened previously settled questions for a new century, occurred not in 1905 or even in 1898. It took place in 1896 at a place called Adwa.